Thank you.
I think there's a few people trying to get in, Jose. If you could let them in, please.
You got it.
I like that shot.
Thanks, guys.
That's
Bye.
good.
I'll stay 5 minutes, and I got it. I mean, hopefully you get everybody joining now, because I'm going to be able to do it.
Hope you feel better tomorrow, chap.
There's George. George is coming. Hi, George. Long
Hey,
time
George.
no see.
Al, have you got the picture again? I'd really love that thing. I know you were cut short by some people and by Jose, but could you present it again for me, just so I can see? Hang on.
That was
Dog
part
with a bone, Rumpus.
annoyed me is I was trying to show pictures of Gosford House and compare it to my pictures so you could see how much is obstructed.
Oh, God.
Just get
Right.
spoken over the
Yeah, I
top.
saw you. I know you were cut short. Yeah.
Let's see.
Al, have you got the picture again? I'd really love that thing.
Watch
George,
page.
you're echoing. George, you're echoing. You've got the YouTube on.
How do you know it's George? If you just got really sensitive ears, how did you know it was George?
Because his thing was flashing.
Yeah, I could see his dots bumping.
Oh, those little green things, yeah?
Hey, John.
Yes, Tony.
Right. Oh, there we go, Al. Right.
It's a lovely looking house, isn't it?
If you look at pictures of Gosford House,
What was Randy on saying we could only see one wing of the bird? I mean, Jesus Christ, the guy seems to be blind or
He
something.
didn't say that. He didn't say
He
that.
did.
What-
He said we could only see one
Hang
wing. He
on.
specifically
Alright.
said that.
Oh, I didn't hear that. What I heard him say is that we only need to use one wing to get the height, is what I heard.
No,
But
he didn't say
maybe
that.
I
He said-
misheard.
No, he only said we could only see one wing, he
All
said.
right. I don't know what other people heard. But...
And I think this thing, and I think this wave, I know Al's opinion of it's not very high. I think that is a good few feet high. I don't know why Al, perhaps you could tell me, Al, why you think it's so
it's just
small.
you need to remember this is a recollection of what it was like on the day, and it was 2 years ago.
Because to me, that looks, that would compare with the bird. That bird, seabirds, 2 feet wingspan, no problem. And that,
I'm pretty sure the bird's also a bit further away, though. So
Yeah, it's hard to tell. Ranty may have been using the top bird as well.
Oh, is there another bird?
you shouldn't have. Because
I don't see another bird.
Where's this other bird?
Yeah, that's the only bird
Up to the right.
Yeah, that's the only bird that I've
The
seen.
one on the right that's just on the edge is the one that I was using. The one that's
Me too.
about,
on the horizon, right on the horizon.
Well, we
no,
can just
no, exactly
can't we
right,
just
that one, that bird.
can't you just look up the measurements for the building? I mean, you know what building it is, right?
You don't know how far away the wave is, Brenda, from the building, do you?
Well,
Because we're trying to measure the wave, aren't we?
And now, what you say you were 4 feet high, so you were crouched over a tripod, were you?
right, so yeah, what we did was we were up higher at first and took a bunch of photos that day. Then we moved down onto the rocks and set the tripods up so they were a bit lower down. And I've got a problem with I looked up the tide data and it's no matching what I was experiencing at that time taking the photograph, because we still had the cameras down at the rocks, right?
Oh, right. That's why you know. Right, that's why you know why.
The tide wasn't fully in at that point, but if you look up the tide data, it's telling you it's high tide. So something's wrong with the tide data.
How do you know it wasn't high tide, Al? Even though you're on the rocks, how do you know it wasn't high?
You get what I mean? So we were on the rocks with the camera set up low. We didn't have to, move.
Yeah, but how do you know it was low tide? Just because you're on the rocks doesn't mean to say it's low tide, unless you could see a tide mark above you.
Yeah, that's my point. How do you know it was low or high?
Because it was out when we got there, exposing. So you'd need to be there, right? You can see parts of the beach and the rocks and so on when the water's low and it's out, and when it comes in, it covers that area. So that the bit where we were set up with the camera would eventually get covered by the water.
Okay, so it wasn't high for sure
quick
then.
Question for Al: do you keep your camera set up with BST, GMT, UTC as the time zones change, or do you leave it set at one like GMT stroke UTC all the time? And also, what time zone would the tide chart be in?
Sorry, I spoke over you a bit there. What was the last part?
Sorry, the other one I was going to ask was, and I, not knowing what time of the year it was taken, does the tide table take into account that it might be British summertime or whatever? Because I have had that issue, so that you end up finding that you think the tide should be high when you're still an hour before it, or
Yeah.
because
I'm not sure.
because
I've
you've
just
got time
quickly
zone
looked up-
differences.
I quickly looked up the tide tables earlier on, and obviously I was just concerned with the time that it said in my metadata. But you've got a good point. There might be an issue with that.
There is an option for doing both
Because-
of the tide tables here.
Yeah, because on my cameras I always just keep them at UTC all the time, and
Give me a couple of
both
minutes.
time.
There might be a way for me to check this. It's not going to be easy, but I'll need a few minutes to try it. So if you guys want to crack on, and I'll get a look. You want this kept up?
Yes, please keep that up, Al. Yes, I mean to do a screen.
And you can also find out, Al, if you took any photos.
Can you zoom in a bit, actually, Al? So because it's obviously a very high res thing. Can you zoom in a bit so we could get the close to the really? Yeah, right. So I want to see. Oh, it's not getting any higher res. I thought that was wasn't showing at the.
One thing I would add, Al, it's John here. How far is the nearest port from on the tide table? Because if it's not, if it's a few miles
it's very
away,
close. It's Leith. It's the one that he's very near Leith, and in fact, there's a tide thing for Leith actually in the on tide.org.thing. So in fact, you're very, very close.
The tidal zones are all taken in UTC everywhere in the world. UTC. They don't change the clocks.
How far from Leith?
It's very, very close. I think you were very close to Leith, weren't you, Al?
Yeah, I was in Leith taking the photographs.
Yeah, exactly on your position. So he's right next to it. He's actually right next to where the tide info is given.
All right. It must be timing then.
So that picture, Al, you had that you can't do any high res. Are you screen grabbing this at Are you rendering it on your screen and grabbing it at some low res? Because it seemed to be to give us a bit more res on your picture. It still seemed to be lower than I would like.
A P900 zoomed in to something 10 miles away.
Okay, you think it's the limit of the cameras? Okay, right. Sorry. Okay, I thought. Right, that's the limit. Okay, sorry. Okay.
Can you see this, John? Hello?
I'm seeing it.
Yeah.
I can see it.
Yep. So, Google, this is where I was located, and that's what we're looking at.
No.
I can't get it to come up for some reason.
Right next
just
to
on
Albert.
my phone. Albert Dock.
Yeah.
I know where that is.
Right, so I'm just out, in front of that.
Yeah.
So.
Well, at least the tide table should be absolutely fine for that.
Yeah.
Spot on.
And should be quite accurate, right, for there as well, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a prominent port. But you do get very strange things happening in the first and fourth with regards to the tide if you're not actually at the port for the tide table. You can actually get a low tide quite close to the port because of the currents.
John, I hate to jump in, but this isn't necessary for the chat. They can't see what we're seeing. Alan, all they've got is the radar screen in the background. They can't see what we're looking at.
Oh, on YouTube they can't see this. Oh, they can't see.
Yeah, sorry, I apologize. Sorry, my apologies. My daughter made me dinner, so I was trying to stuff that down my neck at the same time as swap the stream over, so I missed something.
Sorry to interrupt your dinner there, Alan.
That's all right. I have literally just finished it. Pork chops, mashed potatoes, peas, and gravy. It was scrumptious.
I had liquor and a cigarette.
If Al's still here, then Al, from your knowledge of what this, I suppose we could look at some pictures of Gosford Park, this place. But are we just missing 6 feet there to the base of the building? Is that all we're missing?
We've only got about 60% to 65% of the building in this photo.
You think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ah, that's bad.
This could be
you're
one of those moments where we've seen sinking. Who knows?
You're basing that on the pictures that you've been looking at the website of Gossahawk, have you? Is that how you know that? How do you know how much we're missing?
Oh, I've seen pictures of the house, and where we're looking at the top of those base windows that we can see below below the semicircle and below the semicircles. The top of those is exactly half.
Really? God.
Yes, because you've got. Excuse me. Although.
It's got 3 stories. It's
It's got 3 stories and lifted.
Yeah, you can see. We can't see the bottom. They've got a load of arches underneath, which you can't see. There's quite a bit missing, actually.
You've got. Although those long windows under the arches have got doors in them, it comes out onto that raised terrace, doesn't it? And then you've got all the stuff under the raised terrace with the steps up the front to the middle of it.
Yeah.
And Rumpus, let me clarify by saying I'm talking about the main structure. I'm not referring to the dome and the total height as well.
No, but if you look at that picture, you can't see below what we can't see. There's quite a bit missing below.
There is, yeah. I'm looking at some images now. Yeah, there is quite a bit missing, isn't there?
It's a vast. You can only see about half the height of the building, which makes sense.
Oh, excuse me.
No, I don't think that's. I think you're overdoing it there. I've got the image here, and it's much. We're seeing much more than half. Well, okay. Oh, to the dome. I'm talking about to the dome here.
Yeah.
Oh,
if you go from the dome.
Sorry. Yes, you were saying. Sorry, you mentioned you weren't doing the dome. Sorry.
Wouldn't have many doors if it is nice at once.
To ground level, you've got a load of arches which we can't see, and you can only see half the windows above those arches.
Yeah, let me. I'll show people what's going on. If Al's, I'm about to do what Al was trying to do, but was stopped from doing by whoever. So I will share. I'll just bring up my do a comparison.
No, no, I covered up my plate.
Someone's shouting and screaming on the mic.
John's got some background.
Right, so if I grab what Al's got. Who's
John? Could you mute?
John.
The meat has crashed. I'm going to close it.
All right, I'm going to mute you until you get back.
Oh God, bugger!
I will just.
I can put a picture up if you want it.
I've got it now. So I'm nearly there. Just give me a second, and I'll be able to show you the two compared to one another. In fact, I'll share my screen now. You can see what I'm doing. Oh, unless presumably Al doesn't mind me taking over. Presumably he's doing something else.
Magnificent place.
Right, so this is, if you can see my screen, I'm just jiggling it around so we can see what's going on.
Yep, that's the picture.
And then I'll just compare the two. And right, so
you can see how much is missing now.
Yeah,
considerable amount.
It is a considerable amount. Yes, I mean, okay. This picture I've grabbed is let me just make this a little bit. I can bring it together. I'll try and scale it to be the same. Give me a moment.
Although there is one significant thing that you might notice about the difference between those two photographs. Look at the perspective of the dome on the top of the roof compared with the perspective of the dome on the top of the roof in Al Kay's picture. It's obviously taken from a relatively much higher level. That photograph is obviously taken from a level that is much closer to the roof line of that building.
Yeah. I'll just try and get some of this.
Aligning the semicircles may be the best bet.
Yeah.
The trouble is you can't really align those two
because of the perspective issue. You've got obviously.
But you can get a rough idea how much.
I can get something. Semi-approximate to try and get that.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about the dome, just the rectangular part of the building.
Yeah,
the facade.
So
that's the word. Yes.
Facade.
Yeah, if I get the columns going, I can do a right-left. I can get the right-left correct. So if I do that, right. So I think that's not too far off. Yeah, okay, I need to raise it up a bit, but the actual columns are about correct, I think.
Ooh.
I would say that was spot on.
Oh, totally good. Okay, right. So, I will. So that means, right? Yes. Okay. So we're missing what looks like. So when Al said actually, and as mentioning half, and he went including the dome, actually, he wasn't that far wrong. We can see here we are missing. I mean, that's a good 3 or 4 meters we're missing here, isn't it? Assuming that yeah, I mean, it's 4 meters.
Because I'm guessing those arches are not. I'm guessing those arches are not 6 foot. They're probably closer.
Indeed, absolutely. I think they're probably 3. Yeah,
10.
yes. I mean, I said 3 or 4. I actually meant to say 4 or 5. Actually, yes. Yes, I was assuming exactly the same thing. Yes, I couldn't add on 1 to something. Yes, I'd agree with you. 4 or 5 meters we're missing here. Assuming, of course, this 10 meters. Looking at the Ordnance Survey, the 10 meters was running through the middle of a house. So if we assume this is the 10 meters bit, and as I said, I think I looked on mine, it was obscuring. It should have been obscuring about 11 if we had LK at mean sea level, and at 4 feet high, that gave you an obscuring of 11.8 meters. And if we say this is 10, that would obviously only get you up to about here. So we've got an extra, 3 meters or something. That we're missing. So we've got 3 meters. We've got a 3 meter error. But I think these waves are quite high, and if he was near height, and if he was, and it makes a big difference because Al's so low. Unfortunately, this is the trouble. When he's so low as he is, it makes such a big difference to the calcs where your observer height is. And if he was near a high tide and the rocks he was on, though we haven't quite got a full explanation of why he thinks it was low tide. But he obviously has really good reasons for that.
The thing is that he might be if he's 4 feet, he'll be his standard 4 feet above the water. But like you say, when it comes to the curve, when it comes to the actual curvature, the tide height doesn't make a lot of difference to the drop bit, but it does make a big difference to how you perceive.
It effectively subtracts from your observer height.
Yes.
Adds to your observer height, and it subtracts from the other end if you do the calculation I've got in my my spreadsheet. So if the thing is 1 meter down, if you're at 1 meter below mean sea level, you effectively added 1 meter to your height, observer height. Now, given the fact that he's at 4 feet, that's a huge difference, because obviously all the big difference in the what's hidden is very sensitive to the observer height when you're only a few feet up, and that's what you're doubling effectively, almost doubling his observer height from 1.5 to 2 or 3 to 3 meters, from 1.5 to 3 meters in effect, which makes a huge difference. So it's a very, very sensitive. So getting this, bloody hell. So getting this getting this observer height and the tide is very important when you've got a very low observer height. So it's really crucial we do find out what the tide was, because in other words, if he was at 2 meters above mean sea level, then we could account for this perfectly.
But don't forget, I did mention that the height of the tide can vary between virtually no meters and 1.73 meters.
You did say that, but I'm afraid I found data that in fact it varies by 6 meters at a Leith. So I've looked at the tide data, the tides.org.uk, whatever it was.
Yeah,
there's
I
a
was doing
difference
by
between
average.
Yeah, but the difference between high and low tide is 6 meters.
Oh no, I was on about the height of the tide itself, not the between low tide and high tide.
Okay, but obviously we're concerned about the difference between high and low tide, and that's 6 meters. So that's quite a lot. So,
that can be,
so in other words, it makes a huge difference to what we're calculating here, depending on what the tide state was when Al K took the picture. And obviously, we would be expecting if the tide, so in other words, if he was at high tide, then we would be expecting to see a lot more of the building. Sorry, if he's at if he was at high tide, if it was a high tide, we would be expecting to see more of the building obscured. Yes,
it's moving like quite a lot, isn't it? 7-8 meters, I suppose, is the variation.
I got it 6.5 or something.
Okay, yeah, I'm just guesstimating. So I didn't listen. I've been away, just come back. But it's quite a lot, isn't it? That the swell or the tide is.
Yeah, if you've got, if we've got, and I think we've got a 1 meter wave there as well, and that's if you're adding on another meter to that makes a big when you're so low, all these 1 meter things kick in. 1 meter actual wave, another meter with the tide. You can easily account for that. We're missing 3 meters at the moment, basically.
So what would be the best way to take a photo? And I'm surprised if Al says that using the P900 at this distance, obviously it was quite small, we couldn't zoom in anymore. Whereas some of those boat pictures, is the horizon closer than on those pictures, Al? Because having got my P900, I want to make sure I'm taking pictures in the right kind of way, right? So obviously I want to be a little bit elevated, maybe if I can.
Well, the horizon position is dependent on your height, observer height.
No, but my point is, so like the picture of the boat, what distance was that at? Was that 10 meters as well? 10 miles as well?
Totally. Ideally, you will have a decent. You'll have as much observer height as you can get, because the more observer height you have, the less impact any change in tide height or wave height or anything else will have on the effects, because it will be a much smaller percentage of your.
But doesn't it push the horizon further away then?
It pushes the horizon further away, but it also allows you to have. It reduces the total percentage error. The total percentage errors that you get in allowing for all of this stuff, because it is difficult to be able to do this. We assume that we are looking at something that is a regular smooth surface of something that is that is mostly essentially spherical.
Can I ask a question about the image?
Yeah.
I didn't see much of the first Jose's. Is that target east northeast of like 10 miles east northeast of Leith Dock?
I can give you the coordinates of it if you like.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So, it's just that I think I mentioned it before, but I dived a lot for a living in the Forth Estuary. I really wouldn't be confident about the tide being, if you got the correct tide height at Leith, and you're looking 10 miles across water, you can have, say low tide at Leith and low tide at on the shore at that building, and a higher tide in between. It's really, really variable. I just wanted to add that. It's the water height really does very, very strange things in between points of reference regarding the tidal tidal height that's recorded at ports and stuff. You get big bulges and things. My experience.
Uh-huh.
I just thought I'd add that.
I don't know if there is a tide. I don't think there's I don't think there is a tide thing between the two. I think that's the nearest Leith. I don't think there is another official tide marker.
Well, I dived for a couple of years on the opposite shore from where that is, and you would not all the time, but quite often you would get say it was high tide at the port west of you and high tide at the port east of you, but you would actually be in low tide.
Let me share my.
It's really bizarre.
Let me just show you the other window that. I'll change the window that I'm using. One you could perhaps tell us where you. This window here. Right. This is Google Earth. So there's Leith here. So you said you're on the opposite coast, sort of Burnt Land, Kinghorn.
Burnt Island. It's probably northeast of there.
Kirkcaldy.
East of Kirkcaldy. So you've got the
Leven.
Leven. Yeah, see that kind of just east of Leven. I did a lot of diving there.
Ellie, St. Monans, and Struther.
See, just immediately east of Leven. In there. See, you go back to the observation.
Yeah,
see below that line, you've got a sort of curved shoreline. Depending on if the tide's coming in or out, you get sort of swirling currents in these sort of.
It is a big estuary, isn't it? I mean, well, yeah, it is a big. What's the river? Is it the D that feeds into this?
It's the Forth.
Forth, of course it is. Yes, it's the Forth, of course.
Yeah.
Yes. And that actually goes to Edinburgh, doesn't it? Yes.
Oh, Edinburgh. It's part of Edinburgh.
Yes, of course it's part of Edinburgh. Sorry, yes. Sorry, Edinburgh's on the Forth. Yeah.
But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all if there was
So
actually.
I was thinking of Stirling. Sorry, yeah, Stirling's on the Forth, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
And you didn't get crushed, John, when you swam along 33 feet.
I didn't for at least an hour and a half at a time, and nothing happened. Nothing.
John, you must have been laughing at that. You must have thought, "What the hell's going on with people telling me this sort of thing?" Yeah.
I didn't really quite know what to say.
You must have been, because I think you were in that chat, weren't you? I was thinking, how come John is not exploding here, given the fact he's being told if you go, and you even mentioned you went along a pipe that was 100 meters long or something, and then thinking,
I was just.
I was thinking
there's a level of shock that renders you unable to speak. I think that's
I was thinking that what must have happened, because if I'd been in this position, I've been told by someone they're going along, swimming along 100 meters, particularly in a pipe, which was the scenario that Riley was describing, and John's actually done this, and then been told. I mean, what?
But in terms of Largo Bay, which is sort of just east of Leven, there, the nearest port is what's there, Methil, between Leven and Buckhaven.
Oh, right, there you go.
And so we were just six nautical miles east of there, and the tide was completely like a completely different phase.
Right.
Just because I can't remember if the tide was coming in or out. Just the currents in these sort of bowl-shaped coastline, it really.
Is there much of a river flow coming through here? I mean, it's actually only a small river, isn't it? It is a big river. Is it the Forth?
Yeah, yeah. It's got a very big catchment area.
Right,
river.
has it? Oh, that's really what I was asking for. Yeah, has it got a big catchment? Right.
What are we still trying to look for in this, though? Because it does seem, my conclusion would be, maybe it's not the the best shot, as Alkay said, to really show obstruction. It looks like waves do block at least some amount of something. What's the pursuit for the next hour or so? What are we trying to uncover?
Well, we could really do with some information from Al on what the tide situation was and exactly how high he was above, because this is so crucial, the observer height in this stuff. and that means including the tide. And I think those waves are a good meter or so. And if you add those in to the factor, and if he's at high tide, then we are.
And that would help us do what? I'm just thinking this maybe isn't the most conclusive photo, unlike some of the others, like maybe the turbines or the back of the boat or whatever, which maybe are better.
I'd agree because the things like the turbines, he took that from 15 meters high, 15 feet high, which means that you don't have the problems with the waves. Then we do have problems with the waves when you're down at 3 or 4 feet and the waves at what I believe to be 2-3 feet, then. And you've got a tidal effect of 2 meters or so. The impact upon on what you see is huge. Whereas the higher you are, and the tidal effects become less and less. So yes, it is a problematic observation because of that. But it would be really helpful if Alkay could give us the time and the date, and then we could identify what the tide was actually doing, and then we might get a bit closer to the right. But as it stands,
what ultimately will be proved, because I guess the question for someone like Triss or Ranty would be, well, you're just trying desperately to prove that you're right and the Earth curve calculator works, which I don't know. I'm pretty convinced it does work, and maybe this isn't a great, it's not an example I'd put in front of someone if I was trying to show them the ball, if you see what I mean.
There's a lot of variables that are currently unanswered, and if we were going to continue with this piece, we would have to fill them in to use it as viable evidence.
I'll say it again. The problem is that the tide, because he's so low, makes a huge difference to what you will see. And without knowing what the tide was...
Totally agreeing. What I'm talking about is the ultimate aim rumpus. It's fine. I'll drop off. I've got another video to make. I was just going to see if there was going to be something interesting. Obviously, you're going to pursue this and try and squeeze everything out of it.
Well, not necessarily. No, I'm going to...
Good luck, guys. Yeah.
But I would agree. It is without knowing that information about the tide, it is you need the information about the tide to get a sensible result from this.
Yeah,
and we
it's
don't have that.
Carrying on with this because
without that information,
data, you won't know.
I agree. Yes, without that tide information, it's difficult to draw. For us to justify what's going on.
Yeah.
So you can argue without that. There's no. That's really what we're waiting on now. And if Al's not able to come forth with that, then
as well as a swell.
As well, yeah. And looking at those waves, looking at the picture, it looks to me like a meter's waves you got there. And obviously the swell we can't tell because it's the waves on top of the swell. So indeed, if you have a meter swell and you've got a meter wave, and you've got 2 extra meters you've got to deal with. And we're missing at the moment. We've got a problem of about 3 meters. It seems to me to deal with.
The wingspan of the gull can vary depends which one it is between 1 meter and 1.7 meters. So if you half that, you're not far off with 3 foot.
Yeah, indeed. So that's why I think I don't understand why Al. I don't understand why Al. This is why I was interjecting a little bit when Al was talking to Ranty, because I felt that Al was saying things that were incorrect regards the height of that wave, for instance. So. Someone's trying to say something there. So yes, that's why I was sort of prodding Al a bit when he was talking to Ranty and interjecting, because I think Al was saying things that he probably he was just saying off the top of his head, and he was sort of making.
I'll catch you later. Nice to see you, George. Bye, everyone else. Thanks a lot.
See you, Tony.
Bye bye.
Toodaloo, buckaroo.
Right, but I was putting a 2 foot wingspan from gull. Yeah, if we say it's 1.7 to more than that, then that means that wave's even higher. Yes.
No, up to 1.7 meters. That's a big gull, though.
Yeah, well, herring gull. It doesn't look like a black-headed gull. It looks more like this chunky proportions of a herring gull, and you wouldn't. Well, yeah. So I think so. Yeah, if it's a herring gull, then fully grown herring gull, then that is.
That's a big. That's a
big bird. It's a big bird. Yeah. If you've been seeing one near close to, they are those beaks on them and things. They're really quite chunky, and of course they've been attacking people recently, of course, haven't they? And seaside and things.
They like
so. So just look at. So I just want to look at that picture again. Let's just examine that. Bring up the owl picture and make it this. Move the transparency so we can actually see again just what we're dealing with here.
Have we got any flat earthers in the chat?
No, I don't think so. This is terrible though.
So there we go. So there.
You realize the entire shape of the Earth is coming down to what type of fucking gull is in the picture.
Yeah.
We're really caught the minutia on an observation that doesn't mean a whole lot.
No.
Yeah, because we
Not-
don't know that, because it was so low, and because we don't know the tide of the situation, and we've got, you know, I mean, if there's a swell on this, if we don't know what the swell is here, and we're guessing at a sort of, I think that's about 3 feet worth of wave there, then, and you say if we've got these swells coming up of another meter, then you can account for it. But yes, it's difficult with yeah.
Well, the answer
So-
to that kind of
so-
picture is simply whatever you see is exactly what you should have seen on that particular day under those conditions. And that's about all you can say about it.
Exactly.
And
yeah.
compressing the last 20 minutes of conversation in one succinct sentence, it is supporting, but certainly not definitive.
Yeah, it's
Well said. We can kick out all the stuff of this off screen. We don't have to bore everybody sitting there arguing over the dimensions of a seagull.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
put it like this: if this was the flat Earth, we could say that this building ought to be substantially higher than it is. We should be able to see the base of the building. There should be 10 meters worth of building. The green, the lawn, and everything else should be visible if
There's
this
a
was a
lawn.
flat Earth.
There's a lawn, there's a road, there's all kinds of shit that's hidden.
Oh, we don't
Right.
disagree.
I mean, here we are. We've got this. You know, there's all this stuff here that we
There's
should
a
be.
friggin' road down there by the shoreline.
Yeah, and this isn't even by the beach. So there's 10 meters worth of stuff that we know that okay, we're missing 3 that we can't account for, but so the 3 meters we think takes us down to here, but there's another 7 meters worth down to. So in other words, if I was to draw in here where the shoreline should be, it would be somewhere down here
Way the hell
on a
down.
flat Earth. So we could compare, if we like, what the flat Earth and the globe Earth model should give us.
Exactly. And that's the elephant in the room. You're missing all that other shit. And all they want to talk about is, well, we should see half a window and you're only seeing a third of it. Well, bullshit. Come on.
In the real world, because we don't know things like the tide levels and the swells, we've got this natural error in our observation that we say, well, okay, providing the observation, if obviously it was well out and we could see vastly more of this building, and if there was a factor of 2 different between what the Earth curve calculator was saying and what we do see, we'd say there's a problem. But the only big factor out is what the flat Earth model is saying we should see and what we're seeing, and the other stuff just comes in the sort of variation of the real world.
Yeah, well, the simple fact, if it was flat, you'd be able to see all of it.
Correct. And so,
So in other words, if you're seeing cars drive down that road, okay, you got a problem. The Earth has to be flat in order to see that.
Yeah, and if it was flat and we had that surge of water, we'd be underwater.
Yeah.
I mean, we could do a little quick sort of estimation as to where that would be, just from saying, right, let's suppose these things are 2.5 meters, 3 meters, perhaps these arches here say 3 meters. I mean, it'd be nice. Obviously, if I had some original. I mean, if we were generous, we could say those are 3 meters. Okay, in which case then?
Remember that you are Grumpers. Remember you are sharing the Google Maps image of the.
Oh bloody hell!
Right.
Sorry, idiot. Goddamn idiot. Sorry about that.
Well, the simple fact is they say water always finds its level and it's always flat. If that was the case, all of that land behind them and the bloke taking the picture would be underwater.
Right. So sorry.
It's simple. So the Earth isn't flat.
Well, let's channel our inner Arwen and remember that all boats are submarines after they go a certain distance.
Ah, right. I didn't know that.
And when you look at the difference in perspective from that photograph, taken probably, yes, it's taken a bit downhill from the base of that, maybe from the base of the house, and you can barely see the dome on the top because it's up and back. And then you look at the perspective you get from Al Kay's photograph taken from a distance, and that photograph is obviously taken from an altitude that is much closer to the roof line of the house.
Don't forget, though, of course, Alan. Well, I mean, presumably you're going to count for this. When obviously the further you go away, the less the perspective effect of the dome versus the front. So you would see more if you were to go. Even
No, but I mean, when you actually look at what bits of the dome you can see that actually the dome is that you are much closer to the roof level in that photograph than you are to the roof level. You're certainly not at the same level that the close photograph is taken. You are much higher up.
Yeah, in fact, if you're looking at this, you could say that you were probably at the level. Can you see my point? I would say
yes,
you were probably
about the level of the top of the portico.
Yeah, somewhere around here. I would say that's your level, your eye level, because you can see things are going straight at weight. You can't see much of. They seem to be. There's nothing sort of above and below it. Things on a straight line here, and so I would say that
is close to where your eye level may be.
To eye level, yeah.
It's certainly not below the level of where the bottom of the house would be.
Yeah. Yes. In fact, that's you make a good point. Actually, you can actually use that as an argument from this. Something you can draw a conclusion, given the fact that Al was saying he was 3 feet. We haven't actually worked out what his absolute, but he was. Yeah, we haven't actually worked out what his absolute.
Well, he said he's 3 or 4 feet above the sea level, but of course.
Yeah, we don't know what that is, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, if that could change.
But the point you're making is a good one. In the fence, let's suppose they're giving it generously. Let's suppose he's 8 feet or something above sea level. So if on an ordnance survey map, if we were to be able to put Alkay, we'd put him at 8 feet. That would not be on a flat Earth. He would still be below the portico here, and he's clearly somewhere near the portico. So one conclusion we can absolutely draw, following on from what you said, is that this could not happen on a flat Earth where we appear to be on the same level as the portico.
Yeah. Although, of course, it's very difficult to quantify because, and like you say, it's 10 miles. It's a photograph at 10 miles. You are going to get no perception of depth on the front of the building, other than that caused by the shadowing of walls that are.
That roof line on the right though looks like it's running pretty horizontal in the photograph. Yeah. And if you look at the close-up picture and you see it running downhill.
Oh, so very downhill, yeah.
Yeah. That's a very good indicator of about where your eye level would be.
What you really need is something sticking out. I suppose something you really need is something that's sticking out quite a long way at you. And I suppose all these horizontally, and I suppose there's nothing coming at us.
But go over to the right though, Rumpus, and look at that. That's right in there. You see that from there all the way to the front of the.
Oh right, yes, that's a good point. Yes, that's a good point. Yes, yes. In fact, very good. Thank you. Well spotted that, man. Yes,
the average height of that roof line is.
The point is, I think the blue marble is making. I hope is the point he's making is this is almost 90 degrees. This shadow, and if that is at the same height, that can only occur if it is at eye level. So we should be able to see some other things. Hopefully, you'll be able to confirm that by saying. Other things that were supposedly coming at you, because we can think this is obviously coming at us, would go dip up or down depending on the height. I can't find, but yes, I think the fact if we assume and the same thing happens over here, which suggests to me these are horizontal things, and if they're horizontal things and they're coming at us and they're remaining horizontal on our so in other words, they're horizontal coming towards us, which they are because the shadow here clearly indicates that building is. It's a different orientation. This wall is facing to the left or something, which means that this thing is coming at us to some degree. And the fact that it's retained its horizontal nature means that has to be very close to eye level. So if that's the point you're making, Blue Marble, I think I would agree with you completely.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to.
Yeah, sorry, sorry if I've stolen your point there. Or...
no, that's what I was trying to get across.
Great, okay, great stuff. Okay, well, good point then. I was actually looking around on this image over the left for that very thing, and you had spotted it on the right. So, so well done. Yes, so if we follow on from Blue Marble thing, and that's exactly in line. So if we say that this is where the eye level is, so Alan Evans' point is exactly right. The fact that we are looking at this and this eye level is here is not possible on a flat Earth. Just simply impossible. Our eye level should be down here, at the where those pillars are, and it's clearly not. So in some ways, this is that part of the observation is very useful.
In fact, eye level should be below the level of that little black line you've got drawn there.
Yeah, if I remove the words, yes, indeed, exactly, yes, right, yes, correct, absolutely correct.
Because it should be way below
down here.
Yeah, it should. I mean, it should be
exactly. Yes,
it should.
That was
the eye level on that image should be somewhere at the bottom of that, because remember you've got 10 meters from you've got roughly 10 meters from the water to the base of that building, and ours was at like a meter above the water, so it's going to be at least 9. It's going to be at least 5 or 6 meters lower than that point.
Yeah. So if we say that's representative, I've got the correct scale there, because if we say that I've matched the frontest part of that it does match pretty closely, as you should be able to see. It's a slight error on the left.
It's matched pretty closely horizontally, and that's the important bit.
Indeed. So that means that this distance here does represent really whatever the height of that arch is, and we can then use that as a little thing, and say it's 3 meters. So we could say, right, okay, we could then say that represents 3 meters. I'm going to take a sort of average of where the water is, and then we should say that so we're saying that's 3 meters, so it should be obviously 6 meters, and so that together is 6 meters. So we want them, and we're saying that should be the drop. I think it was 10 meters. So if we want to get 10 meters, no, what do I want to get here? The obscured. No, what am I trying to do? No, sorry.
I thought the obscured was about 10 meters.
Sorry. Yes, sorry. Yes, it was. Sorry, I'm being a bit crap here. What I'm trying to do. Oh, solid. Right. So what I'm trying to do is say that scale on there is 3 meters. If we're going to say that's 3 meters up, which is giving it generous, in other words, making favourable flat Earth, that means I can then say that we're saying that the base of this thing is at 10. So we're saying here that is at 10 meters. So if I now go back to this picture here, then I can then say, I've got the wrong thing selected. Then I can then say, right, so this thing here we're saying is that point there is, let me just get that right, sorry. Yeah. So there is that should be at 10 meters above sea level, which means the shore should be that would then be 6 meters, and then that would be 9 meters, and then a little bit further on, another third of that. So right? So if you're on a flat Earth, finally got there. The water, the horizon should be there. That's what we should be able to see down to there. God, got there in the end. Right. So what we're talking about is an error between the bit that this is what we can't see. This is what we should be able to on the flat Earth, on the global Earth. We're saying we should be able to see down to there. But on a flat Earth, we should be able to see down to there. So, okay, so we've got an error we can't quite resolve, but then we know there's a tidal problem. But the problem with the flat Earth is almost an order of magnitude more problematic. So we can draw some conclusions from this, even with the information we do have.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey Al.
Welcome back, Al.
So it took a little bit of digging to try and get any useful information, but the timing on the metadata on my photographs is wrong for the tides, but it's still closer to high tide. Using one of the tables that I've looked up, the little wave guide thing, so you can try and
You're breaking up,
get to the nearest minute sort of thing. The tides, according to this, at that time would have been about 4.8 meters.
Oh, right. Oh, well, that helps me enormously in my calculator.
That's a huge.
So that's
That's a big
4.8.
tide.
So is that what's it above mean sea level though? That's the
Yeah,
value I need.
usually tide tables are usually above mean sea level, above and below mean sea level. So
Well,
a
actually,
plus value will be above mean sea level, a minus value will be below mean sea level. I used to do a lot of sea fishing, so
I'm
I read a
very
lot of tide
surprised you're
tables.
saying that, Al, because all the tide tables I've seen have been relative to something called the astronomical low tide, and so they're all values of the tide. And I go and show you now. They've all. So I'm a bit. Yeah, and obviously you're a seafaring guy, so I'm a bit surprised.
Well, I'm not really a seafaring guy, but I used to fish off the beach a lot, and knowing how high the tide's going to come is kind of helpful. So, sorry, all the printed tide tables I ever got were plus and minus mean sea level.
Right. Well, if I share another screen here, you can see there's I think but possibly that's different then between personal and the stuff you see on the tide tables, because they're all relevant to what's called the let me just show you this. Right, can you see that this is low tide, you see, is at 0.51 and the high tide is 6.05. This is for Leith. This is actually for today. And so you can see that it doesn't use plus and minus values. It's always relative to something called the astronomical low tide. Now, that might be different from the tide tables you get in the book for your fishing. But if you look on all the websites and all the data published by the whatever it is, the Royal, I forgot its bloody name now,
Yeah,
the thing that deals with
I admit it's also been a while since I looked at them. It all used to be MSL and plus and minus values, but
Rumpus, can I ask a question?
Of course.
Because what's the point in beating this dead horse? Because with all due respect, I listened to Flat Earth Aussie Jesus for 6 hours last night, and it wasn't as frustrating as listening to you try to beat this fucking horse into the ground any more than you already have.
Well, we've almost got it resolved, and we're about to stop beating the horse.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully I'm hoping you're appreciating we're making progress, because we've just established from Al, he wasn't there at low tide, he was there at a high tide. So therefore, we are making progress as far as I'm concerned. So you don't have to listen to me there. I suggest you mute me or something, or do something else if you find me so frustrating. I will be going shortly anyway, so then perhaps that will save you save your patience. Right. So
just briefly, Rumpus. That's one of the pictures I've been able to find of the cameras on the rocks.
Right.
So the one on the left is my camera, the P900.
Right. So what made you think you were low? So you thought you were low tide because
it's to do with the way you need to be there to see it, Rumpus. It's the way the water is when you're there. All these rocks are exposed, but it will get covered up so high. So it was probably on the way in. We've got there when it was lower, but because it wasn't in fully in yet, I just assumed it was still somewhere in between at least. But
right.
Remember, initially when I said low tide, I was thinking about when we first got there, but this is after we'd been there for a little while and we'd moved. Again, this was 2 years ago.
You moved up.
Really
moved up.
Ready with fucking every answer when I was asked.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. I think you're being pushed into just giving immediate answers on so you say your 2-year recollection. So you had to move up. So all you're saying now then is when you got there, the tide was coming in, and you, for whatever reason, assumed you were low tide, but in fact you were probably at mean sea level, and it was just coming in more up to high tide. Is what you're saying now?
Yeah, it was probably on the turn or something like that when we got there, because we were up at higher elevation and took some stuff first. Then we moved down to the rocks, and then we were further out to Point Lighthouse. And by the time we got there,
yeah, well, he would have been on the side of the vehicle that wasn't chopped in half through the doorway.
Yeah, but the lamppost has gone now, all the way through to the
Alan,
middle.
You're talking. All right, so Al, so when you said the tide was at 4 meters, then so the ratio to the mean sea level, then you're saying it's 4 meters. So to me, if you're saying did you say it was 4 meters something?
See the site you're using, Rumpus. That's the exact same one I looked it up on, and to the nearest timestamp I can get, it's coming up at 4.8 meters.
Right, in which case then that's 1 meter above mean sea level. So I can now stick it into my Excel thing, and I can, instead of putting in a minus value, I can now stick in a oh damn it, I removed that bloody entry. Sorry about this. Okay, it was 11. Oh, sorry, I did something and I deleted it all. Damn it, hold on, give me a second. I can now tell you what the revised 17395. Okay, 17. I can now tell you what our revised obscured value is then, 395. And this is what happens. You will find this with a lot of this research and stuff we're doing. You have to bang away at it until eventually, and I know Toady wanted to give up straight away, but in fact, you find that if you keep on banging away at things, eventually you get a result. And the people who just give up, it's just, well, there we go. 1.5, and obviously they and whatever it was obviously objecting to banging away at it as well. But this is how you get results. Right, so now if we put in
Rumpus, I didn't complain about banging away at it. I complained about the fact that you come into Hangouts and just fucking try to overrun them without letting other people get their points across because you're an arrogant twat. Okay, right. Well, I'll be going soon, and then you won't have to put up any longer. Right. So the new obscured value, guess what it is? 15 meters. And if you remember, what we were searching for was 3 meters, and we've just found it. So everything's happy. So it was all down to the tide position, as I've said some time ago, when there's annoying they and them with it. So there we go. We've resolved it. It does correlate with the tide tables. It does correlate with everything, and we've got an exact match. There we go. And on that, I'll go and leave they and them to talk about whatever he wants to talk about.
Right. Anyone got a topic?
I think George wanted to talk to us. I don't know if he's back yet.
I've got to go and get my dinner.
And sorry about the hot mic just then. My future son-in-law was just showing me a picture of a car accident on the M62 today, and a Peugeot 20 whatever had tried to eat a lamppost, and
at last.
Well, let's just say the lamppost went through the front passenger door, and was sticking up out of the middle of the car with about 18 inches left before it went out through the driver's door. The driver survived.
Oh, good. Good. But
okay. Apparently, he sent me the picture on Facebook, so I will go and find that and see if I can then share it.
Ooh.
And while Alan's doing that, I will apologise for my outburst. It's just that sometimes Rumpus needs to learn to actually shut up and let other people actually speak and put their points across, because he's not the only one that's fucking right about stuff all the time that he seems to think he is.
Yeah, I think the problem with Rumpus is he likes to find the final answer to an equation, and he ain't happy until he finds it. I think that's the problem.
Well, that's well and good, but there's
tunnel vision.
Yeah, but he forgets about the other people. Yeah, but not to worry.
Yeah, a lot of times if you can just help him, if the data is available and you can just feed it to him, it speeds up his point, and then we don't have issues.
Yeah.
Rumpus isn't that guy. He does get a bit wordy also.
There's that, but he also needs to learn how to share.
Yes, sharing is caring.
Yep.
So I'm cooking myself some spaghetti bolognese.
Holy shit, man!
Yeah, it's lovely. Homemade, not bought.
Thank God you guys drive on the wrong side of the road.
Yeah, that could have been bad.
Yeah, that would have left a mark, I guarantee you.
That still would have hit the right-handed. That still would have hit the driver on the right side. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's gone in the passenger door rather than the driver's door. But
I take it there was no passenger.
I assume there was no passenger.
If there was, there ain't now.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Damn, they'd just be a smear of grease.
I was going to say, you'd be taking the passenger out of there with a putty knife.
I've just been told it was
A
driver only.
sponge.
It was driver only. Good.
Blue, if there was a passenger, they'd have been taking him out with a sponge and an eyedropper.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume I would assume there wasn't one simply because there's no blood splatter everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that windscreen would be red otherwise, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Everything would be red, unless the car was originally white to begin with.
I mean,
I was thinking of actually the inside of that glass.
the only good thing is that they walked away, so to speak.
Well, he ain't dead.
Yeah, that's why I said so to speak.
Yeah.
That's pretty high speed there.
Yeah, well, you have to remember that the average speed in the right-hand lane of a British motorway is 90 to 100 miles an hour.
Jesus Christ, why?
Because they're all in a rush to get everywhere, to catch the
Yeah.
queue in front of them.
Yeah. Oh, apart from when you're queuing, I can remember commuting down the motorways on a Friday night, getting home from getting from Bristol to London on the M4 on a Friday evening, and I can being in 90 mile an hour traffic, 90 mile an hour almost nose to tail traffic, where if you leave more than a car's length of space, somebody will put their car in it.
Oh, you don't have to have a length of space. If there's just a gap, they'll try to get in it.
That explains why everybody drives minis. That just shortens the amount that they need to get their car in.
Yeah. I mean, I can remember driving across London, and you would literally drive at a point where you know the gap will be because of the timing of the traffic lights before the gap gets there, because you know the gap will be there when you arrive.
Yeah.
I just want to say I'm a bit more responsible, and I've got the cruise control set at 89. So, some of us are a bit more responsible than others.
Yeah, well, I mostly now, until I had to stop driving, I mostly these days would set the cruise control at 50 or 60 and just sit in the left-hand lane, because if I set the cruise control at 50 and didn't mind how long it took to get to where I was going, I could do it at 70 miles to the gallon.
The thing is, driving the HGV up and down motorways, I'd have cars hammer past me in the outside lane doing, probably a ton, 100 mile an hour. I'd be sitting at 50 miles an hour. An hour later, I'd catch them at the queue. I'd still catch them up, so they didn't really gain anything other than waste all that fuel. So it's pointless, really.
Yeah.
It's okay.
And is George back? Because George would like to speak to us, but
George said he was recording a video, so it may take him a while.
Yeah, he said he'd be about half an hour, but I have. When was that? It was a while ago.
Yeah, is Jeranism the same person as
Jaron Campanella?
Is that Nathan Thompson? Thomas?
No.
No.
Right.
Jaron is remarkably much more calm and lucid. Nathan Thompson.
Right. Oh, I was getting the two wrong.
In all fairness, would that be hard to be more lucid and stable than Nathan Thompson?
I was going to cite a few Looney Tunes characters that would be more lucid and calm.
What, you mean like maybe Taz or? I think.
I mean,
yeah.
That's possible. Then were you listening the day that Nathan came in to said that he was starting a group brain training program that had people all getting together to memorize the Bible, Pi, and turn themselves into supercomputers?
No, I missed that one, so I did. It's caught a little bit of it since, but when I got into that, I just had to switch off.
Yeah. Essentially, Nathan came in and said that he was doing great and that everyone should follow his program, and told us that he was forming a cult. It was
great. Why doesn't that surprise me? But considering if I'm sure everybody's seen Phil Black link he's been posting in all the chats that show how Nathan treated his friends and stuff, like put a roof over his house and actually give him food and stuff.
If he's forming a cult, we should pray for Waco, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
So he is now, because he likes to use the word "we're indoctrinated," don't he? So that's
He's
exactly
quite literally indoctrinating people. Yes.
So that's what he's exactly going to do to all of his cult followers.
Hell yeah!
Precisely.
Teach him to memorize the Bible. Teach him how to spout out flat smacking facts.
So hypocrisy in its absolute finest.
Well, yeah.
Yes, but and right. So here's the thing though that I think is sometimes unfairly judged in all this is people who have a religious belief are getting a bad stick because of the people like Nathan Thompson who take the Bible to and twist and turn it to mean whatever they want to, as opposed to people who just have a faith but yet can still accept scientific consensus as a way of them understanding their God.
Yes, I agree with that.
Well, it's an unfortunate truth that when you run with dogs, you get fleas.
Funny thing about Nathan memorizing pi, though, is that in the Bible, pi is 3. So Nathan is either Nathan is holding to a book that has the wrong value of pi, or he's memorized the wrong value of pi outside of the book. One or the other.
Both. They were Nathan. It's a bit sad, really.
There's just an internal contradiction in the method if that's the way it runs.
Well, he contradicts himself all the time, doesn't he? So that won't be hard for him. But yeah, he does give people who are religious a bad name. So I know many are religious people, and I've asked them what's the shape of the Earth, and they said, "What's the globe, you prat?" And none of them think it's flat. I don't. Yeah. So that's a bit abusive, really, to the people that have got common sense, basically. But
well,
any topics going to be thrown out then?
I was going to say that after a few months around this flat Earth stuff, I've come to the conclusion that common sense is not nearly as common as I once thought it was.
Or common knowledge, or common courtesy.
Common courtesy.
Yeah, all of those things. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do they always say? Common is relative to your surroundings.
Yeah. Yep.
If you grew up with a bunch of crazy people, there's a good chance that you'll think crazy's fine.
Yeah.
Well, it is acceptable up to a point, but I mean, once you reach that, beating 9 people to death with a steel dildo while dressed in a Bugs Bunny suit, that's where you got to draw the line.
Yeah, you're only allowed to dress up as Elmer Fudd.
Thank you, Mr. Carlin. You shall be sorely missed.
Thank you. Thank you.
A maniac will beat 9 people to death with a steel dildo. A crazy person will also beat 9 people to death with a steel dildo, but he'll be wearing a Bugs Bunny suit.
Yeah, I love that bit.
I'm not everybody else.
It makes you wonder if he would have colored it orange just for the completion of the outfit.
This is what's up, Doc.
While chewing a carrot.
We got any comments out in the YouTube audience? Anything we can address?
Not that we're capable of addressing anything, but
right. Well, I have a question for the well-educated people in the panel, and I mean that with all respect. When you go into things like quantum physics and the depths of refraction and stuff that you have, how much of this do you think the people on the flat Earth side are actually capable of understanding?
More than they let on. There's no way. there's no way they can understand exactly zero of what's said. So they're capable of learning more from this than they let on.
Yeah, they must do.
I honestly, I have to say that I've only run across maybe one or two flatulators that I would actually call flat out dumb. The rest of them are average, high intelligence. They've just either been swindled into believing something that is untrue, or they have previously formed a narrative that they just won't accept anything beyond that.
Yeah. I suppose if you trust your parents and your parents have, brought you up and that's how they taught you, that's very hard to disbelieve that, I suppose, for some people.
Yeah, there are some people who are not happy unless they're unhappy.
Yeah, there
and
is.
Yeah, they can't stand the idea that they're not being taken advantage of somehow or the other.
Yeah, that's not even touching on the possible mental, illness aspects of like paranoia, schizophrenia, that sort of thing.
Well, you got to be able to, you got to have some way to rationalize the fact that you just ain't getting it on this planet all that well. So, what could it be? I got it. No, they're fucking me over. It's not my fault that I don't know these things. It's got to be the man's fault.
We got Etienne Forget in the chat saying that rainbows prove the dome firmament, but we also have proof of rainbows indoors without natural light using a flat light source. So I don't know. Etienne is still saying that. This has been debunked many times.
I think that a huge part of the problem lies in the global education system and the levels as they are set up right now with the way that elementary and middle schools are taught as opposed to universities and colleges. And like if you go through educational channels which are about education, this problem is known and recognized, and there simply isn't political will or know-how how to solve it. But we educate children in facts, right? We stuff facts into them. This is how this is. This is the formula for solving this. This is the equation which describes this. This is how gravity works. This is how politics are. This is right. Everything is set, fixed, determined, absolute, and when you learn it, you need to regurgitate it in the same words, spoken in the same order, and solve the tasks using the exact method for solving that task. And then when they get to college, there's actually a couple of really good videos on Nottingham Science about this, where when they get to college, they literally have to re-educate them to stop thinking in absolutes, to start thinking in well, we are not certain, we don't know, we are discovering. You need to learn how to problem solve. You need to learn how to use your faculties to find novel solutions to the problems, to borrow the solutions that work from one field and apply them to the other and stuff like that. And there's kind of disillusionment happening there, where you suddenly find out that everything that you've held as certain and rigorously defined and absolute and real kind of falls away from you and falls under you, and not everybody can take that. And that happens in politics, in social sciences, and you get alt-right Nazi light and stuff like that as kind of literally the resolution to disillusionment. I have been lied to. I have been told that this is so, and now I'm finding out that it's not so. Right? I have been educated that this is so, and it's not so. And I think that flat Earth is that same thing on a different level. It affects fewer people because physics are so well defined. But yeah,
Right. So, Barney, can I ask you a question then? If physics is so well defined, why are you willing to accept Travis's bullshit explanation of his ether?
Because all I'm asking for is his understanding, right? I'm not even asking whether his understanding correlates to reality. I'm asking what he understands. Like I'm not interested in his explanation of reality. I'm interested in what image does he have in his head. How do those bits and pieces work inside his head? How does he work around the holes? Why is the information that he's receiving contradictory to the mental net of information that he already has in his head? And when you approach it that way, whether or not he is right or wrong is irrelevant. Whether or not he is using the correct terms in correct way is irrelevant, right? Because I don't care about what the right way to use a term or a word or to create a new word is. I want to understand what is he thinking. I want him to communicate that to me.
Right, that's fair enough, but what about the level of confusion that potentially causes in other people that are listening to it and they hear, like somebody else brought up, ether, when they hear ether, they automatically think of this mysterious medium that they claim is surrounding us.
I think that that's an awesome educational tool. The way to communicate things with using different words and realizing that words themselves don't really have any meaning, that everything is in their usage and the context in which you're using them, that you're trying to communicate. If I say this ball is called Bob and I watch the Bob bounce or roll down a hill, there is no mental dissonance there, right? If I name my dog God and then start talking about God, there is still no mental dissonance there. The correct words are irrelevant if you're communicating ideas which are not correct, right? And using wrong words, but communicating what you're actually thinking is valuable and relevant. In a lot of these conversations, the thing that kind of bugs me about globe earthers is that they're increasingly unwilling to listen to what the other person is saying, to the extent of literally shutting down, like making it a one-way conversation. What you're saying is completely irrelevant. I don't even have to hear you. I already know what you're not understanding, and I'm here to pour knowledge into your head. Right? I am right. I'm absolutely right, and you are absolutely wrong. And I don't even have to know how you're thinking. All you have to do is accept everything that I'm saying, and you'll be corrected. And I think that that's horrible.
Yeah.
Even when I agree with the conclusions, even when I agree with the facts, the principle of communication, the principle of humanity, realizing that you are talking to a human being and that what is in their head is defining how they are hearing the words that are coming out of your mouth, and that if you want to communicate, that you need to kind of overcome that language barrier, that you need to communicate in a way in which you will be heard.
No, right, Barney, right, while I agree with what you're saying, when somebody then is asked to give a proper definition of the words that they're using and they just dodge that and dodge it and dodge it, that's where I think that approach loses its relevance.
Really? Define life for me.
That's
Barney,
precisely. I want you to precisely define what life is, to the exclusion of all non-life and inclusion of all life.
No, Barney. I didn't say that he had to define it to the exclusion of all other possibilities. He was asked just for some definition of it, and all he says is it's the ether band. There's a difference.
That's distinctly not true. I have heard him define it at least 10 different times, and even go into explaining what he means by that, and kind of trying to use different words to substantiate his definition.
Right. Well, then, in any hangout I've been part of, I haven't heard that. So if he has, fair enough then.
Well, then he also got tired of it because he spent approximately 3 weeks. Every person that came in was like, "What the hell is this ether band?" He probably had to explain it 50, 60 times, and just got tired.
Yeah,
and that's the problem.
And people challenging him on semantics, people challenging him on the emotional value of the word ether within the word ether band, right? For fuck's sakes, if he says it's air, if he says that it's the lowest band of air, which contributes most to when you're looking horizontally and contributes to all of the visual aberrations that you see, you know that includes refraction and obstruction and fogging and looming and mirages. Like, he is using a term which encompasses all of that. Now, if you try to then disregard it and call it refraction, you're losing a significant portion of his meaning. If you're saying, well, tell me what the exact height of that layer is, well, yeah, give me the exact height of troposphere or the stratosphere, right? We kind of have, we kind of have approximations, and we know what we're talking about and why we are certifying it that way. I don't see him doing anything other than that. Sure, he's using a made-up word. That's how words come to be. I really don't have a problem with him using that word. And precisely because it relates to his understanding, right? Because I'm not merely interested in getting him to accept that the world is round. I'm first interested in understanding what is in his head by his understanding, and then that word is relevant. That word is then relevant to me, because it's part of his cognitive map of the phenomena, even if he doesn't understand it, even if it's poorly defined, even if in the same way that life is in biology.
So ether, is what they refer to ether, is what we know as atmosphere. Am I correct in assuming?
No. Travis in particular uses the term ether band to refer to a low area of atmosphere, on his model, that he uses as a way to compress images to a point or a line that you can't see, out of the uniformity of them that you expect things to disappear at according to perspective or diffraction.
And frankly, as far as him getting exasperated and having to deal with 3 weeks of explaining things over and over and over, if he wouldn't reinvent the language, if he wouldn't create his own terms and use the already established ones, he wouldn't have to do that.
Yeah, but it's the thing that, like, I actually also agree with Dan the Waterman, though I agree with him on a lot of fewer things. I think he's a massive troll, but he gave a really good concept of that, which is, yes, if I am going to say refraction, that's one part of it. If I'm going to say diffusion, that's one part of it. If I'm going to say fog, that's one part of it. What is the word for all of those things together?
Atmospheric condition.
Yeah, that's not a word, that's a phrase. But
true.
Yeah, sure.
But so
fine.
is ether band.
Yeah, but
because it's two words, so it's a phrase.
And he's
so
going
there you
to call
go.
it
And so
ether band, right?
atmospheric conditions is also a two-word phrase. This is the accepted word for exactly what he's using. He's trying to use for Etherpad. So why do you need to invent a new phrase?
Why not?
And most people, when they hear either atmospheric phenomenon or atmospheric conditions, they already understand what's being spoken about. They don't have to have, okay, ether band means this, and this, and I'm not sure how high it goes. I'm not sure what, he's creating a new word for something that doesn't need to be created. There's no need to reinvent language.
Yes, all words in all languages are created that way.
Oh God, there's a difference between the first occurrence of somebody saying "mom" and somebody creating the term ether band to try and reinvent something to make it more palatable.
Well, here's the thing. He's not trying to make it more palatable. He's trying to put his stamp on a phrase to what he believes is correct, and he's already put it to us that he's going to try to prove it. So it's one of those things where he's attempting to get ahead of the curve on the terminology. Just because we don't understand it doesn't mean. Just because we don't understand or we misunderstand what he means, it's not necessarily a fault on us. It's not necessarily a fault on him. It's just one of those things where why are we caught up in arguing semantics right now, even about the damn thing?
Exactly.
He's wrong in total. He doesn't have to be. He's wrong in total about the way he's explaining it. He can go ahead and keep the term ether band, even though he's wrong. I don't care that he's got the term.
Exactly. Right. So, is there dishonesty in that? Yes. Is there political doublespeak in that? Yes. Is there bias in that? Yes. Is there inherent misunderstanding in that? Yes.
Yes.
I agree with all of that. But if
then why help him make it happen?
Because that's the way to make it unpolitical, right? Because if every time he mentions the word, we end up talking for 3 hours about semantics of whether or not a word should exist, that's rubbish. That's not conversation, right?
Yes, but
my solution to that is fuck it. He will use that word, and I will use the term atmospheric effects, and that will be the difference between the two of us, and we will understand each other, and the conversation is done. And we can move on to more productive things.
But people listening to it get confused. That's the thing.
Are you having a conversation or are you putting on a show? Because from my perspective, if all you're doing is putting on a show for people who are listening, then you are as dishonest as he is, as biased as he is, and as politically motivated as he is. I don't care about that. I don't give a fuck. I just want to get to the conversation.
Yeah, but Barney, the people listening have also got to understand what he's talking about. So if he's using generally undefined words, are the people listening going to have to just try and guess what he's talking about?
I think this is really important, actually, as Travis is one of these people who I think probably will never be convinced that the Earth is not flat. So all you've got left is the hope that people who are listening to this will actually will be set straight. But I do think that Barney kind of engaging with him will have forced him to think, because he's probably originally all he did was take a picture and thought to himself, I'm going to call that the ether band. Awesome. And it's good, actually, that he's been challenged to what is it?
Yes, but he's been challenged.
I want to challenge him. I want to challenge him on the physicality of it, on real world phenomena, on what we can predict from it. Right? I don't want to challenge him on the sequence of letters and the etymology of the word ether. I don't give a fuck about linguistics.
I've already challenged him on a much more fundamental level. In another hangout with Sean G, I asked him flat out, is there any kind of evidence that would change your mind or make you think, maybe it could be a globe? And he said no.
Yeah.
Therefore, he's not looking for truth. He's not looking for information. He's not looking for reality. He's looking to push forward his own personal narrative. He's being as intellectually dishonest as he can possibly be.
Yes, and that's
I
why
asked
he
him,
used that term.
and then after he said no, I said, then why are you even here?
I disagree with that. I think that is an intellectually honest position from where he is. And I think if you had asked Sean G about 2 years ago when I first met him, the same question, you would have gotten the same answer. Right? Because he was thoroughly convinced. He had the same ambiguities that Travis has right now, right? I don't know everything. There are things that I don't know and don't understand. But when he got to understand them, when they were explained to him, not when they were explained to him correctly, but when they were explained to him in a way which he could understand and integrate, internalize,
Barney,
right? That's when Sean G changed his mind, and ultimately had to like acquiesce. He didn't willingly become a Glober. He was convinced, right?
Barney,
He could no longer think about it as flat. Go ahead.
Has Travis reached out to you to actually give you the information that we agreed?
Yes, he has.
Right. So, but how long ago was that now? About a week ago?
Something like that, yes.
Right. In that period of time, he has done nothing to go and look at the observations that have already been broken down in the same way. Because he, as far as he's concerned, his ether band explains it all, and that's all there is to it. He's not listening to the information that's actually been given to him.
Yes, but that's to be expected. Neither are you, right? Are you encompassing the information that are giving to you from the flat Earth side and including them in your worldview and seriously considering the phenomena that they're describing?
I would if they give me something that actually matched reality, but they don't.
So, first of all, it's not a matter of matching reality. It is, from my understanding, like, do you know what structuralism is? Right?
No, I am uneducated.
Language has meaning based on a neural map, mapping of other words in our heads, of what concepts mean and how we conceptualize them in relation to each other. If you have a worldview, if you have a set of things which is consistent for you within your head, every new piece of information which is presented to you needs to be compared to that map. That is the map that you call reality. Your picture of the world is what you will call reality. That picture of the world is not the same for everybody. A theist and an atheist will have a drastically different mind map of what things mean. Even if they agree on the definitions and the words, they will still think about the world differently, right? So when you present him with the new information, he will do the same thing. Like, an honest flat earther will do the same thing as you do, which is compare it to their map of reality, see that it doesn't fit, and then throw it out and never consider it again. Right?
But that's what Travis is doing. He's not even considering, he's just rejecting it straight out.
Yes, but that's to be expected. That is not surprising. That is not dishonesty. That is trying to remain intellectually coherent, right?
I can't agree that's intellectually honest. I think that's one of the things I think about that a lot. I think it is fundamentally intellectually dishonest to be continually presented with information that should certainly make you reconsider your beliefs. And if it doesn't, that you're lying to yourself. That is intellectually dishonest, even just to yourself.
I'm sorry you've said that in a slightly convoluted way, and I'm not sure if you agreed with me or disagreed with me. I wasn't speaking about intellectual honesty. I was talking about intellectual consistency.
Intellectual consistency. Well,
yes.
with in structuralism.
Yes. Right.
Yeah,
if you are presented with one piece of information which makes your cognitive map of reality meaningless, if you accept one piece of information, which means that you know nothing and understand nothing about the world, accepting that might be intellectually honest, but it would be intellectually inconsistent. That would be like recognizing that you're insane.
All right, Barney. So I've got a question for you.
Go ahead.
If calling poison water is okay, is calling poison water in your view okay?
Is calling poison water, in my view, okay? No.
Right. So why are you allowing other people to interchange words when if everybody's got these maps and a particular word in this whole argument for the past 5 years has been associated with something else, why are you then allowing somebody else just because that's the word they want to use?
Because it is not up to me to allow or disallow. I cannot prevent him from doing it. I can disapprove of it, right? I can use a different word. I can misunderstand him based on it. Those are all true statements. But I do not have the authority to tell him, you are not allowed to use that word.
No, but Barney, there's a reason why we agree on the meaning of words. And with all respect to you, you're more intelligent than I am, and your knowledge on a lot of subjects goes far deeper than mine. But he's using this as an obfuscation and just to try to get away from answering any questions. And if you're running away from questions when you're having a conversation, that's not a conversation.
Yes, but from my point of view, by engaging him on the semantics and on the whether or not he should be using that word, you are enabling him in doing that very thing.
I wasn't engaging him on the semantics. I was asking him for a proper definition, and that's a different thing, Barney.
Yes,
I was asking him for giving us, well, what measurements. He puts it down to, essentially down to, this is the density, accumulation of the density as you look through it. Yet when somebody brought up the fact that you could stand at a average sea level and look down onto the Dead Sea, he ran away from the fact that the density of the air at below that point that he was standing would be thicker, and therefore he'd be looking through more of it. And he just used Etherband as a reason to run away and not actually address the problem.
But I think that there's it's a more complex issue than perhaps you're saying, Barney. I mean, I would agree with you mostly, but I think the psychology of conspiracy theorists makes them more difficult, certainly, than your average student who might have ingrained beliefs about something. And let's not forget, you're not trying to overturn a lifetime's belief in something. When these guys have educated themselves on shitty YouTube videos not very long ago. So it's I don't really have any sympathy for someone who has educated themselves like that on such poor quality information and claim to be a devout follower of something in that regard. And also, I have great sympathy for everybody who is just offended by not just the misuse of the word ether and Etherband, but this stuff. You put it in the pigeonhole of reinventing physics to feed your own ego and use your own incredulity. It is repulsive, and it is very difficult not to just be extremely offended by it. But I do agree with a lot of what you're saying, Barney. But it's I wouldn't be so accommodating.
Barney's Barney's had to drop because his battery died. He says he managed to do in the live chat that he will rejoin when he can.
I was wondering why you hadn't interrupted.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I find that stuff really offensive. Some just average Joe with no real understanding of our current understanding, claiming to have reinvented physics, claiming to be the next Copernicus. In fact, if I remember rightly, that's just too much.
I just have a hard time abiding by someone that just yanks terms out of their ass and says, this is what I'm going to call it, and then having other people pander to them and start doing it too.
I don't think it's one of those things where asking you to pay. I think Barney, in particular, when he talks to this person, is willing to use their term in order to beat them to death with it.
No, but I don't think people have a problem using the term. It's the fact that he will not give any definition to his term. From a point of view of why he is so confident that this is the reason, it's because of all these observations, and all he will do is, it's the air, it's this, it's that, but yet he has done nothing to actually take any measurements from his observation height to the temperatures to anything to back his assertions up.
We agree.
I think there is a big.
I agree with that 100%. And the reason why it's fine for him to do that is because it makes his position so incredibly weak that he loses by default.
Just think seriously about what he's actually saying. What Travis has done is come in and said, okay, I don't understand any of these phenomena. I don't understand refraction. I don't understand visibility. I don't understand diffusion. I don't understand anything. So I'm going to take all of that stuff that you guys have already been able to define and understand. I'm going to lump it together in one big pile and call it the ether band. And honestly, Travis isn't smart enough to understand that's all he's done.
Yeah. So that's all it really boils down to. Travis's position is incredibly weak, and that's what Barney gets at with allowing him to rename it and combine all this nonsense and combine everything together in an agglomeration of nonsense. Is so that when they have that conversation, Barney and his ability to have all these individual conditions, have them explainable, have them quantifiable, is a huge leg up, and makes Travis's position just to say it's magic makes him look even weaker than he already was on the issue. So I don't really have an issue with the way Barney is doing it. The biggest problem I have with Travis is that he has admitted time and time again that nothing will change his mind, and that he's not willing to consider anything else. And that's why I'm always short with Travis. I find him not worth talking to because he is, by his own admission, intellectually dishonest.
What's his main
If he wants to call it the ether band, that's fine with me. I like to upset him by calling it the Travis sphere.
You see, this thing, I don't personally have a problem with using the word ether either. It's the fact that he will not put any measurable factors
Well, what
to
he's
it.
essentially saying. Yeah, all he's saying is, I don't have a fucking clue. I have no idea how any of this works, so I'm just going to throw it all in one box and call it the ether band. Forgetting that we already know what all this stuff is and how it behaves.
Yeah. And I think that's why I'm speaking up for Barney a little bit too much here, but we've been on the same wavelength for this for a little bit. I think that's why Barney doesn't mind, is because he can beat Travis with his own terminology and force Travis to have to either look introspectively or just quit altogether.
Well, every question you ask Travis has
I
to
agree
have
with
the
that.
same answer from Travis. Every question you ask Travis has the answer, well, I don't know. I've got to look into it.
I think there is a lot of mileage with, you could say that Barney's effectively given him enough rope to hang himself by appearing to kind of gently kind of ask him to talk about his ideas, and when they're aired, he kind of digs his own grave, I suppose. But it's a fine line between that and keep confusing other people that are listening, hearing someone talk a load of shit.
Well,
that may be the case, but how much of our audience are how much of our audience are fence sitters? One, maybe two people, and when the person has to admit defeat because they have no explanatory power, who do you think the fence sitters go towards?
Big Blue, how are you?
I'm well. How you doing, George?
Oh, pretty good. Been busy today, making videos and uploading videos.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's always fun.
I've got your How Gravity Works video on the spool to watch today.
Well, that's not how gravity works. It's just a video expressing concern about a video on gravity using scales.
I must have just misread the title then. Regardless, the one that was posted 3 hours ago, I've got it on. I've got it on the list.
Yeah, what it is there's that video that everybody watches where you have a scale with a lead pyramid hanging down below it, and then they move a lead ball underneath it to increase the amount of mass between the beneath the pyramid to increase the amount of attraction force, gravitational attractive force to the Earth, and it flips one of the last digit in the scale. You've seen that one?
Yep.
Yes.
Well, it's wrong. There isn't any way that scale could ever register that force change.
I've wondered about
amount
that,
of
George.
force.
Yeah, it's so
Pardon?
tiny. I said I've wondered about that when I've watched that thing. If it would be even possible to measure
It's
such.
impossible with that scale. They're showing that it changes by 1 milligram. And when I went through a detailed analysis, I figured out the dimensions of the sphere and the pyramid and figured out what the mass of the sphere was and the distance of separation between the centers of mass of both. And the amount of force that you get is on the order of 10 to the minus 8 newtons, or 100 millionth of a newton, roughly, which ends up being about 500 times less than what the scale is capable of measuring.
Mhm. That doesn't surprise me. The relative sizes of things there are not substantially different from what Cavendish used.
I'm a little bit dismayed that they put that out there without doing calculations and seeing what they were looking for and whether or not it made sense.
So, George, and out of just following on from that, then, would it actually be possible to redo that experiment with a more accurate scale?
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. My battery died, and I had to find a
Seems
charger.
to have lost the audio.
I don't know. George might know. I don't know of a scale accurate enough to make the measurement that George is talking about.
You'd have to scale up the size of the objects, not the scale.
No, if you had that gram only weighed to 1,000th of a gram. So if you had one that weighed to a microgram, would it be possible to actually do the experiment and see a positive result?
Well, if you're the smaller the increments of measurement of weight, the more likely you would get the higher the error would perhaps be. But if you scaled up the objects, You know what I mean? So that you are actually providing a thousandth of a gram. That's what I would suggest first.
I am strongly under the impression that ATN Forget in the chat is now a troll. I know for a fact they've been shown that that you can get an indoor rainbow free of the sun using a flat light and water, not even using a mirror anywhere in the whole setup, and get it.
Oh, Brian has been trolling for months and months and months. Just ignore him.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden talking about how of all things to talk about, talking about that 80% of the Earth is transgender. It's like, what the hell even is this?
Good grief.
%is what?
I say ATN Forget is under the impression that 80% of people on Earth are transgender.
Transgender? Oh. What the fuck?
I don't even know.
Must have been something in the water.
I really wish he would have listed the chemical that made the frogs gay. Like, I cannot figure out what chemical he's saying that is.
Sorry, frogs are gay.
George, you've got to refresh the Hangout. Dried water. Anything got anything crazy going on in their neck of the world later on?
I missed that. Barney had a big sniff. I did.
Barney, no, put the Coke down.
Barney was sniffing.
But no, how can I do this if I'm not high? I will never see far enough to see the curvature if I'm not high.
You have to get high enough to see over the curve.
Yeah.
There we go, George. Now I can hear you.
Sorry, guys, my audio dropped on me. I'm back now.
Hi, George.
Crazy going on in their neck of the world.
George, I think you've got your watch page still unmuted.
What's that? What's happened? Shay.
Yeah. Sorry, Matt?
Happened to Pete Shay. He used to come on these conversations, didn't he?
Pete's soft band at the moment.
Yeah, and that's one soft band that I will agree with.
I'd rather he didn't. I've got him blocked.
Yeah.
Anyway, Alan, long story short is that video with the scale for measuring the increase in the weight on the pyramid when they put a lead ball under it is bogus.
Yeah, it as you say, it does. Sorry, it does seem to be that a 1 milligram change in weight does seem to me to be somewhat big, considering the size of the, I assume, lead ball that they are using.
And I just did a quick check.
Yeah, well,
and,
it is huge. I mean, the actual. Am I having a problem here?
You just need to speak up. Your mic.
The thing is, Alan. The issue, Alan, is that the actual weight on the pyramid when they bring the lead ball underneath it is increasing the gravitational force or the weight on the pyramid by a factor that is over 500 times less than what the scale is capable of measuring.
Yeah, that's
over 2 orders of magnitude less.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, which
I mean,
is
it's
what I
not
would have
like
thought. I
a
would have
little
thought
bit off.
micrograms.
off
It's a
by-
lot.
Well, it's not even micrograms. It's hundredths of a microgram.
Sorry, I thought you said it was 2 orders of magnitude
went-
less than what they were showing.
Yes.
Which would put it at. So if they're showing 1 milligram.
No. Yeah.
So you would go from 1 milligram
yeah.
to 10
No, that's
micrograms.
right. No, yes, I'm tired. I'm thinking of something else. Yeah, the actual weight. Why? The actual weight that the scale is capable of measuring in its last digit of resolution is on the order of a micronewton, and the actual weight of the pyramid is on the order of 100 millionth of a micronewton, or I mean of a newton, or 1/100th of a micronewton is what the actual weight is. Let's see here. I calculated it out. It's in the video. The 1 gram. The 1 gram. Do you mind? The
And then
1 milligram force. A 1 milligram force is 9.8 micronewtons. Okay, and the actual weight of that pyramid when they roll the ball under it, the lead ball under it, is 1.7 times 10 to the minus 8 newtons, or 1.7 or 0.017, or roughly 0.02 micronewtons. So it's a factor of 556 less than what the scale is capable of measuring.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that you would find a scale that would read to micrograms and have the full scale requirement for the mass of the pyramid.
Right. No, and that is the problem, is you could never get a full scale value in measuring those kinds of resolutions. You could never get a full scale value of where you need it. That's why you need to use, like what Cavendish devised, a torsion balance.
Yes.
Where you can register very minute forces with a torsion balance. On a weighing scale like that, it's just impossible. Unless, of course, if you had, hundreds of kilograms. But the problem there is, again, you can't register the full scale and yet get that kind of resolution.
Well, you would need the sphere that you bring in under the pyramid to weigh hundreds or thousands of kilograms. To have a mass of hundreds or maybe 1,000 kilograms, and still only be the same size to keep the center of mass in the correct position.
Right, yeah, to keep the distance between the centers of masses at a reasonable distance.
Yeah.
In fact, I even went through the numbers that if you could shrink down all the mass of the pyramid to a single point and rest it right at the surface of the sphere, it only increases the weight where the ratio, instead of being 556, drops down to 336. So it's still a factor of over 300 less than what the scale would be capable of measuring. So something is very wrong with that video and what they did.
Yeah. I don't even know where it came from. I've seen it, but I don't know where it comes from. So.
Well, if it was that easy, people would be measuring G all the time.
Yeah. And I mean, I know
Yeah,
that.
and it just goes to show how utterly ridiculous these people that are trying to do it in their bedrooms or in their homes using sticks and oranges and bananas and stuff.
Yeah.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
I love watching those. They're so laughable. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
You're gonna hang a barbell off a rope in your garage, like Brian. No, not Brian. What's
Chris
his name?
Berry.
Chris Berry does.
Yeah, had a wooden dowel with 2 barbells hung between them.
Yeah, from a rope in his garage. Hello. Clearly, the lad doesn't understand the problem.
Yeah. Well, Chris Berry doesn't understand much at all. Chris Berry is more than a few bricks shy of a full load.
Now the question is, what can we build from those bricks?
Probably a quarter of an outhouse.
Well, I think those bricks that Chris has, the best thing for him is to go swimming.
Yeah, I was going to say, you have to remember that in the UK, a brick outhouse has a very specific connotation.
Well, a brick outhouse in America refers to a well-built woman.
The original brick outhouse in the UK is where you might have found the toilet.
Same here.
I thought you used. Oh no, that's the Aussies who have a tin outhouse, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the actual purpose of an outhouse.
Well, actually, in the UK, a lot of them would have been multi-use, and you would have had the wash tub in one end of it for washing, right. The dunny at the other end, and the coal shed in the middle.
I just say thank God we don't have to worry about that much anymore.
Yeah, I'm glad we have indoor plumbing too.
Especially in Montana.
Yeah. I mean, in some areas of certain Scottish cities, they especially, I say especially, they had shared outhouses, so that would have been, I think, even worse.
Oh, definitely. Could you imagine? Let's say one night someone's got a plate of haggis nachos, and down the place, someone else has decided to go and get Mexican. That sounds awful.
I'm eating spaghetti bolognese here.
You can't make the gag. I'm sorry. I'll stop that.
No, that's okay.
All I can say is I did actually really enjoy the pork chop, mashed potatoes, and peas and gravy that Rosie made me earlier. That was particularly nice.
I had liquor and a cigarette.
What, Alan? What happened to your T-bone steak Rosie was going to cook you?
Rosie is cooking the steak on Tuesday.
Ah, Tuesday. Ah, right.
A good luck meal for Nathan for his HGV.
Good luck, Nathan.
He's the-
Granddad?
Does anyone know the cost of sending a man into outer orbit? Male or female? I'll just use the man as general wise.
A lot.
I think it's about $10,000 a kilogram.
Was it not $10,000 a pound?
Oh yeah, okay, it's $22,000 a kilogram.
Ah.
Sounds
That's what
something
it
familiar.
used to be. The cost has been coming down dramatically. That's what it used to be.
Ain't too bad, really. That's cheaper than buying an ounce of HP printing ink.
Close. That's pretty accurate.
Yeah, they make it up on consumables. That's the
Yes.
whole business model.
Yep.
Yeah, I was just thinking that it'd just be nice to grab all of the so-called trolls or flat earthers who run, all the kings and queens of it, stick them in a module, make sure they take pictures of the glass outside when they're on the launch pad so they can prove that they haven't got fisheye windows, and then send them up to Earth, send them up to the moon. One way, of course. Wouldn't want them to come back, but just so they can actually visually see that the Earth is not flat. Just to debunk it all, and we can all move on.
Well, I've got a breakdown here of costs and resources for private astronaut missions to the space station. Anybody's interested, I can rattle it off.
They'd claim it was faked.
Yep, they would.
Yeah, but if you're not letting them come back, it doesn't matter, does it?
No, they can shout like all they like because we won't hear them.
Wasn't there someone related to the Saudi royal family that made it to space at one point?
Say again, Brian?
For some reason, I'm trying to remember. I think there's a story to where one of the religious leaders of Saudi Arabia was under the impression the Earth was flat, and that the Quran said as much. And it actually took a member of the royal family having been to space and seeing that it was round and coming back and telling him for him to accept otherwise. I'll have to look that up.
So,
yeah.
Quick question. Why is the existence of flat earthers bad?
Why is what?
The existence of flat earthers.
Why do they exist?
No, why is it bad?
I don't mind. I don't have
Why
a
is what
problem.
bad? I'm not getting the question.
Well, why would it be a bad thing that people who think the Earth is flat exist? Is his question.
Yeah, I don't mind the fact that they can believe the Earth is flat. It's the fact.
Well,
that
it's okay as long as they.
It's the thousands of pounds.
It's okay as long as they don't try to get into the school system like O'Reilly wants to do.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah. It's the influence of the people who do believe it would be the only reason why they would be bad. If they're off on the side and have not the power to enforce their beliefs, they're not bad. They're just not good.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Sorry.
I have no problem of anybody believing anything, but the fact that people like Mark Sargent's and that are gaining a lot of money through their YouTubes, it's just a scam, and that annoys me. That really annoys me. If they just want to out there and tell their beliefs, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't have a problem with it. But the fact they're getting paid to do this sort of stuff and hide behind it, that really, really winds me up. But I've got no problem.
Yeah, they're modern day. They're modern day snake oil salesmen. That's all.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, but so snake oil salesmen are bad because they're selling snake oil. They're selling false medicine, right? They
Well,
they
so is
actually
Mark Sargent.
they actually stand to harm people who buy their shit.
Well, don't you think, Barney? Don't you think by
Yeah, I see what you
telling
mean.
children that the Earth is not round, that the heliocentric model is wrong and stuff, aren't you hurting that kid in his development? Like when he goes to school, if he really accepts this nonsense, he's going to be ridiculed. He's going to be stunted in his learning. I mean, that's actually kind of reprehensible. And it's a form of child abuse.
When you're teaching someone to fear everybody, to believe that everybody's out to get you, to believe that there's this worldwide, multi-generational, hundreds of years old conspiracy to hide something from you so basic as the shape of the earth, to teach that level of mistrust and hatred and vitriol, yeah, that's a little bit harmful.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, it's very harmful if you're trying to indoctrinate children into believing this nonsense, because, like I said, they're going to be ridiculed at school. It's going to hurt their development socially and intellectually.
Yeah. Oh, here it is. Al-Aziz ibn Baz was a Muslim cleric, one of the highest in Saudi Arabia, vice president at the Islamic University of Medina. He was adamantly against the idea that the Earth rotates and that the Earth rotates, and he believed in a flat model. It wasn't until he was convinced of it by Prince Sultan bin Salman, who was on one of the discovery mission, that he gave up this belief.
Well, that's good.
It's obviously more easy to convince than some of the flat earthers I've met.
See, I never argue with. I try not to argue with these idiots because one thing, the best proof that we have of the shape of the Earth is if you call that into question, all you have to do is take a camera, board it on a rocket, have it go out away from Earth, point it towards the Earth, take a picture. There you are. It's round.
CGI.
No bullshit. Come on. That's just nonsense. You know that.
Well, of course it
George,
is.
The thing
we
is,
know
that is,
they claim it's CGI
one of
even
the
when it was
proof that
taken
we
with
have,
film.
no matter how, but no matter how much we improve our technology, our camera technology, say you got the P-22,000 100 years from now, you put it on board a rocket, you aim it towards the Earth, you're going to see the same thing. It's going to be round 100 years from now as it is today, as it was in the past. You're done.
And they're going to say it's CGI. Sorry, that's
It's either CGI, fisheye lens, or part of the conspiracy.
Yeah, as are all photographs from George. As far as they're concerned, all photographs from space are fake. That's it. Full stop.
Well, that's fine. Let them believe that. Then why waste your breath arguing with them? They're idiots.
Thing is, if they declare it CGI, who actually converted it before it come down again? It's their camera. I was chatting to someone in the chat about this. He wasn't really so much of a flat earther, but he was swaying that way. And I said, well, how do you know? I said, well, go out and buy yourself a weather balloon kit, put your own camera on it with your own SD card or whatever, or a film camera, and wait for it to come down, and you'll have pictures of proof, mate. Quite simple. It's not that expensive to do.
But then something will have been wrong with their camera, or they must not have set it up right, because it's, if it's showing curve, it can't be right.
Well, he never got
But
back
who
to me.
cares? Really?
Yeah.
Come on, when it comes down to the bottom line, who gives a damn? Look, these people are lost. It's just like a druggie. Once a person gets beyond the point of no return, you just have to give up on them and move on, because you're just wasting time and resources trying to drag them and carry them along. And there's just a certain number of people in society that you just have to give up on and move on. There's no helping them.
But you're on here trying
I actually
to help
agree
them,
with
George.
that,
Why?
George.
Why are you online trying to argue the point with them then? If you might as well just say, fuck them.
I don't argue with them.
No, I'm not arguing with them, but you're trying to teach them something. But why bother if you think they're not going to learn?
No, I'm not trying to teach them anything.
He's trying to make sure that we don't
It's
argue
just a question.
No, I'm saying I don't care. I don't try to teach them. My channel is not devoted to flat Earth. My channel is devoted and geared towards college students, university students, and people that want to learn. I create math videos and science videos that are not flat Earth related.
Yeah, I understand that. That's your channel, but you come on live streams and you try to talk to them, and you try to persuade them, and you try to teach them things. Why bother if there's no point? I'm not digging at you.
No, I'm not
you
trying
why.
to teach them. All I care about is to make sure that science and math is represented properly and not misunderstood and not misused. I find errors on both sides of the fence, both Glovers and flat earthers. And if I hear something that I believe is wrong, I will come in and try to correct so that mistakes aren't continually made.
Yeah,
I'm not
good
trying
idea.
to convince anyone whether or not the flat is, or whether the earth is flat or round. All I want to do is make sure that the science is represented and spoken about correctly.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, you can give people facts, and it's up to them how they deal with them, whether they want to take them in or dismiss them. But the fact that you can give them facts is a good thing.
I think that the existence of people who believe in the flat Earth and are proponents of flat Earth is most definitely bad, because it's well, one, it's a bastardization of science, and I've said it before, I'll say it again. If you want, the only thing that will take you to the truth like a dart is the scientific method when used properly. And that's not just in laboratories and in dusty science books. That is in everyday life when you are putting together facts and appraising them for quality and coming to some kind of reasonable, logical conclusion about reality.
Yeah, but flat earthers and young Earth creationists are not having any impact on science whatsoever.
Well, you could. You can. That's probably true. If you say, just a couple. I mean, it doesn't matter. Fuck what shape somebody thinks the Earth is. But the problem is that at least the flat Earth goes hand in hand with lots and lots of other things. The state of education. I couldn't join in before when you were asking. I think what's severely missing in education is being taught what the scientific method actually is, not just being taught experiments and stuff. There was nothing about it when I was at school. How does one go about finding the truth and try to remove human bias?
Yeah,
I think it's what. Go ahead.
I sympathize with what you're saying, but if you look into philosophy of science, there is no one scientific method. There is no it is as long as we're talking about terms which are loosely defined, science is very much one of those terms. In philosophy of science, there is a huge problem which we have for at least 200 years now, which is still discussed to this day, and without any resolution, which is called the demarcation problem. What is science and what isn't science, right? And Popper kind of made a huge contribution to it, adding the falsification criterion, but that kind of eliminates a lot of things that we would like to call science, or that we would like to become sciences eventually, such as history, right?
Yeah, but I'm not talking about. I'm not really talking about science or sciences. Just and not a strict definition of what the scientific method is. What basically is the scientific method? How would you not conduct an experiment to find the truth of about the reality of something?
Where would you go? You know, what's the right way to do it?
What experiment can you perform in history?
Hmm?
What experiment can you perform in history?
Well, the whole thing with science and scientific investigation is just to eliminate a lot of the variables. You want to kind of just whittle it down to a few variables that you can control or observe out of a whole raft of things that might impact the result. I mean, this whole nonsense that comes out of Oakley's channel from Quantum Eraser and Riley, you know, they've got this kind of like 4-step program to the scientific method. And everything else is not science or science according to them. It's just utter nonsense. These people don't know anything about research and conducting experiments. They have never done an experiment in their life. They have no idea what they're talking about.
Well, that's the problem. That's the problem, George. You're talking about people who have never done this.
Yeah.
They don't know.
And then, of course, their own definition of pseudoscience invalidates their own scientific method because their definition of pseudoscience is that which is falsely attributed to the scientific method.
Hell,
By closely controlling it and limiting it, when there's so much evidence against just a one-size-fits-all model, they are committing pseudoscience.
Well, the fact of the matter is there are almost as many scientists as there are scientific methods. I mean, that is a widely that has a lot of wide latitude available to it, and each thing that you look at, each experiment that you intend to do is going to have its own unique set of problems and criteria that you've got to take into account. There is no cookbook method to this, not in the real world. What they talk about is what you teach young kids as a way to get it in their head that there are certain steps and certain controls you need to enact, and you need to be aware of what the variables are and what's affecting what. But beyond that all the rest of it really has no practical purpose in actual life. I mean, I did spend a number of years of my career in research and development, and not one fucking time did anybody ever say, by the way, what's your independent variable? Not once. Not once.
Yeah, a lot of times you don't have to follow this strict method. I mean, you can get an idea of cause and effect without having to strictly adhere to control variables or whatever. I mean, when I was working in the lab at Hewlett Packard in new product development, we'd have a lot of problems in pushing the state of the art with new instrumentation and trying to figure out, you know, what sources of errors were. And, you know, you do your best to isolate a lot of the variables, and you can put a stimulus into a network or into a piece of gear and see what the response is. And a lot of times is all you're looking for is to increase the error of the same type. And if you can increase the error of a certain type by tweaking something else, then you know that's probably the cause.
Yeah. Well, you know, in reality, much like happened to people like Cavendish back in those days, we had to we'd spend more time trying to devise a method of measuring things than we did. It took more effort to come up with that than it did to actually do the experiment. A lot of times, you know, you'd be doing things that the measuring equipment doesn't even exist. You got to start with that.
First, you've got to navigate terra incognita before you can even start exploring.
Yeah, I mean that's always the case when you're pushing state of the art. I mean, in HP Labs in the instrument division, we're always doing that. We're always having to build new instrumentation to get to the next level. And that's basically what you do. You design a piece of equipment at a certain level, and then you use that piece of equipment to bootstrap you up to the next level, and so on. You know, as when I joined Hewlett Packard, we were dealing with 4-digit multimeters. And by the time I left, we were dealing with 8-digit multimeters. Each generation helped us build the next generation.
Yep.
One thing that I think is not appreciated enough or is not communicated enough is categorical logic. Literally, the thinking up of terms and how to group phenomena under a single term so that they make sense. What I think a lot of people don't realize is how much of primacy of physics owes to the mistakes, the literal wrong associations and wrong identifications of what is relevant and what needs to be called, because we focus on terms such as energy and force, pressure, right? Which were all at some point defined by one scientist as, well, if we think of this set of phenomena as one thing, or this group of measurements, if we distinguish them this way, then all of these things kind of start making sense. And there is kind of an effect in social sciences and cognitive sciences, such as psychology, where those terms are not identified yet. We do not know what the components are, what the variables are. Right? We have a lot of variables, but is it one variable? Is it many variables? Which are elemental? Which are significant? Right? And the quest for those terms, the quest for those classifications, is kind of the thing that enables scientific leaps and bounds. When we Like one really great example of that is geology and tectonic theory, which was thought up by a nobody who came up with this idea, and it stuck because it worked. But at the time, he was literally laughed at and laughed off and accused of thinking up words and thinking up concepts which aren't real, and there's no basis in reality for them, right? Because he was kind of against the current consensus. And another thing is how much we suffer from survival bias, that we praise people for the good ideas they have without realizing how many bad ideas they had to have the good ideas, right? When you look at Newton, who is praised as one of the greatest physicists of all time, who came up with the concepts of forces and mass and their interrelations and the laws of mechanical motion, and right, he was a kook. He was an alchemist, mysticist, who was conjuring spirits and drawing pentagrams and trying to bring up the alchemist stone. The
Philosopher's Stone.
The Philosopher's Stone, and by performing literal rituals, right? And nobody remembers that about him, because that was completely fruitless and irrelevant. He did come up with those terms and mathematical explanations which were useful.
Yep. Nikola Tesla was certifiably insane, but he still came up with a lot of stuff.
Oh, yes, right?
Let's see, who else? One of the guys who came up with the levels of infinity went insane partway through and had to be hospitalized before he came back out.
And ultimately killed himself.
Yeah.
Right? So the whole concept of let's not talk about it because it is not accepted science, that's rubbish. You never know where it's going to come from. And the other thing is how many things we have pruned, how many things proper scientists as well as kooks have gotten wrong, and we have just forgotten about them, right? I at some point I was sincerely trying to come up with a modified theory of gravity that would explain dark matter and dark energy. And I had a model which kind of worked. And then later on, I found that my model was basically very similar to Lesage's model of gravitation, which was 18th century French guy who just had this idea, presented it. It works with the same square of the distance law, and it just didn't work out. It didn't pan out, right? The scientific method, both within the scientific community and without is without the proper word there, outside of the scientific community, is a haphazard attempt of speculating and guessing, and then formulating those guesses into testable hypotheses. What
See,
the
the difference
speculation
there
is completely irrelevant.
The difference there is that you realized that you were wrong and you just dropped it like a ton of bricks.
Yeah.
And that's not present in the flat Earth.
That's not mandatory. There are a lot of scientists who died on the hill of their theory, right?
Yeah,
who
Paul
never.
Dirac, the day he died, was convinced that the aether wasn't truly eliminated, and he proposed quantum theory.
Right.
Dirac brought ether back into the mix a little bit and was trying to find a way to work it into the model, even though he never succeeded.
Yeah. Graham, is it Graham Bell? No, Bell. Damn it, of Bell's inequality. Alexander Bell, right? In 50s, he was still writing about ether being the relativity being kind of something that he wants to get rid of, and that some form of neo-Lorentzian space-time needs to be brought about because it would make things a lot simpler. And some things would make a lot more sense in that system. He admitted that he doesn't know how to do it and he cannot do it, but that he's philosophically convinced that that must be the right answer.
You know, it's something that I noticed. You know, I was asking for your help yesterday about the writing some code for the astronomy thing, and I'd been asked or challenged to try and do this by one of the members of the board of the James Clerk Maxwell Foundation, and all these guys are either retired or semi-retired physicists who are in their 60s or 70s or maybe even 80s. And you know, so we're educated in a time when general relativity still really wasn't. You know, people were still trying to get their heads around it, and it wasn't thoroughly accepted. And they're really quite anti Einstein. These guys, they'd just rather not. Kind of, they're very biased actually.
Yes.
It was quite conspicuous to me.
That's another thing. A scientist is not a scientist when he's not a scientist, right? There are many physicists who are physicists in their fields and are actual contributing member to the body of knowledge of physics, who have completely kooky ideas of what it means, what the interpretation is. I know of one of them who believes that quantum physics, the wave collapse, is kind of a confirmation that there must be an overall intelligence underlying reality on the subfield level, that literally fields cannot exist without a mind manifesting them, right? A physicist, a scientist is not a scientist when he goes out to the store to buy lobsters, right? Then he's just a guy buying lobsters, and even in their field, but also outside of their field, like if you're not writing a paper, if you're not presenting your methodology, if you're not testing if you're not defining your error margins, if you're just talking about your opinions and conclusions, you're not a physicist. You're not an authority. You're an authority in that you are well posed to present a good argument and well informed. But your opinions are. Go ahead. Sorry.
Just contrary to that, my experience of most of these men is that they lived and breathed physics constantly.
they never put it down, even if they were buying lobsters. They'd probably be thinking about some kind of crazy equation they could work out in order to buy lobster.
In the same way that my career as a programmer is kind of lynching me to always have a systemic view on everything, because everything is systems for me, right? Because that's how I solve problems. You create a black box which takes inputs and creates outputs. Whichever problem you have can be solved in that way, and I cannot. And I'm kind of damaged in a way that I cannot think outside of that.
Yeah.
I have to take issue with something that was said here a bit earlier, and I've noticed this has been coming up in several chats. I think Gleam was the one that initiated this, having to do with Dirac and the ether. Is you have to understand that Dirac never really submitted formal papers for peer review on this. His thoughts on that appeared as letters to the editor in Nature.
Yeah.
And so his thoughts were not peer reviewed. And in fact, it was challenged by Infield in response to his letter at Nature. And then Dirac responded about 5 months later after his initial letter to the editor saying, no, an ether has not been proven. I accept that. And in order for his thoughts on or on the ether in regards to the electrodynamics, his new electrodynamics had never been proven and justified, and he admitted to that. And because Infield had showed that some of the variables that he introduced in his theory could be modified, and you could totally throw the ether away. It would not justify the existence or the need for an ether. And Dirac basically concurred with that and said, is before you could accept his dynamics, that you'd have to look at the spin variables in quantum theory of electrons, and in order for there to be a definite answer to the ether question. So I get a little upset. Gleam is always doing this sort of stuff. He doesn't understand the papers that he quotes and links to. He looks at titles and goes, aha, this supports my narrative. And he never looks at the body or the work. And a lot of times, the stuff that he brings out, once you get into the body of the work, you find it totally contradicts what he was trying to contend in the first place.
So, yeah,
And George,
I'm not.
I wasn't attempting to say there was an ether. I was just trying to say Dirac had at one point held this position.
Yes, and so did Lorentz. And Lorentz was like really grateful to Einstein for coming up with special theory of relativity as the ultimate ether-saving theory, right? And in some sense, it is. If you just say that the physical space-time, because under Einstein, space-time gains physicality. It responds, it moves, it curves, it distorts, it wiggles, right? Literal space and time move themselves. So they gain physicality. Well, that is ether, right? So Lorentz.
So far as luminiferty for being a medium by which things.
Yeah. So that depends. Wait, that then depends on your internalization of the term ether.
Okay.
But right.
But ether in the classic sense, as it was used back in the 1800s, and that is a medium in which to have electromagnetic waves propagate, much like sound needs a medium of air because it has longitudinal waves in order to propagate. But when you look at Maxwell's equations, once he put the equations together and did some mathematical manipulations and found the wave equation fell out of the four equations of electrodynamics, it shows you that there is no medium required. I mean, people keep overlooking this. The wave equation that that predicts the propagation of light at the speed of 300 million meters per second doesn't require a medium. That's
George,
in
how
the
familiar
equation.
how familiar are you with the work of Lorentz? Because he built upon Maxwell and cleared up a lot of issues that Maxwell had literally by using ether. Right? The
What are
whole
you saying?
Lorentz transformation things, like Lorentz's model of space, which is the best model for electrodynamics even to this day, is build up out of Maxwell and from Maxwell, and it is an ether-based explanation, right? That's why.
Well, I don't get what you're. I don't get your point here, Barney. Because if you take Maxwell's equations, they remain invariant under the Lorentz transformations and under Einstein's special relativity theory. You can put the transformations into Maxwell's equations, and it's perfectly valid. So I don't quite get the point.
I don't know how to.
Maxwell's equations hold up under the Lorentz transformations.
Yes,
Yes.
You don't need medium for light to travel.
You don't need medium for light to travel. No.
Insofar as
you're trying to get me to defend the position which I haven't taken, right? I'm not saying that there is an ether. I'm saying that the position of whether an ether is a useful category or not has been changing and has been variant from physicist to physicist, and physicists who have used the model have made significant progress in explaining electrodynamics and solving stuff that Maxwell couldn't solve when we talk about Lorentz, right?
No. I
That
disagree
the interpretation.
with that.
What?
I totally
You
disagree with that.
You disagree
what
with
is
which
it
part
that
of it?
Maxwell's equation couldn't solve?
I will have to look up the exact problems and send you a list. I don't know them by heart.
Because
I
I
know
have
that
never ever seen anything in which the equations of electrodynamics of Maxwell's with appropriate boundary conditions does not solve. I mean, we use it in electronics all the time, and in developing new products. You have these four beautiful equations attributed to Heaviside. Heaviside took the 20 equations that Maxwell first formulated the electrodynamics theory, and Heaviside put it in terms of four equations using vector calculus, four beautiful equations, and they work for everything. All you do is change the boundary conditions in which to try to solve the equations. Now, you can't always solve them in closed form, but numerically you can with computer finite
actually,
element analysis and
I know I know one of the problems that there was that Lorentz's transformations solved, and that cannot be solved without Lorentz's transformations and subsequently without special relativity. Have a charged particle next to a wire with current, right? And you will have a force on that charged particle that will make it move. Now have that particle in a reference frame which is moving with the charges within the wire, and there is no more of that force until you bring in Lorentz transformations and space contraction.
But again, I just told you that the equations work with
no,
Lorentz
Maxwell fails there.
transformations.
Maxwell fails there. Maxwell
No, it
cannot.
doesn't. No.
Maxwell cannot solve that problem. You need to be in a special frame of reference for it to work. If you move with the charges in the wire,
Barney,
it doesn't work.
Barney, that's what the whole thing that with the special relativity is all about. I mean, you don't have to be in the lab all the time. That's the whole idea with the transformations of special relativity, which are the Lorentz transformations. Maxwell's equations are invariant under those transformations. They work.
I've just given you an example in which they fail when you change a frame of reference, where where Maxwell's equations on themselves will simply not produce the field. All you have to do is move with the charge. Have your frame of reference track the movement of the charge through the wire, and Maxwell's equations no longer work until you bring in special relativity.
I think you're talking past me. That's exactly what I just said.
You just said that they work without special relativity. That they're
no,
invariant.
I did not say that.
That they're invariant under special relativity.
Barney, I did not say that. I said you can invoke special relativity and the Lorentz transformations. You can put them into Maxwell's equations, and they predict what's going to happen. That's the whole basis of electrodynamics, with special relativity. I mean, you can see what magnetic fields and electric fields are going to do from the perspective of a moving reference frame. You just put the transformations in, Maxwell's equations work fine. This whole idea, like radiation from antenna, retarded potentials, that has to do with moving charges.
And that solution, so before Lorentz solved the special relativity for electromagnetics, Maxwell's equations couldn't explain all of the phenomena. Lorentz solved them.
Well, they couldn't at that time. They didn't
Lorentz,
know about special relativity at the time, but we don't have to modify the equation.
Lorentz solved them. Lorentz solved them and made made Maxwell's formulas relevant and functional in all frames of reference by using an ether model. That's all I'm saying, right? That the fact that we do not commonly accept an idea does not mean that it's a useless idea, and that we now call it pseudoscience and woo is rubbish if you look at fairly recent history of electromagnetics.
Yeah, but I don't get your point, Barney, because the whole idea of Einstein's special relativity, it didn't disprove ether, but it rendered it unnecessary. We don't need an ether. Special relativity has rendered it unnecessary.
It depends on how you interpret it.
No, there's no interpretation on that. It's not needed.
Really? Well, that's precisely the point that I was bringing up, that Lorentz actually wrote a huge thank you letter to Einstein for saving ether, for coming up with special relativity as the theory which makes ether a common accepted reasonable conclusion and explanation. No,
Barney, that's not.
I've read the letter.
No, that's concept. Well, I don't care what was written 100 years ago. The thing is the special relativity theory has rendered ether unnecessary. That's commonly accepted in the electrodynamics.
Yes, and I accept that, right? You keep so I think we keep talking past each other. I agree with you that ether doesn't exist, that it's a non-concept. it is irrelevant to understanding that it is arbitrary. The only neo-Lorentzian model that actually really works is if you take general relativity and take one frame and just say, well, arbitrarily, this is the basic frame of reference. This is the primary frame, the objective frame of reference, and everything else is derived from it. That's the only neo-Lorentzian model that I know that works, right? So yes, I agree with you. Ether is completely arbitrary in that sense. However, saying that therefore ether is a ridiculous concept, which is just loony and woo and useless, and no relevant scientist would consider it, that's not true. That's an overstatement. That's you imposing your understanding on what others people's understanding should be, and that for me is an intellectual error, right? I think
No,
that
I
think that
in
does
anything
not
I've ever
prescribe
done,
that others should think that.
in anything I've ever done in electromagnetics, electrodynamics, I've spent my whole career around it. I have never ever seen anyone in the circles that I've hung with in scientific research centers that we've ever had to consider or even think about an ether.
Okay, I don't know where to take this from here. Fair enough, George. I concede to you, and let's move on to something else. I recognize you as the relevant authority on the issue and accept your judgment on this.
No, I'm just saying, Barney, is, vacuum, the emptiness of space is particularly adequate for the propagation of electromagnetic energy, for radiation.
Yes.
We don't need a medium.
Oh, you do. It's called space-time.
That's not a medium.
How is it not a medium?
Well, define what you mean by medium. I think we've got a problem with definition of terms here.
A substance through which waves propagate.
Sound waves.
A substance.
Yes.
Well, how is space-time a substance that permeates all space?
Space-time is a substance because it has physicality, because it can be acted upon and act upon other things. It can distort, it can move, it can flow, it can, right? It can distort, it has physicality, it has attributes and properties which change in physical interactions. That makes it a substance.
Really? How about electrostatic forces, the electric field? Is that physical?
Yes.
It is.
Yes.
Really?
If it
Force
changes
fields
with
are physical?
I think so. My understanding is that they are. Right? Yeah, I know that a field is most commonly described as just space filled with a bunch of numbers, with a bunch of values that change. That can be either scalars or vectors or tensors that change in respect to some other influence. But yes, that change is an interaction. If something can change the field and the field can change things back, then it has physicality. It interacts. It physically interacts. Otherwise, you cannot have magnetism at a distance. You cannot have, right?
Yeah, we have different ideas of what's physical and not physical.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. Those things where we disagree are not really that relevant to the exploration, even though we disagree about them. When you take, for example, interpretations of quantum physics, there's a whole field of them, right? I know at least 10 different interpretations, both in relation to the measurement problem or the primacy of realism or locality, right? And each of them are unintuitive in some ways and intuitive in some others. But ultimately, when you do quantum physics, which interpretation you personally hold to will inform your thinking process, but will not be that relevant, will not invalidate your findings. Right? If you think that Bohmian mechanics is the right way to calculate things, that will restrict you because it cannot be relativized. But it's in the things where it works, it just works. And if you think that it's the many worlds interpretation, well, right, you will have a violation of realism in either way. No, sorry, in Bohmian mechanics, you will have violation of locality. In many worlds interpretation, you will have a violation of realism. And you move on, you do the math. And calculate,
now, this
right?
is a problem this is where we part ways, is I never really get into philosophy and philosophical interpretations. I tend to be more pragmatic. I'm an engineer first, mathematician second. And the thing is, really down at a fundamental level, we really don't know anything. I mean, that this whole idea about gravity not being a force, these arguments or whatever that's been going on is, I hear people accepting the fact that, you can rub a balloon, you can feel the force of the electric field on your hair, on your face, on your facial hairs, and they accept that as being a real force, but gravity not. But when you come right down to it, we don't know what charge is. Just not any more than we know what really matter is. We don't know the fundamental nature of charge or magnetism.
Or of any of the forces for that matter. But we have these really cool things called bosons that kind of explain most of the forces. And it works. Mathematically, it works. It explains reality. It explains the phenomena that we see, but it still doesn't tell us what the phenomena is.
Oh, like the whole thing with quarks, electrons is made up of quarks, but we've never really.
Wait.
You can't isolate them.
You misspoke. I need to be a grammar Nazi and correct you. Electrons are not made out of quarks. Protons and neutrons are made out of quarks. Electrons are their own fermion.
Yeah, fermion. Well, what am I thinking here? The
protons are made out of quarks. Electrons are not.
What? Let's see. What's the 1/3 and the 2/3 charge?
Quarks.
Yes, and that's what defines whether you have an electron or a proton or a neutron.
No, electrons are their own thing that have a charge of 1.
No,
yes.
No, I think you're wrong on that.
Oh,
I'll have to check on that.
Check on that. No. So that's like the standard model of particle physics. You have 12 basic fermions. One group are the 3 neutrinos, right? The electron neutrino, the muon neutrino, and the tau neutrino. You have the leptons, leptons are electrons and neutrinos. You have the electrons, the electron and the muon and the tau, and you have the quarks, up, down, strange, charm, truth, and beauty, or top and bottom. Right? And quarks compose hadrons, which are three quark particles, such as the proton and the neutron and the omega, or two quark, or rather quark and anti-quark pairs, which are pions and stuff like that.
Although it pains me to do so, I have to say, unfortunately, George Barney is correct on this one.
couldn't join in from anything else that you were talking about, but yeah.
I know my standard model of particle physics. Come on.
I didn't have any doubt, Varney, honestly.
Okay.
It's not a big issue. It's just like, okay, well, one term messed up, but electrons are elementary particles and quarks are elementary particles. Hadrons, such as protons, are not elementary particles. They're composed of quarks and gluons.
How close are we to these quantum computers, or have they actually made one now?
There was just like literally 2 or 3 days ago, Google accidentally published a paper on NASA's website that quantum supremacy has been reached.
Oops.
Quantum supremacy meaning that they have a stable computer with enough qubits that it can perform a quantum calculation better than a simulation of it.
Oh,
that
cool.
is to say that a quantum, but they retracted the paper. Well, they didn't retract the paper. They pulled the paper back and have been quiet about it ever since.
Classic, yeah.
Oops.
Oops.
Yeah. So currently, and they, as far as I know, they haven't come out with any official announcement or explanation of what happened. So what I'm kind of guessing, conjecturing that somebody is writing up a paper and kind of wanted to share it amongst friends for pre-peer review or as a suggestion or something like that, and it leaked out.
Sorry, guys. Can I ask a question from the chat? And it's
Go
for
ahead.
George. Can you talk about frames of reference and the difference between different frames and how an observer relates to them or it?
I suppose so. I was just doing some reading. I stand corrected. You're right, Barney. I guess I was thinking of protons and quarks, but electrons are fundamental and elementary, as are quarks. There are no constituents that make up electrons.
Yay! What's that
what
mean?
about frames of reference?
The more you know.
Well, I'm not real big on particle physics. I deal more at a macroscopic level.
I know.
So I'm kind of a fish out of water on there, so it's easy to get me on that one. What about frames of reference?
Oh, go ahead.
Right. So the question was, can you talk about frames of reference and the difference between different frames and how an observer relates to it or them?
Well, that's hard to do without diagrams, but I'll try in words. I mean, it's really hard. Oh, the thing you have to keep in mind, and this is where the guys on Oakley's channel get all buggered up, and I'm sure Barney will probably agree with me on this. We can probably have a back and forth, Barney and I, on this. But in short, a reference frame is where you place an observer. You don't move in and out of reference frames. A reference frame doesn't have to be attached to anything physical. It's just where you care to place an observer.
Yeah.
So
if you
go ahead.
If you choose any kind of a metric, any kind of a way of measuring dimensions, you need to decide what your zero position is, what your zero coordinate is, what the origin of that system is, and you need to decide what the shape of it is and how it behaves. And arbitrarily, you can create any metric. Your lines don't have to be straight. Your angles don't have to be at 90 degrees. You can have as many or as few dimensions as you want, and the origin can be anywhere, and it can move, rotate, accelerate, jump around, and write out things in the air. Any
Literally.
of those, is a frame of reference. Any of those is a frame of reference.
I think you're going way over their heads there, Barney. I think we need to dial it back.
Now, some of those are utterly useless. Most of those are utterly useless, so we don't consider them.
Just think of it as a coordinate system. That's all it is.
Yeah. And if you measure your things in radians and radii, then you have a radial coordinate system, such as Earth, right? Two sets of angles plus distance plus an altitude. You have a radial coordinate system, and things measured in a radial coordinate system will show different numbers than if you measure them in a Cartesian, where everything is straight and square.
Yeah. Here, let me read a reply I gave to someone basically asking that question. Is this whole thing about reference frames in the Oakley sense is where we talk about something being in a frame of reference. Well, the thing is any object is in all reference frames simultaneously. Things don't move in and out of reference frames, or they aren't in one reference frame and not in another.
Exactly.
You can have any number of reference frames. You can have an infinite number of reference frames. It's just where you place your observers with a coordinate system to describe the motion or position of particles or of objects, like a ball being thrown or a bullet being shot. So a bullet traveling, for example, through the atmosphere, and suppose, okay, let's talk about the Earth turning, with the atmosphere basically turning with the Earth in lockstep. A bullet travels through the atmosphere, and a rotating non-inertial reference frame is attached to it at the same time simultaneously to the Earth, to the spinning Earth. That's a non-inertial reference frame. What we mean by non-inertial are reference frames that can have acceleration. An inertial reference frame, accelerations are not allowed. An inertial reference frame is a frame that's just moving in a straight line at a constant velocity. It just has no acceleration. That we call that inertial. And reference frames where you allow accelerations, like due to rotation or a change in speed, these are called non-inertial reference frames. All right, now, just because an object like a bullet is traveling within some reference frame does not force that object to be attached to that frame, or that frame to be attached to the object. Objects are not attached to frames of reference. Frames of reference are attached to objects or imaginary points in space. A reference frame is a coordinate system attached to an observer placed anywhere in space. That place can be a fixed or a moving object, or just some imaginary point that may have a fixed location or might be moving. Also, an object like a bullet can be traveling within any number of reference frames simultaneously. This does not force that object be attached to any of those frames, or those frames to be attached to the object. Objects are not attached to frames of reference. Frames of reference are attached to objects and imaginary points in space, as I said. A reference frame is a coordinate system attached to an observer placed anywhere in space. That space can be fixed or moving. Okay. Objects don't move in and out of reference frame. All objects, fixed or moving, are in all frames of reference simultaneously. Objects do not move in and out of reference frames like you hear on the Oakley channel.
Oakley show. Yeah.
You need to lose that thought.
So,
this is what's screwing up a lot of people and messing with your mind, thinking that things are moving in and out of reference frames. For example, say you're standing on a roundabout and you're holding a ball and you're about ready to throw this ball. This roundabout is spinning. You're spinning. You're attached to the roundabout. You're fixed to the roundabout, and so is a ball. You and the ball and the surface of the roundabout are all moving at the same speed. Now, you attach a frame of reference to the roundabout. You can attach a frame of reference to you and to the ball. Now, before you release that ball, all three of those reference frames are moving in lockstep. They've essentially collapsed to one reference frame, if you will. But you can still have three reference frames, one to the roundabout, one to you, one to the ball. But before you throw the ball, you're all connected together and moving together as a non-inertial frame. You throw the ball, what happens? The ball's reference frame has now detached itself from the roundabout reference frame and you. So now that ball is moving out in a straight line in its reference frame, which is now in an inertial reference frame. It's moving in a straight line away from the roundabout. It has detached itself. Its reference frame
can I
has
just
now
correct
detached.
something there? In its own frame of reference, the ball is never moving. If it is its frame of reference, it is always at the origin. So when you throw the ball in its frame of reference, you have accelerated away from her, from the ball, not her, from it, right?
Yes, that's what I was saying, is that the ball's reference frame is moving in a straight line. It has detached itself from the reference frame of the roundabout. Now, relative to that, the ball is fixed with respect to its reference frame. Yeah, so in its reference frame, it's not moving, it's fixed, but that frame can be described in terms of a coordinate system or transformation between the roundabout reference frame and the ball's reference frame. But the important thing is to think is that the ball has not moved out of the reference frame of the roundabout into some new reference frames. Things don't move in and out of reference frames. It's just that the ball's reference frame has detached itself from the reference frame of the roundabout. It's not moving that in and out. The ball is in the roundabout's reference frame, and it's also in its own reference frame, and it's in a reference frame to someone in a train that's moving along the tracks, or someone that has another reference frame in an automobile moving down the hallway, roadway. The ball is in everybody's reference frame simultaneously. It doesn't move in and out of reference frames.
Yep. And all of those reference frames share the same physicality. It is not that there is one thing happening in one reference frame and another thing happening in another reference frame, like a completely different thing. All of them share the same physicality, the same basic events. Every collision will be the same in every reference frame, and every energy of a collision will be the same in every reference frame. All of the interactions will be the same in every reference frame, right? What is the difference? What is the difference is how they will be measured. Because if you're measuring positions in a fixed reference frame and in a rotating frame of reference, what will look stationary in a rotating frame of reference will be moving in a fixed frame of reference, right? In an inertial frame of reference. And therefore you can measure a different force in one or the other based on how much those position numbers change. Because if you just consider that velocity, speed, is direction relative to a position. If a position is just a number in a coordinate system, which is itself moving and rotating, then you can have a thing which is standing still in your frame of reference, in the rotating frame of reference, which is actually moving in an inertial. And speed is just a derivative of that, and the acceleration is just a derivative of the speed, and the force is just an amount of an acceleration proportional to mass, and acceleration inversely proportional to the mass, right? So you will have forces which will show up in non-inertial frames of reference, basically by how you measure distances and positions. And those are the fictional forces. Those are the Coriolis forces, the Otwas forces, the centrifugal force, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
In general, fictitious forces like Coriolis or centrifugal forces is when you go through the equations, vector equations, to describe an acceleration when you have non-inertial reference frames, what you end up with are a lot of terms in your acceleration expression, and some of the terms can be attributed to a second derivative in time, and those terms that cannot be attributed to a second derivative in time, we call those fictitious forces, and that's how the Coriolis force arises. It's a cross product between a angular velocity and a linear velocity. It has nothing to do with a second derivative in time, which is a traditional type of acceleration like F equals ma sort of thing. Now, yeah, Carl is asking something here. He wants to expand a bit of reference frame and time. Can we have different observers seeing different things? Let's see, that went out of screen. Can we have different observers seeing an event in different sequences and different turns? Yes, we can. Now you're getting into special relativity. And the whole problem that buggers people up with special relativity is the definition of simultaneity, is that simultaneous events in one reference frame, in one inertial frame, can be different than simultaneous events in another. And that's where you end up things like with length contraction and time dilation, is because observers moving close to the speed of light see simultaneous events differently. And that's what ends up buggering people up.
There is a thought experiment with the train and the tunnel, right? So there are three quantities which change in special and general relativity that we otherwise consider absolute or near absolute from our everyday experience. The duration of time, the distance in space, and the simultaneity of events, of which events happened, like really physically happened at the same moment. And the thought experiment is something like this. If you have an observer on a train and an observer next to the train watching it pass, the observer on a train will experience the world around it moving in the opposite direction. And since it is moving, it'll be undergoing space contraction in the direction of motion. And to the observer outside of the train, they will see the train moving in the direction of its motion. And since it is moving, it will be space contracted in the direction of its motion. Now imagine that train going through a tunnel. And the train is exactly as long as the tunnel, and you have two infinitely fast guillotines at both ends. As the train passes through the tunnel, you flip the switch, and just at the moment when the train is aligned with the tunnel, the guillotines fall down and go up. Now, the person looking outside of the train will see the train contracted, so it will fit neatly inside the tunnel entirely, and when the guillotines fall, they will miss the train. But the person who is inside the train will see the world contracted in the direction of motion, and when the guillotines go down, the tunnel will be shorter than the train. So if simultaneity weren't violated, it would literally, in that world, chop off the ends of the train. Now, the resolution is that to the person within the train, they will not see the two guillotines fall down simultaneously. They will see the front one fall first in front of the tip of the train, then go up. And when the train moves along that the end of the train enters the tunnel, the back one will drop and miss the train. The physicality is the same. The length, time, and simultaneity are all violated for those observers. And what has been shown is that this really does happen at relativistic speeds. Like, and when not even near the speed of light, when you get to 10% of the speed of light, you already have significant relativistic effects, which is why our satellites actually need to account for time dilation.
Yeah. Yeah, and the key point here to remember in the audience, in anything to do with relativity, it all comes down to simultaneity and how we view simultaneous events. And the reason why that isn't a problem in our everyday world is because we are moving so slow compared to the speed of light that light arriving from, say, two ends of this train is for all practical purposes simultaneous. But when you're traveling at an appreciable portion of the speed of light, like a tenth of the speed of light or faster, then you have to ask yourself, how do we receive information? We receive information by light that we receive in our eyes and how we perceive things. And when objects are moving at about the same speed as light is traveling to us, then there's delays in light that's being emitted, say, from the front of the train versus that from the rear of the train. Those light rays do not reach our eyes simultaneously anymore because the train is moving so fast that there can be a lag between the light that's received in our eyes from the different ends of the train. So our whole concept of simultaneity gets thrown out the window. There are no simultaneous events that are absolute to all observers in all reference frames. That's what ends up generating a lot of these paradoxes and things that, or seeming paradoxes that occur in special relativity. Yeah, the twin experiment is, now keep in mind, you have to parse out the difference between special relativity and general relativity. In special relativity, there can be no accelerations. You have inertial reference frames. So the twin paradox is, because of the relative nature and the symmetry that takes place in special relativity, if you have two rocket ships, one is moving east to west, one is going west to east, and they're passing each other near the speed of light, the person in rocket ship A looks at the person in rocket ship B and sees his time slowing down, and the person in rocket ship B looks at the person in rocket ship A, and because of the symmetry, also sees his time slowing down. So each observer, A and B, sees the other one's time slowing down. And you say, well, how can that be? There's a paradox here. How can both people have their time slowed down with respect to the other one? And it's a very real thing in special relativity. So in order to find out whose time is really been slowed down, you have to bring them back together. And when you do that, you exit special relativity, because the spaceships are passing one another. In order to get them back together, they have to deaccelerate, turn around, reaccelerate, and come back together. And now you're in general relativity. the instant you start slowing down, deaccelerating, and then reaccelerating back to come back together, now you're in the realm of general relativity, and time truly slows down in general relativity, because accelerated fields behave, or accelerated frames behave just like gravitational fields. And so, to answer your question, if you have these two twins that are passing one another in these rocket ships, one is going to have to slow down and reaccelerate to get back to the other one. So his time will be the one that actually slows down, because he had to put himself in an accelerated frame of reference for a time which slows his time down.
And the one part of the resolution, the thing that made it kind of palatable to me is that realization of the necessity for the violation of simultaneity, right? If you imagine one person staying on Earth and the other going away in a rocket, in their relative frames, they will both see each other's clock slow down. When that person is moving away from you at a speed, their simultaneity is tilted. They are kind of the things that are simultaneous for them with them in respect to you is somewhat in the past, in their frame of reference. When you slow down, stop, and turn around, the tilt of that simultaneity shifts. And the things which in that process of slowing down and speeding up, the simultaneity moves from being slightly in their past to slightly in their future. And when you re-engage them, when you connect with them, you are connecting them with more time passing for them than for you. Basically, the whole discontinuity happens with the shifting of simultaneity as you accelerate and decelerate. And there is kind of a really weird effect this has in math, that if you're looking at a far enough object, like if you imagine the universe as it is right now for you, right? Every star in the universe, every cloud, every particle has their reality right now, as right now is for you in the universe, right? So if you pick out a star that has its right now there, and you start walking towards it, as you accelerate towards it, millions of years will pass on that star during your acceleration towards it. And then when you decelerate and slow down, the time on that star will roll back to become simultaneous to you in your static position. It's just a function of time and space. If the distance in space is large enough, the simultaneity violations become huge, and you literally have time travel in that sense. However, it is not effective because nothing travels faster than the speed of light. So you cannot gain the information of right now on that star. And when you're moving towards it, even though its simultaneity goes millions of years into the future, you cannot gain that information right now. You can only gain it at the speed of light. I hope that was at least somewhat clear. It's much easier when you can draw out diagrams.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, I hate getting into special relativity discussions with people that haven't, just want to hear, some short sound bites or whatever. You just can't do it. But the thing is, it's a very real effect. That's the bottom line. Time slows down, energy increases, and length contracts. in the direction of motion.
Carl Christopherson continues his questions saying, one is staying on Earth and the other twin goes in a rocket ship. That twin has slowed down an acceleration and experienced two different reference frames. And that's what's different. No, he didn't experience two different frames of reference. He has only experienced his frame of reference, right? If you measure it from the frame of reference on Earth, that ship has gained speed, and his clock slowed down, and his space contracted in the direction of motion, and its simultaneity plane tipped towards the future, right? So you see him going away. He sees you moving away, but he's not the one. He sees you going away, but you're not the one accelerating. You do not experience the force of acceleration. You do not gain additional G's as he is moving away from you. So, but he still sees your clock slow down and your space get contracted and your simultaneity gets tilted towards the past. However,
I've got a
when
suggestion.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
When he turns at the maximum distance, when he starts slowing down and turning around to come back, his frame of reference will mutate. He will still have a sense of continuity. He will never leave a frame of reference and enter into a new one. His frame of reference will go through curvature, right? It will change with his acceleration, while yours will not. So that's why he is the one who will end up being older when he comes back. There will also be, sorry, not older, younger when he comes back. There is also a difference in measurement of time, that when you're traveling near the speed of light, let's say you're traveling 10,000 light years, so it takes light 10,000 years to reach that time. If you're traveling at 99.9999999 the speed of light, you will not experience the 10,000 light years. You will get there in a day from your frame of reference. If you're moving at the speed of light, you will experience no passage of time whatsoever. If you could travel at the speed of light, it doesn't matter if you're traveling a light second or 10 million light years, or you're traveling to the edge of the observable universe. For you, that travel time will be instantaneous. Because that's how Lorentz transformations work.
Carl, I forgot all about this and it just popped into mind. There's a really good series of videos on many topics out there called Minute Physics. I just looked up. They have a whole bunch of chapters on special relativity, and the videos I think are excellent. And I'm posting you one of them here in the chat. This is chapter 3 on simultaneity, and the one that follows that is time dilation and length contraction. So I recommend you go to this Minute Physics site and look at all the videos they have there and start with chapter 1 on relativity, and I think you'll get a much better feel for what's going on.
Yeah, the time-space diagram is the way to understand special relativity and to some degree general relativity, and they do a great job of explaining it. And that's one of the simplest ways to gain an intuition about it without doing the maths. Like if you just want to be able to figure out what's going to happen without actually doing the math, just try to find out how to solve space-time diagram and how to do Lorentz transformations, and it's really not that hard. It's
Yeah, well, with a diagram and seeing how world lines tilt and stuff as your speed approaches the speed of light gives you a better feel for what's really going on, and how when accelerations and decelerations occur, how it shifts your time, and I think you'll get a much better feel for what's going on if you watch these minute physics series, Carl. I mean, it's not an easy subject. Relativity, when you start getting upwards of the speed of light, gets very non-intuitive, and don't feel bad if you get confused.
Oh, and when you get into black holes and space-like dimensions and time-like dimensions inverting, where space will become time-like and time, well, that's a complete mindfuck. That's just the quickest way to go insane.
Yeah.
George, thank you
You
very
know,
much for the
relativity is one.
Thank you very much for
Relativity
the
is just one of
conversation.
those.
Sorry, George.
Go ahead.
I'm leaving, and I just wanted to thank you for the conversation, and thanks, Chris, for asking
Oh, it's always
questions.
fun. I enjoy
Carl,
speaking to someone that you know isn't indoctrinated to nonsense.
Barney, I just sent you an email about the crab pulsar thing. If you can make if you can make any sense of it.
Okay, I'll take a look at
that
it.
would be good.
I'm going to sign off now and look at it tomorrow, probably.
Yeah, no worries.
Good night, guys.
Cheers. Bye bye.
Yeah, take care, Barney.
See you, Barney.
Yeah, there's three subjects that tend to be non-intuitive that always end up being sources of endless arguments. That's one having to do with special relativity and the twin paradox and simultaneity. The other one is gyroscopes, and the other one is Coriolis. So those are very non-intuitive subjects.
That's a fact.
Even a lot of engineers and physicists get it wrong.
Yeah.
Those.
I have noticed that. I put out a video the other day, George, on airplanes and Coriolis.
Oh, okay. You finally got that done. All right.
Yeah. You have a look at it. It explains why Coriolis certainly does affect an airplane, but the effect is so slight, we ignore it. I couldn't correct for it if I wanted to.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. In all the Coriolis deflections, in any scenario, they're very slight. And these flat earthers and the idiots on Nathan's channel, where they go wrong is they forget that when you throw something or shoot something, that it leaves the Earth with the same tangential velocity that the Earth has, and they forget to include that. I saw a video. There was this gal by the name of Paige that's always in ranties and that, and she and Glowbusters posted me a link to a video of some guys that shot a bullet straight up, and it landed nearby, and they said, "Well, this disproves Coriolis." I said, "No, it actually proves it. It landed exactly where what is predicted by Coriolis." They said, "Oh no, it should have landed. It was in flight for 90 seconds. It should have landed 22 miles away." I said, "Oh, just because the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, is the minute the bullet leaves the muzzle of the gun, it has the same tangential velocity as the Earth at 1,000 miles an hour. And all that changes is as the bullet rises, it doesn't have near the speed it should to remain in synchronity with the turning Earth. So it lags a little bit behind. And then when it comes back down, it's going to land in a little different spot than where it was shot from. But it's not going to be a huge difference. Like if that bullet goes up for 90 seconds and say reaches 3,000 meters, about 10,000 feet, it's going to land about a few hundred feet away from where it was shot, not 22 miles, because it left that gun barrel with the same tangential velocity that the gun barrel has at the time that the bullet left. And they forget to take that into account. It's a velocity difference between when the bullet left the muzzle to when it reached its maximum height and then came back down.
Yep. Well, many people have never sat down, never taken the time to try to understand what the atmosphere actually is doing, and they have this idea that if they go up in altitude, there's going to be some enormous speed increase in the atmosphere. And the fact is, when you do the numbers, if you go from sea level to 30,000 feet, the difference in your speed increases at the equator by about 1.5 miles an hour. That's all. It is tiny.
Yeah, I figured it out once. I think it was going up to the Kármán line at 62 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Is the speed difference between the surface of the Earth and being up at 62 miles at the Kármán line is only about 7 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's tiny.
Do people think that
Yeah.
that shooting a bullet straight up should increase in velocity because the air gets thinner? Is that what you?
No,
that's
it's
your
the well, I don't know.
Or you're talking about level flight?
The problem with the problem with all of these things, like firing bullets, for example, is that when we talk about things like Coriolis effects, they are so tiny compared with the other effects that the bullet is going to get applied to it that that it's not worth bothering about. Like I say, when I target shoot at 1,000 yards, the Coriolis effect is going to move the bullet maybe a few inches. The wind could be pushing the bullet 200, and the variation in the wind from the mean wind is maybe adding plus or minus 50 inches. I'm not going to worry about an inch. I'm not even going to worry about a 10-inch fixed variation from Coriolis. It doesn't matter to me. The other effects are far too big in comparison.
Was it in your video, Blue? It was you used the comparison of a 20 mile an hour crosswind and having to correct for that, and the correction for Coriolis was like banking like half of a degree or a smaller fraction.
No, it's like 0.05 of a degree, 0.04 of a degree.
All right.
a bank angle so slight that I couldn't possibly do it.
Yeah. Can I interrupt here just real quick? Carl in the chat, if you're interested in quantum mechanics, I'm posting a link for you. There's Yale, YALE, Yale University, open courses, and there's a Professor Shankar who is an excellent lecturer, and I recommend going there. This is lecture 19, the start of quantum mechanics, and you can start going through the sequence. But this man is very engaging and a wonderful lecturer on quantum mechanics. So that's a good place to get some information. Sorry, guys, go ahead.
Oh, that's the bottom. That was the bottom line to it. It's not that the Coriolis doesn't affect the airplane; it's that the effect is so slight. We're correcting for it. We don't even realize we're doing it.
But for the most part, there's very little Coriolis that you need to correct for because you have such a large aerodynamic profile in an airplane that the atmosphere pushes it along.
Yeah, that's the other problem. The atmosphere pushes it along, and part of the atmosphere is all the wind that occurs inside the atmosphere. And so that wind effect is several orders of magnitude, maybe 3 times more significant to us than the Coriolis force would be. That airplane is definitely going to be affected by a 20-knot crosswind.
Yeah, what they seem to forget on these independent moving air masses within the atmosphere, you can think of it being like a river.
Yeah.
Is for the most part, most of the mass of the river all flows in the same direction, but you can have little eddy currents flowing around in there that are going independent swirls within the main body. The whole thing is moving, but you can have these little independent movements within the river, and the same thing with the atmosphere. We call these winds or hurricanes or whatever, but for the most part, the whole mass of the atmosphere is moving along with the surface of the earth at the same rotational velocity.
Yep. And in an airplane, we correct for those winds the same way you correct if you're trying to paddle a boat across a creek that's got rapid running water in it. You can't aim at the spot you want to hit. If you do, you'll end up downstream. You got to aim at a spot upstream. Everybody knows that. They relate to that. But exactly the same thing happens when you're flying an airplane. If I've got a crosswind off my starboard side, I'm going to have to turn the airplane a little bit that direction to account for that. And if I do it right, I'll track the course that I want to be on.
Yeah, I mean we get the same in target shooting. You have to aim upwind for the to allow the bullet to drop to where you want it to be.
That's right.
And that is usually the big trick in doing well.
But the silliest argument that the flat Earth guys were coming up with is this concept of a hovering helicopter, and somehow or the other, Corey, it's not fucking moving. It is stationary, and it's remaining essentially in the same reference frame as the atmosphere and the Earth is.
I try to use the concept of a kite. A kite has a large aerodynamic profile, large surface area compared to its weight. It's going to move along with the atmosphere. And the same thing with a helicopter is the atmosphere is moving along. But it's not only that. See, the point that they're missing, I tried to bring this out in Ranty's Hangout Ranty's show a few weeks ago, this whole concept of the conservation of momentum. You're standing on the Earth, you're moving along with the surface of the Earth, you're rotating. Let's say you're at the equator, you're moving 1,035 miles an hour west to east. You're standing on the Earth. The instant you jump up, you don't lose that momentum. You have the same momentum the instant in time you detach yourself from the Earth as you had standing on the Earth. So you have this linear velocity moving west to east. You don't lose that. The instant you jump up, all of a sudden, you don't lose that momentum or that velocity. So you're moving along with the atmosphere because you have that momentum, the same as you had standing on the Earth. So it's not surprising that the Earth isn't going to be turning underneath you because you have the same linear velocity as the surface of the Earth the instant you jump up.
Well, they just have a difficult time coming to grips with the idea that the atmosphere is actually spinning along pretty much in lockstep with the Earth. That bothers them terribly for some reason. And for the life of me, I can't understand why. I mean, tell me what it is that would stop it from doing that. What force would be resisting it? There is none.
I think it might have something to do with the additional, the belief that there is no rotation, and they can't. I don't know. That they start off with a quite an extreme bias in more than one way.
The concept that you use, the way you explain this is say you're in the back end of a truck that's going down the highway, and well, let's say you're in in a bus, a big tall bus, so that you don't have the wind blowing by you. You're enclosed. You're moving down the highway at 80 miles an hour, and you're standing inside this truck. Well, when you jump up, the truck doesn't move out from underneath you because you have the same momentum, the same velocity the instant you left the floor of that truck as you had when you were standing on the truck. So you move along with the truck. The same thing on the Earth.
I've actually got a
it's no different. You have
there's.
Let's see. Here we go. Look at these guys.
There you go. Well, there's nothing resisting you. There's nothing slowing you down. I mean, it's conservation of momentum. There would have to be another force acting on you to cause you to go on to not retain the momentum you had when you left that trampoline. That guy there jumping on that thing.
Yeah, the one time he gets to have potentially a problem is when he gets up above the barge boards at either end that are protecting him from the wind.
That could have gone badly wrong.
Yeah, now he's introducing some wind resistance, and I guarantee there's some wind blowing on him, even though he's shielded there. But it's not a lot. So
yeah, at most they're moving 15 miles an hour. So I mean, it's a decent illustration. Keeps the wind relatively low.
But
this is the point that they keep missing. That I kept trying to pound into their heads on Ranty's show is the fact that you have conservation of momentum. That the velocity that you have the instant before you left the Earth or detached yourself from the Earth when you jump up is going to be the same velocity you have the instant you've detached from the Earth. Nothing changes. Mother Nature does not like abrupt changes. Everything is a continuous flow. Your velocity isn't all of a sudden going to abruptly change because you just happen to leave the Earth.
I think they get it in their heads that somehow or the other the Earth formed and then the atmosphere formed separately from it, stationary, and somehow or the other it started to rotate, and now it just keeps doing that, which is just foolishness. There's never been a time when the atmosphere wasn't rotating with the Earth, ever. Let's think back to the earliest times. Let's think back to a point in time. Let's say there was a point in time where the Earth was sitting here and it had absolutely no atmosphere associated with it, none. Even though it's spinning around, there's no atmosphere there. What's there? A vacuum. The vacuum of space is there. Now let's say one gas molecule emerges from a rock in my backyard, and it decides to float up a bit. What would stop it? What would cause it to slow down? There's nothing. There's no resistance. There's nothing resisting it. It just continues to rotate, just like it was.
Yeah, well, what I was going to talk about on my last summary for Coriolis on Ranty show that never happened is there's a lot of friction on the atmosphere at the surface of the Earth.
Oh, absolutely.
If you put it in proportion, most of the atmosphere, over 95% of the atmosphere, exists within the first 20 miles above the surface of the Earth. Now, we have several mountains that go up. Colorado has 52 mountains that are 14,000 feet or higher. And you've got throughout the world, the Andes, the Alps, and all these mountains that the tallest mountains up Everest at about, around 37,000 feet, is say within 5 miles. So anywhere from 1/5 to 1/4 of the thickness of the Earth's atmosphere is this roughness on the Earth. It's like paddles. These mountains are like paddles that are pushing the atmosphere along, creating this friction. And it's no wonder after, thousands and millions of years that the Earth's atmosphere would not be in lockstep with the surface of the Earth. I think it's more incredulous to think why the atmosphere wouldn't be rotating than to think that it would be rotating. I mean, the natural state, I just find it more unbelievable for the Earth's atmosphere to be stationary with respect to the surface than it would be for moving. I mean, it's just logical that the Earth's atmosphere would be moving along with the surface of the Earth because of all this friction that's occurring, the mountains and the roughness of the surface of the Earth pushing the air along.
Yeah, but there wouldn't be even without all of that, George. There's nothing above the atmosphere to act to oppose that rotation. There's
Yeah,
no
it's
way
frictionless. Yeah,
yeah,
the
everything.
upper bound of the atmosphere is frictionless.
Yeah, so there's nothing opposing it. What could slow it down? In fact, and this is a fact that's rather amazing, and nobody really understands it. At about 200 miles, the atmosphere, what little bit of atmosphere there is, 200 miles up, is actually rotating faster than the Earth is.
Yeah, that actually came up in a Nathan panel, and they got the difference in speed so incredibly wrong it wasn't funny. They were under the impression that you would change difference of speed 200 miles over 1,000 feet or some nonsense.
Yeah, but that is
small. I mean, the speed with which things have to go is just omega r, where omega is the angular velocity of the Earth. The angular velocity of the Earth is 72.92 times 10 to the minus 6 radians per second. So you take that times the distance from the center of the Earth out to the point that you want to find this tangential velocity. Well, when you're on the surface, your r is what? 6,371 kilometers. Well, if you go up, 20 kilometers, which is about, about 12 miles, right? 2.6, about 12 miles. You've only increased out of 6,371 kilometers, you've only increased your radial vector by the by 20 some kilometers. So rather than 6,371, you're looking at 6,391 at 20 kilometers up. Well, what's the difference in speed? Well, the difference in speed is just omega r difference, which is the 20 kilometers times omega. Let's see what the heck that would be. If it's 72.92 10 to the minus third, and I've got 22 kilometers, we're looking at a difference of 1.6 meters per second from the surface of the Earth to being 20 kilometers up. That's the velocity difference. It's a little over 1.5 kilometers a second.
Yeah, and that tells you how wrong Nathan's crew was. They calculated it to be hundreds of miles.
Not kilometers a second, but I mean meters a second, 1.5 meters a second.
Yeah, it's about 5 kilometers
difference.
an hour or something like that.
Yeah, they had that calculated at 1,000 feet to be something like 100 it's 100 kilometers per hour difference for somehow. I don't know how they managed to do that.
Yep.
Well, they probably didn't subtract. They probably didn't look at the difference. They just looked at what the absolute velocity is, and this is the same mistake they make with Coriolis. They don't look at velocity differences. They just look at what the base velocity is, rather than what the differences are. It's the difference that's important, not what the absolute velocity is.
That's probably what they did.
Yeah, I mean, that's nothing. When you look at going up 20 kilometers, at a speed difference of 1.5 meters per second, you can scrub that off very easily during your flight time.
You never know it's happening. You will not know it.
Yeah, over the course of rising that high, which I'm not sure you could do in a helicopter because they're not pressurized, you would it wouldn't do anything.
Well, there's no helicopter that I'm aware of that will hover at an altitude above maybe 12,000 feet, period. You cannot hover a helicopter like that. You got to have some flying speed to go along with it. It just will not work. You can land them and take them off higher than that because you're in ground effect when you do it. But as far as just hovering goes, you may as well just say 12,000 feet's it. You can't go any higher and hold it. Even if you could, I mean, you got a reference to something or the other. You ever watched a guy try to hover a helicopter?
Nope, I've not.
That takes both hands, both feet, and they all got to be moving in different directions all the time.
That sounds awful.
It is incredible. It is incredibly difficult to hover a helicopter. Nathan thinks it's like these damn drones. He thinks there's a button in there and you push it and it goes up, and there's another button and you push it and it goes like an elevator. It doesn't work that way.
I can't imagine why he thinks it would work that way in any way. That's a large machine versus a very, very small machine.
Yep.
Well, the difference that you have with these sophisticated drones is, of course, you have feedback control systems where it will maintain through feedback control.
Yep.
Whereas with your helicopters, you don't have these feedback control systems because you're depending more on the pilot.
Yeah, they have autopilots, George, for helicopters that'll maintain hover and stuff pretty good.
Sure, I'm sure they would.
You know, but in general, yeah, there has to be some active loop control, whether that's the pilot looking, using his eyes and his muscles to move the controls around, or a piece of electronics in there. It left to its own devices, the helicopter will quickly decide to turn itself into a smoking hole in the ground. It will not just sit there hovering all by itself.
Right. Well, I think what they forget too is that the helicopter, the rotors that spin on top, those aren't screws like a prop that digs into the air to pull it up. Those are rotating wings, and you don't have near the lift that you can with an airplane that's moving forward at 500 miles an hour. You know.
Oddly enough, there is a Coriolis force effect on a helicopter, but it's a Coriolis force affecting the main rotor. It'll do some funny things.
Yeah, it's not due to the Earth. It's not the Coriolis effect due to the Earth. It's just from its own spinning rotor.
Right. It's its own spinning rotor doing it. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. And that's quite small compared to the Earth.
Oh, yeah.
So for them to think that the Earth hasn't got one, there's a bit. And another thing with the drones, a completely different way of working because they haven't got a rotor on their rotor.
You know what I'd like to do? I was just thinking about this, is with Nathan and his panel and crew, I'd like to demonstrate to them that there really is Coriolis with high-speed bullets. And the way we would do this is I'd have them, say we take a 50 caliber sniper rifle, and we have them stand a mile away, and if the Earth isn't spinning, I should be able to lead them by a certain amount and totally miss them.
Can I volunteer?
But
I
if
wouldn't
the
miss
Earth
it.
is spinning, that bullet, if the Earth is spinning, then that bullet's going to hit them.
I'd make certain it'd hit him.
Yeah, but
I wouldn't miss that target. I'd probably miss others, but I wouldn't miss that target.
Yeah, now we don't want to hurt anybody.
I would be.
But there again, I still maintain that you're going to have to spend far more time dealing with the varieties of the wind, shooting a bullet
hell.
over a while, than you ever
I don't
will
want to.
having
I
to
don't
worry
necessarily
about
want to
what
hurt
Corio
anybody,
is.
but I do want to scare them really good.
This would be a good bet. No, think about it, guys. This would be a good bet. We'd be shooting south. So I'm going to lead them by, say, a foot. I'll shoot to the east of them by a foot. So I'm guaranteed to miss them if we're on a stationary Earth.
Could you not do that with the laser sight? Show them where the actual bullet lands.
Yeah, we could do that. Run a laser sight down the barrel, show them that it's going to miss them.
Yeah.
And then, if the Earth is rotating, oh shit, we hit you. Well, guess that kind of shows the Earth is rotating.
They'll be rotating too with a 50 caliber.
I'd love to see Arwen shoot a 50 caliber. He might do a backflip.
Oh my god.
Or a 30-06. 30-06 would work. That they have a muzzle velocity about 2,700 feet a second.
Got one right here, George.
Personally, I prefer 7.62 with 51 NATO, but there you go. Or maybe more commonly known as 308 Winchester.
Not bad.
Any of you guys ever shot a 50 caliber?
I never had the chance, unfortunately.
Oh, those things are a lot of fun.
There's an open air range outside of Kansas City that has a Barrett 50 cal that you can shoot. It's fun.
Yeah. Oh, it is.
I've
It's not
shot
that
one of-
bad. It's like shooting a 12 gauge.
I've shot one of them machine guns. What they used to have when we used to have Mildenhall air shows. They had a demo where you could shoot one of the machine guns, but I've not shot a Barrett or anything.
Yeah, Barrett's got recoil about like a 12 gauge shotgun.
Have you seen that picture of the girl shooting I can't remember.
Desert Eagle.
Yeah, and it hits her on the forehead.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
As somebody who has qualifications in shooting, in coaching shooting, I find all of those videos absolutely horrifying. Anybody could let that anybody who owns a firearm could let anybody do anything like that with a firearm is just beyond my imagination.
It is stupidity, but at the same time, it's funny. As long as no one gets hurt.
And actually, in a way, kind of makes me think that having some sort of minimum requirement for having done some training before being allowed to own a firearm is a bloody good thing.
Yeah.
I was actually looking at a photo on Facebook this morning. Someone took a picture of their girlfriend who put the rifle butt over the top of her shoulder and was going to have a shot, and the damn rifle had a scope on it.
Ooh.
I mean,
she's about to join about to join the Ring Out Losers Club, so she's about to join.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One-eyed losers.
Yeah. You lose an eye when that happens, or you can lose an eye when that happens.
Well, yeah, I've been half mooned by a scope before. That hurts.
I used to go and coach on open days for the National Rifle Association in Great Britain, where members of the public could have an opportunity to come and have a go. And I actually got to the point where I would take my own rifle and let the public shoot my rifle, because I wasn't necessarily happy with the rifles the NRA provided. And I would always warn them, that the scope has a 2-inch eye relief, and you need to keep your eye back 2 inches from the scope so that you can see through it properly. Oh, and by the way, this is really important, because if you get your eye up close to the scope, the recoil will hit you. It will recoil, and it will hit you in the face, and it will hurt. At a minimum, it will hurt a lot, and you will probably be leaking claret. And and I would stop people and make them move their faces back from the scope regularly. And one day I missed it. He must have pushed his face right up against the scope just as he was about to release the shot. And I was probably looking through the spotting scope, checking the wind. And he released the shot, and there's a he yelled rather loudly, and he's leaking claret all over the back end of my rifle. So I called the range officer over, who happened to be my 14-year-old daughter, and said, "There's a toilet roll in the boot of the car. Go grab it quick, will you? This guy's smashed his face and he's bleeding." And she runs over to the car, which is just behind the firing point, comes back with a roll of toilet paper, at which point I start cleaning the blood off the back of the rifle. And I say to the if you would like to go to this young lady, she might take you and find you some first aid, because he was expecting me to hand him the tissue paper to deal with the blood coming out of his head. And it was like, you're bleeding. You've bled on my rifle. That is
the far bigger problem.
Yes, you have a far bigger problem than you bleeding.
Give yourself my rifle.
Yeah, that's mine. That's not theirs.
No, yes, not there. I should imagine he was severely injured for that amount.
The thing is, as I discovered as a 17-year-old, there is an awful lot of blood in an eyebrow. It will go everywhere. If you cut your eyebrow, it will look like somebody's tried to murder you.
Yeah.
Yeah, faces really like to bleed, and that's one of the worst parts about someone who comes in with a facial laceration. The damn thing won't stop bleeding for the life of you.
Yeah, I
well, any injury to the head. But by the way, getting back to the atmosphere rotating with the Earth, I proposed an experiment that someone may want to video and post. I don't have the equipment to do it because it requires a drill press. Get a drill press with a smooth rod and drop it down into a bucket of still water, turn it on, and watch the surface of that water start rotating around a smooth rod. And that would be a good demonstration of the physics behind how the Earth, the atmosphere, can start rotating with the Earth. Now, it being a smooth rod, it would have less friction than would the mountainous, Earth, or the uneven Earth. So that may be something someone would want to do.
We used to use a thing called a rheometer when I worked offshore to measure the viscosity of fluids. It's the same thing. So you had you had a sort of free floating sort of weight surrounded by a rotating cylindrical sleeve, and so there's space for the liquid in between the free floating weight, and the measure of the viscosity was how much the rotation of the cylindrical sleeve was actually influencing the weight. Same kind of thing. It's apparently a thing, rheology, the science of fluid flow.
Yeah. I mean, especially if you polished the actual rod so it was really, really shiny. But therefore they couldn't say, oh, you got a sticky rod.
Yeah, if only.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
That's because the rod was sticky. What?
But still, don't you think that would make a good demonstration of the concept behind, why and how the Earth would drag the atmosphere along?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's perfectly clear. But we understand that. They don't. So would they take that into account?
Well, it'd be a proper demonstration, I think, to show the effects behind a rotating body inside a fluid. And it might help clarify it for some people.
Yeah, that's true. It's true.
It sounds like a good demonstration, but judging by the number of times I've heard Coriolis patiently explained to people, I'm at the point where I don't think that anything would actually convince them. They don't want to know. They don't want to understand.
Some don't. Some do. We got the Jose's out there that will come back to understanding. Okay, that flat Earth stuff just wasn't right.
Yeah, I suppose.
And then you got people like Montreal who are like, no, guys, the only thing that works is what I say, and I know this for a fact, and I cannot be wrong.
And I can't prove.
And that's true as well. But we've also got the same people on our side as well.
Yeah. But yeah, that would be a very good, clear demonstration of how it works.
The very first thing they do is categorically reject the idea that a gas is a fluid. They completely misunderstand that concept.
Yeah. If you were to take them on our model, if you were to take the Earth, everything attached to it, if everything could just be flat up attached to it, the atmosphere and just stop the Earth where it is, the atmosphere would continue on a lag, and it would go forth and just mow everything down. It is a fluid.
Yeah, I'm pretty hopeful that the Earth will stop spinning, because that'd be quite catastrophic. Because yeah, that would be good.
Yeah.
I suppose if it does very, very, very gradually, you probably wouldn't feel the effect too much, but that have severe consequences on life.
The inability to think of the atmosphere as fluid is part of the problem why they don't see the parallel between like water or the oceans having pressure and being a direct parallel to why the atmosphere has pressure. You look at a pressure gradient.
Yeah, I mean you could easily demonstrate the pressure gradient by stacking stones on top of each other, but having a set of scales between each one as you go up, and you can see the difference in the pressure by the scales. The bottom one would obviously show more force than the top one would.
You don't need stones, you just need a stack of scales.
Or a stack of scales, yeah, even. Yeah, just stack scales on top of each other. I wonder how they'd get around that one.
They'd find a way.
Oh, it's CGI.
Yeah, CGI skills.
Yeah, what in front of you, mate? But yeah, that'd be a good demonstration.
I mean,
okay.
you know, I don't know about anybody else.
Bugger out of here, guys.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna get ready for the news to watch, see what our fearless leader has been up to this weekend.
I've never heard him called that before.
Well, he's absolutely fearless. That's for certain. He's not scared of anything, and I'm not sure if that's a good thing though.
Not when money's concerned, no. Or maybe. Yeah. What else?
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'm here to deal with the people that are on the fence or the people that are still not sure, you know, one way or the other. Try and pull them back from the jaws of silliness.
Yeah. I'm here to learn and educate more about what already I'm interested in. But you said helping people who are on that fence and sort of just move them over this side a bit more.
The reason, one of the reasons why I take it more seriously than just having a problem with sort of basic science denial and people being confused about the shape of the Earth is that it appears to go hand in hand with anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial and false terrorist attack beliefs and all kinds of things. I'm sad to say my brother actually is. It's actually the reason why I took an interest in the flat Earth subject is my brother started talking to me about it one day. He's like my own brother is like my bloody nemesis. I couldn't believe it. I was like, "Are you serious?" Well, he's like, "Oh, it says in the Book of Enoch, blah blah blah," and like, it says in the Book of Enoch. Are you fucking joking?
Wasn't the Book of Enoch written as supposedly I hear a lot of people say it was the first book ever written for the Bible. The only problem is that the Book of Enoch, as far as we can tell, was written, 700 years later than the codification?
Yeah, I think it's widely considered to be, well, maybe not a forgery, but a bit of a, I mean, yeah.
Forgery works.
But yeah, he believes lots of things on the flimsiest of evidence. It's and I don't, he's my brother, and I don't want to fall out with him, but I just have to just bite my tongue, and not point out that he's being very naive, and he's also into the idea that that Wi-Fi and 5G in particular is going to be worse than thalidomide, which is just, I don't know.
Can someone explain me how their compasses work on their flat Earth?
They
They
don't.
don't believe that the South Pole can be pointed to. They think that only the North can.
Ah, right. I wonder how they. I think, well, surely if you went south and you got this massive South Pole perimeter, the compass would go absolutely nuts.
So I think a monopole kind of thing kind of screws that up in my head.
Oh, it should.
Oh yeah.
So why does the compass when you get to the equator then?
Why does a compass what?
Start pointing towards south rather than north.
I'm getting some background noise here from typing and stuff. It's hard for me to understand.
Yeah. He's asking why.
Mike.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I've just said it's Matt's microphone is making a hell of a noise.
Anyway, what did you say about what was it?
When you go over the equator, the South Pole will take over from the North Pole, won't it? So your compass will be pointing south rather than pointing north, as it were, if you see what I mean. Because the South Pole will have a stronger, the closer you get to the South Pole, basically.
Yeah.
It's sort of like flipped into it. If you don't actually turn the compass, so it's north is still facing north. The actual
And
the compass.
in reality, of course, it's not pointing at the pole. The compass is simply aligning itself with the magnetic lines of flux.
Well, yes.
Yeah. It's a big part of it.
I really think that a lot of those guys literally believe there's a pole up there, like a round pole, painted red and white or something, and shit just points at it for no good goddamn reason.
Because magic.
It's probably covered in forks and like random bits of metal.
Yeah.
That's what the missing core is.
Yeah, lost car keys.
Yeah. Coins, all sorts.
It's got no end of scrap metal stuck to it.
I won't find that pole. That'd be worth a fortune. Might need lorries to move it though.
Yeah, covered in old car chassis and chain link fence.
I want to find the east and west poles.
Reagan Humphreys in the chat says compasses don't work at the South Pole.
Don't work at the North Pole either.
It's registered too many directions simultaneously.
If you get up there around the pole, the magnetic compass will kind of go in circles.
Yeah, there's a big part of it is a sort of northern hemisphere bias. I think.
I think you're right.
There's everyone kind of is a little bit. Everyone kind of joke about it that Australians are standing upside down, and equally they would say we're standing upside down. But the thing that it's just this one of many obvious things that all the people in the southern hemisphere, if you're no matter what, if you're different on a different line of longitudes, you're pointing south, yet you're apparently pointing in a different direction, with no explanation. Everybody looking due south, no matter where they are, sees the South Celestial Pole. Yet there should be, according to the map anyway, they should be looking in a different direction.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of the things that came up in BM Furbol's part 3 interview with Anthony Riley. Actually, Anthony Riley actually said that if there was like multiple observers taking pictures facing, with a bearing of due south, taking a picture of the southern celestial pole in different locations, that would be a falsifiable piece of evidence for a piece of evidence that would falsify the flat Earth.
Well, the thing is, we have that. He's requesting them to be simultaneously, and you can't have all three locations dark simultaneously.
Yeah. Nope. Well, you could have fairly local separate locations, I suppose. But it sounds a bit too much like jumping through hoops to me. Yep. I'm going to be in Brisbane in a few weeks, and I was thinking of. I just can't be arsed. I think I'd rather just take some shots of the Milky Way and not be fucking around.
Yeah.
Have a live chat with you while you're in Australia, just to debunk their theory.
Yeah, I could present with the camera turned upside down, like what's it called? Was it Cool Hard Logic or what's
Critical Think?
Critical Think does.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why turn his camera upside down?
He does it all the time.
Yeah, he and Scotty Storm
down under.
Critical Think is not right.
That's why I like him.
Yeah.
I like him because of his vendetta against Phuket Word. Someone's going to do it.
Yeah, he didn't think much of Nick.
He's a prick.
Pookie Pie.
Apparently, Phuket Word made a serious mistake, and he's been hemorrhaging lately subscribers.
Who?
Apparently, Phuket Word has been hemorrhaging subscribers lately, is what I had read. Let me see if I can double check that.
I believe Wolfie covered that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where's Wally did a good one today as well.
He didn't. Phuket Word just wouldn't let it go.
That was it.
Wolfie just kept releasing hammer blow after hammer blow.
Yeah, Pie
almost...
is right. Pie is right. It was
Where's
Wally. Yeah, it was Where's Wally that covered it, but it was Wolfie that was like giving it to him and kissing him on the back of the neck.
Yeah, it was.
It was just... HUD, but the HUD thing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Was that too graphic when I said, Wolfie was giving it to him and kissing him on the back of the neck?
Well, we were talking about sticky rods earlier on. So,
so 80% of the world are transgenders then?
Well, maybe. It depends. It depends, as Anthony Riley would say, when words have meaning, and it depends. It depends what you mean by transgender. I've always considered myself a bit of a lesbian.
Yeah, I love women.
But yeah, I hope that I'm planning to drive like an hour west of Brisbane. There's apparently like a reservoir with a dam out there somewhere. I've seen it in pictures. I was hoping to get to New Zealand, but we can't afford the flights.
Eastern Australia.
Yeah.
When did you say you were going, John? November-ish.
Well, it's the end of October till mid November.
Okay, I just thought you were taking us up the garden path. I thought you were going to go into the jungle or something.
Early spring.
It is quite near where they film I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here.
I thought you're going to be on the telly. You're going into the jungle. I know.
It's just off the inland from the Gold Coast, which is just sort of south of Brisbane. But I would say it would take a lot of convincing for me to do that. Having actually, I think they're probably quite surprised about how much wildlife is around them, and once they start camping, I'm like, fuck that.
Like spiders.
Well, spiders the size of your hand that like to they like to make their home in the bloody mailbox.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
Fabled funnel web koalas.
What was the Gilbert sketch about in Australia? It's like you've got all these terrible things here. We show up, you're like, oh, that's a whiteback spider. That'll kill you in 8 seconds. So that's a brown snake. That'll kill you in 7 seconds. So with that'll kill you in 5 seconds. We call those neighbors.
But they're used to it. They say things like, "Yeah, I'll bite you, but it won't kill you." Yeah, well, brilliant. Yeah. And I was just about to go for a swim in the sea off Byron Bay in New South Wales, and the friend that was like staying there, we were staying with him, said it is, just so you know, John, it is a bit sharky here. A bit sharky.
Oh yeah, back home in Texas, we got mosquitoes that could fuck a turkey flat-footed and not break a sweat.
I went swimming at Galveston Beach once, and the day after I was there, they had the first shark attack they'd had for 25 years.
Because we swim with guns.
Yeah.
I don't think people in England understand how safe it is to live in England, because coming from California, you got diamondbacks and black widows and various other creatures. I
know you mean Britain, don't you?
Well, Britain, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, sorry. I got to be PC. But yeah, coming over here, I was thinking, wow.
I mean, he's only lived here 50 years.
Yeah. It's just so safe. You haven't got worried about the wildlife. Well, relatively. I mean, I wouldn't say wild or anything like that.
Hannah's got a strong point in the chat. Galveston is pretty gross.
Mm. It wasn't Byron Bay.
But,
And
you
what
know,
our scariest thing is what a rabid badger or something. No, we don't even have rabies. What
I
do
wouldn't.
badgers have?
I wouldn't even think about tackling a badger.
TB. That's what badgers have, not rabies.
the worst thing in well, especially in Scotland, are the left-handed haggises. Right-handed
Mhm.
ones, okay.
Oh, they're wee shite, so they are.
Yeah, but the left-handed ones, they're nasty.
You know,
Shite.
when I was a teenager, well, my dad used to have a garden centre, a wee garden centre, and have you ever seen these polythene tunnels where you bring on young plants?
Mhm.
Like so we'd have to go in them to and I like inadvertently cornered a Scottish wildcat in a polythene tunnel. It was a really frightening experience, actually.
It's a vicious wee shit.
Wildcat.
Yeah.
It went crazy. It was bouncing off the walls, and I just kind of stuck myself to the wall and tried to get out of its way. But they are really wild.
Oh, vicious, yeah.
Oh, I thought you were saying it was something like a bobcat. This
No,
thing.
it's a cat.
Well, they're quite big. They're quite a lot bigger than a domestic cat.
Yeah, probably not quite the size of a bobcat, but yeah, getting close.
Yeah, in between a bobcat and a domestic cat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to hold one.
The only time I've ever run across a bobcat, I was out in the deer woods. I was climbing up into the stand, and I got up there, got eye level with the stand. I look up, and there is a damn bobcat sitting in my stand.
Oh no!
It just very politely walks over, jumps over my head onto a big branch behind me, and acts like it never saw me. It's like, okay, I guess you are a cat, but fuck, man, that was scary.
I wouldn't mind one domesticated. I'd just have notice on the door, beware of the cat. People laugh.
I used to have a Bengal cat, which is just a few generations away from an Asian leopard. Yeah. Well, according to Nathan Oakley, maybe. But it was not really fit for staying in a house with humans. It was really quite wild. Lovely looking, beautiful animal.
They are.
Yeah, I had necks like that.
I was going to say they say the same thing about me. So
Beautiful to look at, but definitely not fit for domestication.
No, doesn't work or play well with others.
I remember when we went to get him from this couple that bred these Bengal cats, and the male, the father of the Bengal kitten that we bought was huge, really like a wildcat sort of size. And I remember I was sitting on the sofa, and it jumped up onto the back and came up sort of behind me and to smell me, and I could feel my hair getting sucked into its nostrils. It had quite a presence.
It'd be a little more scary if it was your arm or something like that.
Mm.
And it took the hat off your head.
Hannah Anderson says she's got rattlers in the East Mountains, not many venomous spiders, black bears, coyotes, and the most dangerous critters are the cougars who come up to people.
Yeah, cougars are a lot like honey badgers. They don't care. They're like you.
Yeah. And we've got badgers.
Yeah, badgers. Vicious, nasty thing.
Never seen a badger. I've never seen a badger.
Have you not?
No.
Oh.
I think the most dangerous animal I think that I've come across in Scotland is a bull seal, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They don't fuck around.
Alan.
Yeah.
Alan's fell asleep.
Sorry, Trevor.
Sorry, I haven't fallen asleep.
Don't tell a lie.
I was
Killer
the
whale.
one doing the heavy typing.
That wasn't
Oh,
very
yeah,
funny.
we get them. Whale shark's about the biggest thing.
I've swum with a whale shark, but they're plankton eaters. The scary thing about not a whale shark, a basking shark.
That's what I meant. Basking shark.
They look really odd when they've got their mouth open.
Yeah.
They look really sort of freakish. But see, when they close their mouth, they look like your stereotypical big, massive jaws-like shark.
Shark, aye.
And it's actually quite disconcerting. You're like, oh god, go and open your mouth again. It was better. It was better before.
We got a lot of them off, just off the coast at the Isles of Craig. Loads of them.
Mm.
And dolphins and killer whales. Not that you ever see them, but they are there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was in the water with a pod of killer whales once.
That sounds horrifying.
Well, there was a big. We had quite a heated discussion. I ran a shellfish diving boat at the time, and me and this skipper from Barra used to co-skipper the boat, and he phoned me up and said he'd seen on the news there were killer whales, and in the area, and he's like, "What are we going to do?" I'm like, "What do you mean? What are we going to do? We're going to go fucking diving. We're going to take days off because there's some fucking good." And I'm like, "Ronnie, there's no recorded cases of anyone being killed by a killer whale." He's like, "Yeah, because they got fucking eaten." No one fucking lived to tell the tale. I'm like, no, it's not like that. But in the end, there was me and him, and we were employing a diver at the time as well, and neither of them would go in the water. And I went in, and I could actually hear them, which isn't saying much about how close they were, because sound travels so far underwater. I didn't know where they were, but I started to wonder if it had been the right thing to do to get in the water. Maybe I was the stupid one and they were the smart ones. But
oh, sorry, go on, John.
No, that was, but I did it passed without incident. One conspicuous thing was that we had the place where we were working was there was quite a large colony of seals, and they were actually a bit of a problem. The pups they try to play with you, basically, which is funny for about the first 5 minutes. And they fucked right off. Not a sign of any of them. They must have.
They know they were there now.
Yeah, they just didn't see a seal for days. Yeah. Another time was that whenever I didn't see the killer whale, but it was off. What was it? South Uist off South Uist. I found half a seal on the seabed. Once I realised what it was like something's bitten that in half. Ooh.
I doubt it would be a badger.
No.
Nope. Same colour, but nope.
Scuba diving badger.
Am I right in thinking that the killer whales are quite placid towards humans, or were they?
Yeah, allegedly so.
Yeah.
Well, they are. It's a bit like what we were saying about bull seals. I mean, they don't have any reason really to attack humans, but if you've got a bull killer whale and the mother and its calf, three of them, the bull killer whale will kind of come over and basically just show its presence and say, I'm watching you.
Yeah, defenders.
And that's what bull seals do as well. But there was an amazing thing was the Trials of Life, the BBC wildlife documentary. The cameramen realised that the killer whales were so adept at zoning in on seals
they could actually get into the water while they were hunting. The killer whales were hunting seals, and be confident about not getting attacked. I thought it was madness, but they were actually in the surf. The killer whales were coming up and beaching themselves and grabbing seals and then flopping back into the water. The cameramen were actually in the surf.
That's the bit of the program when I cover my eyes. No, I can't watch.
It's nature.
Is a lot of this jump up on, is it icebergs?
Yeah.
And they'll just plump straight out of the water onto the iceberg to get to them, won't they?
Yeah.
Tip them off so they slide down.
They're very clever.
Yeah.
Polar bears are scary too.
Yeah. They are huge, aren't they?
Yeah.
Massive things. Yeah, I wouldn't argue.
They're actually crossbreeding with grizzly bears in Alaska.
You know that the I hope I'm not going to bore anyone, but the brown bear and the brown bear or grizzly bear, they're and the polar bear are very, very closely related, and it through RNA analysis they've found out that polar bears became genetically distinct from grizzly bears about 20,000 years ago, and the Arctic adaptations have happened in that space of time, and they can still interbreed. Yeah, but it's they're amazing animals. You know that their hair refracts light exactly the same way as ice. They don't have white hair; they've got translucent hair.
Yeah,
and it actually literally does refract light the same way as ice does.
Oh, how cool is that?
Yeah.
Are they the same size as a grizzly?
Sorry?
Are they the same size as a grizzly bear, or are they physically bigger?
They're bigger.
They're much bigger. Much bigger.
And the brown bear and grizzly, is that the same?
I believe so.
What do you mean? Is it the same?
Well, some call them brown bears, some call them grizzlies. I
I think
wondered-
they're the same.
No,
Yeah.
grizzly is a whole different critter. Grizzlies have a hump on their back.
Yeah.
And if you see that hump, you better hump it on out of there.
Yeah.
That hump equals attitude.
So
Do you ever see the film The Revenant, where Hugh Glass gets attacked by a grizzly bear?
Yeah, it wasn't just a film; it actually happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I thought they were two different breeds. Because a friend of mine, she's been watching that Alaska thing where they have them people how they live up in Alaska. I can't remember what the documentary is called. And they kept referring to them as brown bears. And she said, "Yeah, it's a grizzly." And I said, "No, it's not a grizzly." She said, "Yeah, it is." I said, "No, it's a brown bear. There's two different animals."
I think
I
there
thought
is.
they were the same thing.
I think there is a like a smaller like brown bear, but I do think grizzlies are referred to as brown bears in some parts. I think I've heard that before.
Yeah, they are referred to as such. I mean, it just depends on who you're talking to.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But yeah, I thought there's distinction. Like you said, they got a hump on them.
Yep.
Yeah.
And in many places, the range of grizzlies, brown bears, black bears, they overlap. So you might find them all in one location. So people will often just refer to them as brown and black. Brown are the ones you got to look out for.
Yeah. Yeah. Not that I
mean,
thought.
I've chased away black bears from the dumpster out behind one of the clubs I worked at.
Yeah. Whereas if you've done that with a brown or a grizzly, that just tell you to go away.
I would have just backed away slowly and said, "Yes, sir."
Yeah, you can have what you want.
Have my picnic basket.
But yeah, this black was only about 300 pounds, so I figured I got a good chance with this one.
Yeah. Right. Excellent. Didn't really have much to do with bears when I was only a child anyways when I was in the States, but we just knew if you saw a bear, don't argue with it.
We're quite pathetic, really, with our haggises and badgers.
Have you not got any bears up in Scotland then?
No.
Oh, I thought they had.
There's been talk of reintroducing
beavers.
bears. And, yeah, we've got beavers again.
Yeah.
No bears.
I don't think it's that long ago that there were bears.
Yeah, there were. Yeah.
We've still got them in Scandinavia, but they're quite rare.
Bears are just a NASA hoax.
Yeah.
CGI bears.
You're going to regret them beavers when you get beaver fever in the water.
They're doing pretty well, the beavers.
Yeah, they will. Beaver fever?
What's that?
No. Do you want to know?
No.
Okay.
Seems like some
Pie,
kind
that
of
was a
STI.
good question.
No, that is
Very intelligent question, Pie. Do I want to know?
Yeah. That's not very nice to get, apparently.
It's all right. They're all up in Highlands, but okay.
Then down in the Amazon, you got a fish that'll swim up your willy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not very nice. That it's got barbs, so you can't pull it out backwards. Yeah.
Who's all got the legs crossed now?
I was Jeremy Wide.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was explaining, he goes and hunts for all these killer fish, don't they, in these myths, and tries to find out. I won't even want to go to the Amazon fishing, let alone go to Amazon.
There was a fish called the ball biter, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought there was. There was one bit actually that, and he went diving in the Amazon, and there were what were they? They were like eels or something that were devouring the corpse of some large animal on the bed, the riverbed, and I wouldn't have gone anywhere near that. I was just watching it thinking.
I think
in a million years.
I think the ball biter you were referring to is a fish that has like really human style teeth.
Yeah, I
its
think it
teeth
was.
look like a person's teeth.
Yeah, that rings a bell. Yeah.
Yeah. He debunked the theory about piranhas. You know, if you jump in the water with piranhas, they'll attack you. And he got into a river where there was loads and loads of piranhas, and he didn't get bit once.
He did better than that. There was one episode where he filled like someone's backyard swimming pool with fresh water and filled it with piranhas. Got it.
Having said that, there is a breed. I think they're mainly in Africa now. It's a part of there used to be single hunters, but they're now actually ganging up and acting as swarms? No, they're not swarms.
Shoals.
Shoals of these.
Schools.
Or schools.
Yeah. Dolphins.
And they're actually attacking people.
What fish is it?
Whereas normally they used to be a single hunter. They always used to, hunt on their own. They never ever used to be in shoals. But now they've worked out that if they all work together, like if an ox or something goes into the water to drink, they'll actually pull it into the river.
Goddamn evolution.
Yeah, he said that.
What kind of fish is it? Do you know?
It's bigger than a normal piranha. I can't remember what the name of it is, but it's part of the piranha family.
Fuck you, Darwin.
Yeah,
exactly.
I can't remember what the name of it is, but to look at it, it's quite evil looking. You think, oh, the teeth on them, it's just all teeth on the front of it. It's just hard beaky fish sort of thing.
They've got some wild looking fish in Africa, like East Africa.
Yeah.
Tiger fish. Was it Goliath fish?
Yeah.
Nile perch.
Mudskippers climb trees.
Do they?
Yeah. Mudskippers do, yeah.
Goddamn evolution again.
Get a better view of the flat Earth.
Fuck you, Darwin.
There was I was stupidly inflicting Nathan Oakley's show on myself a few days ago, and they were trying to rubbish evolution. Saying like, what? So at what point did the fish's gill turn into a mammal's lung? Blah blah blah. And I did make a comment. You guys have heard of mudskippers, yeah?
Yeah.
There are no intermediate species.
You should have said to them when someone decides to open a bar on the edge of the beach. That's probably when they learned to.
Yeah.
The bar's open, guys.
I can certainly imagine Scottish fish beaching themselves.
Most definitely, yeah.
Let's go.
And flopping home at 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. Wait a minute. They flop home anyway.
Yeah, and the penguin's coming out. He said, "Oh, you left us any, mate?" There's the seals still trying to get up onto the beach. I feel sorry for the turtles. They probably never ever got a drink, did they?
For God's sake.
No, but they are early for opening tomorrow.
They'll start sort of like January and eventually get to there in December, and they realise they're shut, and they think, "Oh, okay."
Oh dear, we went from all this science stuff to this.
It's an important discussion that needed to be had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's Barney and George?
Why not?
We need them.
Well, another thing we do have in Scotland is extremely large pike.
Yes.
I know a guy. Well, I know a woman whose brother had his finger bitten off by a pike.
A long spear?
No, Esox lucius. I think you get bigger ones in the States. They have a slightly different.
Of course you do.
thing.
It's America. Everything's bigger than America.
Yeah.
Hold my beer, America!
We only got the president. And he's a lot bigger than us.
Fuck the yam. That orange bastard can gargle my balls. And if he does it, I'll make sure I don't shower for about 3 weeks beforehand, so they're extra vinegary.
So not your president then.
I just call him the yam.
The yam.
I remember. It was a few years ago, not long ago, like having a joke with somebody saying, "Oh yeah, we might end up with Donald Trump as president and Boris Johnson as prime minister." It's not funny anymore.
Nope.
Fucked that one up, didn't you? It's your fault.
Jesus Christ.
Back in 2000, Trump was talking to a friend of his and said, "I will become president of America just for the money." And he said he could become president and turn it into a big money-making scheme. And that's exactly what he did.
You know that my favorite bit of coverage, I can't remember if it was before or after I think it was just before he was elected. The guy who wrote the book, The Art of the Deal, like Trump basically got this guy to write a book for him and claimed that he wrote it. But this guy, I think it's Tony Schwartz, his name was. When it was getting close and it looked like Trump might actually win the election, and he was interviewed and said that, well, yeah, I wrote the book, and he wasn't interested. He spent about 18 months, I think, with over the period of 18 months with Trump, and he said it was like putting lipstick on a pig. I just couldn't sit here and not say anything. You guys are making a big mistake. Putting lipstick on a pig.
I mean, that's almost as ridiculous as a film star becoming a president, really, isn't it?
Well,
That would never
Yeah.
happen.
What fucked up country would do that?
Yeah.
I mean, get out there and vote for the Gipper, for Christ's sake. We don't want that to happen.
I'm not sure if it's true, but I heard once that on a live link to Moscow, Ronald Reagan thought that they'd been cut off, and they'd had a bit of a kind of frosty conversation with Moscow, and he thought they were cut off, and he said to one of his aides, "Do you want to help me push the button?"
Actually, the comment was while he was waiting for, if I recall correctly, he was waiting for a press release, getting the mics turned up and everything. He thought the mics were off, and so he leaned forward and said, "Bombing will commence in 15 minutes."
Oh dear.
Oh. Yeah, and then all of a sudden he realized, I just fucked up bad.
Okay.
Well, having said that, he did actually bring Russia and America together again, didn't he?
And him and Gorby.
Yeah. He sort of calmed the way, or paved the way, didn't he?
I suppose
the whole Star Wars thing was just a big hoax. That was just bullshit to try and break the back, the financial back of the USSR, and it worked.
Yeah.
You think they would have learned from Apollo?
Yeah.
There was no Star Wars program. We didn't have these killer satellites in orbit at the time.
We have now.
And,
but
well, we got some. Let's just say I've worked on some military projects in the aerospace division. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
I don't know all the details, but I do know what I worked on.
Yeah.
But we didn't have the capabilities to do the stuff that the government was saying we had the capability of. So of course the Soviet Union flipped out and started sinking way too much money into defense systems and counterattack systems. And that just destroyed their economy. And then all of a sudden, the wall fell, and you had Lech Walesa, doing his thing over in Poland, and Slobodan Milosevic getting strung up, and it's a whole new world, baby.
Yeah, Russia almost bankrupted themselves during Apollo as well, didn't they?
Yeah.
Well, they tried hard to.
Oh, hello, Alan. What you fella think?
No, I woke up. I've been awake for ages, but I have been keeping myself muted because I was doing a geo and doing some angry typing. Well, not angry typing, but typing.
Angry typing?
Have you never heard Geostream?
I've heard Geos. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sean Hufford's almost as bad. I muted him the other day.
At least with Geo, it's because of the mechanical keyboard. Sean just has his mic set right on top of his fingers.
Right, too close, yeah.
Yeah, I just have the worst, crappiest keyboard in the world.
And I've got the best.
I've got an iPad. Can't hear me typing.
There's only one advantage to the keyboard that I do have. It is at least wireless.
I picked up a wireless keyboard for my phone.
Yeah.
I'm not joking. I actually do. It folds up. It can fit in a shirt pocket.
Have you got an Android phone?
Yeah, I've got a Galaxy S10 Plus, and I've got a dock so that it'll sit on the dock with power, and it can feed an HDMI. So it basically turns it into a computer. I've got the keyboard, the screen. I've got all external memory for this thing. I've got 1.5 terabytes of memory in it. Yeah,
you
it's
ever
pretty
use it
badass
as a phone?
Occasionally. It's mostly a computer.
Yeah, I never use it as a phone.
Yeah. I bought a wireless keyboard, but I'm complaining with the company because I can't hook it up to my Wi-Fi.
Oh. Oh, poop. Oh, it's bloody Bluetooth. Duh.
Best app I ever, well, one of the best apps I ever got for my Android phone was Swipe, SWYPE. So you
love that keyboard.
It's great,
but it doesn't work on this phone.
It's well, I suppose it's the same as anything. You kind of I wouldn't like to take a look at my my own personal dictionary. add fuck to vocabulary, yes or no? Yes.
Because what I really liked about Swipe was the fact that you could do capitalization of the first letter or capitalization of the whole word just with a swipe, or you could do copy, cut, or paste with a quick little swipe. I miss that really bad.
Does it work with Tinder?
I completed Tinder.
Yeah, but we'll play Minecraft at 60
high school.
It probably gives everyone's it. Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
I've got a kind of. My kids were into Minecraft so heavily that I actually. I think I've got some kind of cognitive bias against it that I just my brain closes down if it's ever mentioned.
That's just a joke in a computer world. They refer to graphics and that. Yeah, but will it play Minecraft at 60 frames per second? I mean, a potato will play Minecraft at 60 frames per second. Yeah, it's just a joke in the computer world. Yeah.
Yeah.
ZX81 couldn't do it.
Yeah, I bet it could. It definitely had the graphics for it.
With high graphics.
Yeah.
I had a brilliant car racing game on the Spectrum where you rolled sellotape across the keys for a steering wheel.
Oh, brilliant!
It was really realistic. If you really put your mind to it.
You must have played Jet Set Willy then.
I can't remember.
Or Manic Miner.
Or Manic Miner, yeah. Oh, brilliant days. When you didn't need terabytes to play a computer game, you only had to have 16
The ZX81 was my first store-bought computer.
I actually bypassed the ZX81. I had what they used to call as UK 101, which had 1K, and you had to physically make it yourself and program it yourself because there was no programs to have. But only had 1K, but that was before the ZX81.
Oh, I had computers before the ZX, but that was my first store-bought.
Yeah, that's first commercial available, really, wasn't it? ZX81.
No, there was one called the Altair that was available over here in the U.S. You did have to put it together. There were a few others, but the Altair was the first really more popular one.
Oh, right, yeah. But yeah, that's a little bit behind the technology.
Yeah. That was still. I mean, I remember I think the Altair over here was like well over £1,000, while the ZX81 was like £100. That was the significant difference.
Yeah.
The Altair was made by a company in Albuquerque, New Mexico, who hired this guy to write a basic interpreter for the Altair. And he was living in a trailer in the parking lot in the summer in Albuquerque, New Mexico. You know, the temperature inside this little slovenly building he was living in was, 800 degrees. Lead was melting around him, and he just decided, fuck this, and he walked. He was pretty much done with writing the interpreter, so they just said, well, we got to get somebody to finish it. So they reach out, get this guy, and he just basically finishes, the last few bits of code, slaps his name, Bill Gates, at the bottom of it, hands it to him, and they pay him $750.
Oh, wow.
And that's the money he used to start Microsoft. He basically stole someone else's work and sold it.
Yeah.
And started a big tradition at Microsoft.
Yep.
You guys should check out the chat. Ray and them says, we're old. And Brian Peck, who's on the panel, by the way, says he's severely out-aged.
So Lenny Harry was talking about the Apollo missions. You know, the Russians crashed the probe on the lunar surface while Armstrong and Aldrin were on the surface themselves. Quite far away, but I think they did actually communicate, the Russians and the Americans at the time, so that there wasn't going to be, about that particular thing, so there wasn't a sort of a fuck up in orbit.
Armstrong, the first trumpet player on the moon. You got to admire that guy.
Ray and your own is as a person you feel.
I see rocks of gray. Lots of stars too. And I think to myself, what a wonderful mood.
That's exactly my thought process.
Imagine him singing that when he's driving his lunar module about the rover.
Some of the stuff that didn't make the transmissions back, that were just shit said between them, has got to be hysterical.
It's all in the mission log, all of it.
Oh, they've got the full transcripts. I didn't think it was all recorded.
Yeah. Every single thing that was said or done in all of the missions has been transcribed.
Well, that explains why there's a transcript of someone saying, "Whose turd is that?" Whenever a turd escaped.
No way.
Yeah, seriously. It was like one of them was saying, "Hey, it's not mine. It's mine are bagged up."
Can you imagine?
It was much lighter hearted. Like Apollo 11, it was like they were really serious, no fucking around at all. But later missions, they did have quite a bit of a laugh actually.
I guess there wasn't as much pressure. They knew it was going to work.
Just Google Apollo flying turd. Seriously, that's all you got to look for.
No, I don't think so.
Can you imagine what they got there and they found a McDonald's there?
It reminds me of the Apollo 15. It was almost a disaster. They almost they overshot the landing zone, and they had to redefine their navigation as they were coming in and stuff. And one of the feet of the lander touched down in a crater. The thing was like leaning over to one side, and it was like really didn't go to plan. And then once they'd landed and they sorted everything out, they let them have some a couple of hours sleep, and they woke them up early because the LEM was depressurizing. Again, like panic stations, and it was just because one of them had left a valve open when they went to the toilet before they went to sleep.
Oh God!
Or they'd not properly close the valve.
Oh God! Here's the transcript from one of them.
Read it.
They said on 135, they told us that, "Here's another goddamn turd. What's the matter with you guys? Here, give me a napkin." Some laughter from command from the lunar module. It's like, well, babe, if it was me, I'm sure I would know. I was shitting on the floor. Floating around. Command asks, "Is it just floating around?" The LMP says yes. The command laughs. It's like, "Mine was stickier than that."
No. Oh God.
And somebody else responds, "Mine was too. It hit that bag."
Oh dear. It's a good job they didn't come against aliens, really, weren't they?
Oh, here's another one. I don't know whose it is. I can neither claim it nor disclaim it.
Oh.
I mean, could you imagine turning around quickly and running face first into that thing?
Oh, I had curry last night.
Oh no.
I think they did dump them all on the moon, though, didn't they? Before they left, if there was any. Oh.
It could be corn growing there then.
Yeah. I think the stress of landing a lunar module on the surface of the moon might make me a bit constipated, if I'm honest.
Beats the shit out of me.
No, I'll hold it till we get back to Earth. Oh.
Then more evidence the moon is made from sticky cheese quark.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I think Goz said that. He said the moon is made of cheese. The quarks are made of cheese. Yeah, it's
Quark, quite nice stuff. Have you ever had it?
quark.
Where? What? Who? Where?
Quark.
I think we've all, at least we've all unintentionally had some quark before.
Quark is like fat-free Philadelphia kind of.
Okay, it sounds more like something a hair-lipped duck would say.
Quark.
You can't have cheese without fat.
It's
cheese.
fat-free quark. Yeah, kind of like Philadelphia. Cheesy. I'd never heard of it until I started Slimming World, but it is a thing. It is a thing.
It's a thing.
Alrighty.
When you dry it, they commonly refer to it as curd.
Oh, I just looked that up. Lenny in the chat was talking about the Russian probe. It's Luna 15. It was called, and it crashed in Mare Crisium, which is it's the sea that's like in the above, like in the top right of the moon that's on its own, like a circular dark splodge, and it hit the moon.
You mean
on the 21st of July.
You mean top
Top
right
right.
for us in the northern hemisphere?
Yes, bottom left for the southerners.
Is that flat earthers, the sea on the moon, when they refer it to the sea?
Ooh. God. Grow legs, couldn't it?
Try to explain that one to a flat earther.
Yes, the name. It's low-fat cream cheese. You're right, Quark.
Quark.
You know the seas on the moon are lava plains.
Yeah.
The some of them are huge. The biggest one's about 700 miles wide.
Bloody hell.
The what's it called? Mare Imbrium, which is the sort of top left in the northern hemisphere, 700 miles wide, and it the moon got hit with such force it almost broke. Basically the shockwave went right through the moon and shattered the crust on the other side.
Oh, bloody hell.
That's odd. Yeah. My moon has a crack down the middle of it too.
There's always one.
And is it also 4 billion years old?
And it's got a hole in it. Yeah, my butt's broken. It's got a hole and a crack in it.
Who brought him?
Actually, and I gotta clarify this because there was one day my youngest daughter just really pissed me off, and I told her, I said, "Leave me alone. I'm gonna bust your ass." She looked at me and she goes, "My butt's already broken. It's got a crack and a hole in it." And I just started laughing so hard I just about puked because she said it so sassy, just like, "My butt's already broke. It's got a crack and a hole in it." Coming from like an 8-year-old kid, it's like I didn't know whether to smack her across the face or hug her, so I took the latter. Then I told her, just leave me alone. I was busy.
All right.
Yeah, see
Good
you,
night,
Brian.
Brian.
Talking of funny things that kids say, my carer that's come from done my calls this weekend. Her 2-year-old's got a new toy, and he's got a name for it, and yeah, she gets a little embarrassed when he starts shouting about it when they're out and about. It's a red Volkswagen Beetle Matchbox car type thing, and he calls it a fire car.
Be careful with that one.
Oh yeah, fucker.
You know, my eldest daughter went through a phase of swearing when she was 2 or 3 years old, and we were going to the shops one day, and there was a paving stone sticking up, and she sort of tripped over it and almost fell over, and said, "Fuck's sake!" I'm like, "Oh God!" And I thought, what did I do? Maybe it's best just not to say anything because she'll think that maybe it's fun to keep, so I just ignored her. And we went round to her granny's house that day, and she had a CD of nursery rhymes, and she was trying to get it to work, and she was trying and couldn't get it to work, and eventually she went, "Oh, for fuck's sake!" And her granny was like, "Oh my goodness, where did she learn that? Because you don't swear, do you, John?" I'm like, "No, it must be your potty mouth daughter. I don't know." It must have been me in the traffic on the way to nursery. That was another one. I got cut off at the traffic lights on the way to nursery, and I shouted, "Go on then, you fucking dick!" And then all the way to nursery. By this time, we had two wee girls, all the way to nursery. "Fucking dick, fucking dick, fucking dick." I'm like, "Oh no!" Just praying they'd stop saying it before we got into nursery. Just again, I won't say anything. They'll just get bored. Oh God.
Yeah, the first time I took little one out for a restaurant, not really a restaurant, more a shop, if you know what I mean. This is like casual McDonald's type restaurant, okay? Her first visit, to a restaurant, so she's having a good old time. She's having her finger food, standing in the seat, just kind of waving olives around on the tips of her fingers, and having a good time. And these two old ladies in the booth behind us were commenting about, "Oh, look at the little girl, she's so cute." Well, finally, my daughter turns around and her head fit perfectly on the bench seat, so that just her nose and everything above it was visible. She turns around and looks at him. "What the hell are you looking at?" And those two old ladies, they acted like I just farted on them. And I put my hand on top of my daughter's head, and I kind of pushed it down slowly, and I said, "I'm sorry, ladies. I don't know where in the hell she gets it."
Oh dear. Sorry, Hannah.
But the inflection was just, the inflection was just perfect. "What the hell are you looking at?"
Yeah, it's the brutal honesty. Like, Daddy, why has that man got a funny face? Oh God. With no volume control whatsoever.
Yeah. I had the most embarrassing one of mine. I've never been brought up racist because it's multicultural and all that. And we were walking in a local town which was near the American base, and of course they've got mixed race there. And then this black chap was walking down the road with his children. Of course, my son had never seen a black person before. He was only like 3 or 4 years old, and he went, stretched across the road with his finger. He went, "Dad, look at them dirty people." And I just didn't know where to look. Fortunately, the guy sort of turned around and just smiled because he understood that it's just a child saying it. But
apparently,
it's just embarrassing.
the first time I ever met a black person, I was at my uncle's farm, and he was this guy was one of the farm hands, I think. And legend has it that I walked up to him and frowned and said, "Have you ever had a bath?" He just about pissed himself, apparently.
Yeah, it's a good job they got us.
Oh dear.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's bad.
I think I must have been about 7 or 8 or something the first time I seen a black person. It's not very common in Scotland anyway.
Yeah, we had a black family move into my town when I was in middle school. About years 7 and 8 in school, and they lasted about 2 months before their house accidentally burnt down.
Oh.
And it was an accident because the cross that was burning on their front yard fell over and ignited their house.
Fucking hell.
And I'm not joking when I say that. It literally, that's how it happened. The cross was burning on their front lawn. It fell over, set their house on fire.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, that's the kind of town I grew up in. Not that I'm proud of it or anything. I'm just, letting people know this is what I had to get away from.
You can laugh now, but yeah, it probably wasn't funny for the family at the time. But
no, they sure weren't.
Yes, Hannah, very much so.
Would I be right in saying the southern states are still quite brutal towards black community?
You can't really break it down by state. You got to break it down by community. There are some communities where you don't want to go if you have any kind of melanin in your skin. You just don't go there.
Yeah.
There's other communities you don't go into unless you have melanin.
I remember there's a particularly bad part of New Orleans that we were instructed not to venture near.
Yeah, there's places you don't go. See, I grew up on the north side of Fort Worth, and that's Mexican community. I grew up amongst a bunch of Tejanos. Tejanos are people who are from Mexico but came to Texas about 300 years ago. So they're Americans, born and bred Americans, but at home they still speak Spanish. They still have the culture, the whole 9 yards. And the first person to hold me once I came home from the hospital, other than a nurse or my mother, was Abuela Riojas. Everybody called her Abuela because she was like the grandmother for the whole community. And so I grew up amongst Tejanos, and some of my first words were Spanish.
Some of my first words were Swahili, but that's another story. I had an amazing bar fight in Houston with a bunch of Mexicans. Actually, it was a proper Wild West chairs flying through the air. And
were they on your side or were you on the other side?
Oh, they weren't on my side. No. And they started it, and we finished.
Oh
it.
shit!
That's all I'm saying.
See, depending on the neighborhood, you start a fight with one Mexican, you'll be fighting about 20.
Well, that's kind of what happened. I was sitting next to this Irish guy. We're all doing training for the oil field, and this Mexican we hadn't even looked at them or spoken to them or anything. And this Mexican walked up to can't remember his name, but he just said, "I'm going to fuck you up," and he smashed a bottle over his head, and then the place just went fucking upside down.
Yep.
Furniture flying through the air and people flying through the air, and
yep.
And the funny thing was that it was we went there all the time. This bar, and the manager said, "I'm really sorry about that, guys. Here's some like he gave us like all a handful of like vouchers for drinks and stuff." he was that keen to keep, because there's like a thorough sort of throughput of oil field trainee people that go to this bar, and it's a massive part of his income. And he actually apologised to us for wrecking part of his bar.
Yep. And I bet he had a damn good first aid kit on site too.
Yeah, it was strange. I mean, if you, it doesn't matter who you are in Scotland. If you behave like that, you get thrown out into the street, you know. And there was another time. I think it was a TGI Fridays. One of the other Scottish guys. Oh, well, we didn't have much choice of where to go, but they.
All right, I'll let it slide this one time.
One of the other Scottish guys threw up on the bar, and the barman was like, "Oh, you guys, you crazy Scottish guys," and we thought, well, that's the night over then, and no, it wasn't. He just said, "Oh, you're crazy." Oh, Christ!
I could do better than that.
Hold my beer.
Yeah.
I remember the what didn't go down particularly well was one night we were doing was it flaming Drambuie? So about 10.
Yeah.
Fucking telling me. We had a line of 10 of us with Drambuie and shot glasses, and one guy with a lighter, and I was the first guy to get mine lit. And I had to, supposed to wait till all of them were lit, and then we would lift up our shirts, put the Drambuie out by sticking it on our nipple, and then drink it. And the guy that had the lighter was totally and utterly pissed out of his face, and it took ages. And I was that drunk I didn't realise that I had a molten shot glass in my hand, and so I had this burnt like brand. Ring on my left nipple for quite a while. It's probably still there. But our bosses walked in just as we were in the middle of it. We didn't realise they were just standing there shaking their heads. Yeah.
And I worked for a phone company in Montana. Quite frequently, we'd be out on site, doing a cabling job, and we were, of course, the strangers in town, and some of this cabling required us to be in pretty remote places. So quite often there'd be, 20 people in the bar when we'd walk in, and every head would turn slowly on a swivel as we walked in, the 5 of us.
The pool ball stopped rolling.
Yeah, I mean, it just froze in place.
Jukebox stopped.
Yeah. The drinks were mid-pour. They stopped. Everybody's looking at us. And occasionally there would be some drunk rooster that would want to try and make a name for himself, and he'd start it with us. So you got four telephone guys, and then you got me. I was the computer dude, sitting in a bar just trying to relax a little bit after a long hard day, and it's on. And my boss, he was Norwegian. I mean, well, his family was Norwegian. He was from Montana, and he looked like a freaking Viking in overalls. He every day when he came to work, he would same outfit. It was overalls, sneakers, pair of mirrored sunglasses, big bushy beard. His hair, sometimes his beard was braided. But that was his uniform. He owned the company, so he could do whatever the hell he wanted. But I'd see that man pick up guys by the back of their neck, one in each hand, smash them together like a monkey with the cymbals, and then throw them different directions. But then we got into this one brawl, and the whole place was just wrecked. I mean, there wasn't a table or a chair still in one piece. There were nothing was hanging on the walls anymore. Pool tables, had corners broken off of them. All the pool cues were snapped and bloody. And my boss, Ray, walks up to the bartender who was hiding behind the bar, drops his Amex Black on the counter and says, I'll cover the damages.
I remember once
And there
Oh,
was
sorry.
there was only 5 people that ever walked out of that one.
I remember we had a long weekend when we were training in Houston, and we hired a couple of red Mustang convertibles, and decided to drive into Mexico, and so we just drove until it started to get dark, and stopped at the nearest town. We're in the middle of nowhere. I can't even remember what the place was called, but it was like that. We walk into a bar with the only like non-Mexican people in this place, and probably for a couple of 100 miles, and we just got stared at. I was thinking this is gonna end up really bad, and they were really just loads of really dodgy looking guys staring at us. But we stayed for a while and ended up getting a bit drunk, and eventually I started talking to one of these Mexican guys, and he was like, "Where are you from?" I was like, "Oh, I'm from Scotland." He's from England. He's from Ireland, and he went, "What? You're not American?" I'm like, "No, none of us are American." And he went back to his friends, and as soon as they realised that we weren't American, they were trying to get us to shag their sisters and all sorts, pouring brandy down our throats. The place erupted. I thought we were going to die. But that was the day that Princess Diana died, actually. But yeah, we didn't end up leaving that place till about 4 o'clock in the morning. Absolutely plastered. But I was certain I was looking death straight in the eye for a while.
The absolute best bar fight I was ever in was not a bar fight. Me and my supervisor, Benny, were on the road again with phone company. And Benny was, I'm a big guy. I fill up doorways. I was a bouncer for, almost 24 years. And Benny was a small, slender feller, pretty average build, probably stood about 5'6". Okay, not a large man. And he and I were playing pool. There was a couple strippers up on stage doing their thing, and we're relaxing after a long day's drive. And these 4 cowboys come up to us and say, "Hey, we want this table." Benny says, "Well, wait your turn. You can have it when we're done with it." And one of them slapped a handful of change down on the edge of the table and says, "We got it next." And Benny said, "Well, you better line it up behind ours." And he pointed out our row of quarters on the edge of the table. And that cowboy just ran his hand down that rail and just knocked all our quarters off. And he said, "We got it next." Benny walks up to him, and this cowboy is probably 6'4", maybe 6'5". He's a tall, slender drink of water. Benny's looking up at him, and Benny says, "Do you know who you're fucking with?" And that guy looks down at Benny. "No, squirt." And I start to get into the middle of this. Benny just sticks his hand out. I just shrug my shoulders. I back up. I'm leaning against a post, smiling. These four cowboys are up around Benny, and he doesn't even look back at me. He just got his hand up and he says, "I got these boys." They started thinking about, okay, there's this great big fucking hairy ass gorilla that just backed off. And he's smiling. Because this little tiny guy is saying, "I got this." They started rethinking their strategy and they finally backed off.
My God.
I think I might stick on the Revenant after this. I really like that film. Yeah. One of the things, actually, being an astronomy geek, I was very pleased to see that the stars are actually accurate. They made a. They must have made an effort to.
They're also very big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas.
Boom, 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 boom.
And the sage in bloom is like perfume.
Dun, dun, dun.
Deep in the heart of Texas. Yeah. Sorry, I had to just inject a little silly in there.
Silly's good.
Now I've always enjoyed astronomy. Never owned a telescope, so I've just had to explore the topic via books and videos and such.
A pair of binoculars is quite a good start. You can see Jupiter's moons with binoculars.
Yeah, not with my eyes.
Well, you can. I don't know. You should give it a try.
I need a sorely out of focus big telescope.
Because you focus. You focus for your own eyes with binoculars and telescopes. You might find.
That's why I said I would need a very large. I need a very large telescope, very out of focus, if I was wanting to see anything.
Yeah, I see a good picture of, well, a sort of like a film, I suppose. It was from I don't know if it was a lunar module or whatever it was, something that was floating around the moon, and it had, in the background, it had Saturn transcending with all of its rings and that. I think it was on Simon. Was showing it, trying to explain it to some.
Oh, Saturn's popping up behind the moon. That was Simon Dan.
That was Simon Dan. Yeah, that was an absolute stunning shot. That was. That's an actual video. You could actually see it moving. That was pretty good. I like that.
Oh, and also
So it would have been...
living in the middle of downtown Minneapolis, Minnesota, there's so much light pollution. It's hard to see the moon.
But yeah,
I did a bit of astrophotography in the centre of Edinburgh when I lived down there. It's not easy though. Certainly.
I was just going to say, how the hell did you manage that? It's like daylight in Edinburgh.
Yeah. They're in the
well, it's kind of it's because there's two facets to light pollution. One, obviously one of them is the light pollution lighting up the sky, but the other thing that people don't usually think about is if you can see sources of light, your eyes won't dark adapt. So if you're in a city, if you can find a place that is where you can see minimal sources of light, then your eyes will actually dark adapt, and if it's clear and there's not much water vapor for the city lights to reflect off, you can actually get a half decent view.
Right.
You can see the Northern Lights from Edinburgh if you're like from Arthur's Seat.
You can occasionally see them from the Norfolk coast.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
We've had a really, really spectacular sight. That was back, I think, probably in the 90s, where they came down to as far as down to Suffolk, and the whole sky was just lit up. That's quite a rare event, but that was actually magic. Yeah, I'm showing
you heard of the Carrington event, the solar storm?
No.
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 Sounds
18. I can't remember the date. It's like 1860 or something like that. And an astronomer called Carrington, surprisingly, noticed really unusually prominent sunspot activity on the surface of the sun, and there was a massive solar flare, and the Northern Lights were seen as far south as the Beacon.
wow.
Wireless operators were shocked at their stations, even after they like unplugged them.
Yeah.
Oh, a CME.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the first thing I thought of. As soon as I went outside, I looked and I thought, wow. First thought was to show, I guess I had some.
Switch everything off.
But it's
I had no, I didn't switch everything off. I switched everything on the Radio Shack.
Because the
statements coming through were unbelievable on UHF.
they happen now and then, you know. And if that happened again now, it would knock out communications for a long time.
Yeah,
there's no protection from it at all.
No,
I'd imagine military stuff is, but you know, the telecommunications network and
telephones would go berserk.
Yeah. But,
That's all right. I got enough local games on my phone to keep me happy, and backed up a lot of midget porn.
do any of them involve midgets being thrown against a Velcro wall?
No, but it does involve a lot of oily midgets and small. Well, never mind.
So I've got a backup plan when that happens again, anyways, because I save all my tin cans and I got a ball of string, so that's not a problem.
Tin cans and a ball of string.
Yeah.
Right.
To talk.
I was thinking tin cans getting dragged by the car.
No, I ain't getting married. No.
Yeah, how's getting married going to save anybody? What are you talking about, man? Yeah, I was speaking to a guy the other day. He's like, "Aye, you know, he was my next door neighbour. Aye, if I'd murdered her when she was my girlfriend, I'd be out by now." Fucking hell, not that bad, is it? He wasn't laughing. Murdered her when she was my girlfriend, I'd be out by now. Jesus Christ.
Ex-girlfriends are cheaper than ex-wives.
Oh yeah, been there twice.
Yeah.
Never again.
I always say that hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Apart from 3 women scorned. In my experience. Oh, it was fun at the time.
Yeah. Consequences. No.
Yeah.
We have equal rights now, except for the wallet.
Yeah. Yeah, I just didn't even bother with that at all. I remember my ex-wife's lawyer phoning me up to. I think he thought that he thought we were going to have some big bust up on the phone, and I just said, no, I just don't care. And he's like, well, really? Yeah, I don't give a fuck. You're going to sign this, just handing everything over. Like, yeah, fuck it. Okay. It's like, oh well. It really kind of took the wind out of his sails. I think he psyched himself up to have a big Barney on the phone, which never happened. I think he felt a bit kind of crestfallen. Yeah, fuck it.
Last one. I got on. I can't complain because I had sort of fairly easy divorces, so I still got on well with my exes. But the last one, I just said jokingly, she said, well, what are you going to do now? Now you're single. I'm going to have a fucking big party. She didn't take kindly to that. I stopped joking. But she wouldn't have it. She wouldn't speak to me for weeks.
Oh well.
My first ex and I get on quite
Your
well
first
now.
ex?
Yeah. As in opposed to the second or third ex.
I hope you mean girlfriends and not wives.
Well, that would be a hope too far.
Okay.
Yeah, we get on much better now that we don't live in the same country.
Yeah.
But I was thinking about it the other day. You know, you have these memories where you remember something that was just really really embarrassing and in the years and years before. The first time I met her parents, we were in Oslo, and they were really quite kind of straight-laced, serious people, and I was quite nervous. You know, I actually had to you know, buy some decent clothes and stuff to go to Oslo to try and make a good impression, you know. And we were sitting and having dinner, and for some reason, I don't know why, her dad decided to tell me about when his own father had committed suicide by stabbing himself through the heart in the bath. And I think it was a combination of my sixth sense of humour and the reason, and because I was so nervous, I started laughing.
Oh God!
And I was trying to pretend that I was like coughing, and they were, you know, it was completely see-through. And her dad and her mum were just like sitting there staring at me, and I'm like trying not to laugh, and it was so bad. Whenever I think about it now, just if I'm like in a quiet moment, nothing much occupying my mind, and this pops into my head, I'm like, oh fuck, oh God, it was just awful. And from that moment on, her dad hated my guts, and he still does. But you can't make an omelette without breaking a few eggs.
No.
As you say.
In your case, you broke every single one of them.
Yeah.
And then put the carton back on the shelf.
That was like when I bought it. Honest.
Oh God. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was my son got confirmed. They're not, you know, they're not really a religious country, but it's tradition that kids get confirmed into the Lutheran church when they're like 14, and very formal dinner again, and I had to give a speech, and his mum gave a speech, and her dad gave a speech. He spent a good 5 minutes basically giving me a character assassination in front of 20 people that were there for this dinner. I just had to sort of sit there and go, yeah, oh dear. But yeah, I mean, it's not the line of conversation I would embark upon the first time meeting my my daughter's boyfriend.
No, not really.
Mortifying moments. There ain't no Hallmark card for those.
Right, guys, on that note, I'm going to bed. It's midnight. It's up early in the morning, so
Pip.
nice
Pip,
chat. Yes.
Pip, how about you just stay another 9.5 minutes, and then that way we can make the stream 6 hours.
Okay. I manage that.
I think the funniest thing I ever had with my ex, the last one, their parents were aristocrats, so sort of quite well to do, and of course I was just employed because I drove a lorry. Anyway, so she went down to London to see her dad because her mum and dad were divorced anyways, but went down to London and got talking to, asking who I was. And he said, oh, he plays golf, Dad. And he said, oh, what's his handicap? And of course I was scratch. He wouldn't meet me, so I was better at playing golf than he was. So He simply wouldn't meet me because I didn't have a handicap, but he had a handicap of 8 or 16 or something. All right, meeting him then.
Run, unpaid, run.
How pathetic.
I have talking of meeting the parents. I was listening to the radio a few years ago when I was at work, and there was like a phone-in thing, and the topic was, "What's the most embarrassing thing your parents have ever done?" And this woman phoned in and said, when I brought my first boyfriend home to meet my parents, my dad answered the door wearing a dress and high heels." and I thought that is inspired. And I've actually told my eldest daughter that that's what's going to happen. She's like, "Please don't, Dad. I know that you will. Please don't." But and likewise, one thing I almost did a couple of years ago. My Norwegian son brought his first serious girlfriend over to Edinburgh, and I bought a mankini and a pair of flip flops. and I was gonna. That's how I was going to greet them at arrivals at the airport.
No, you'd have to have like a flak jacket and a sombrero to top that ensemble up.
And there was this guy, a guy I was friends with, who was he's a street performer, a wild man. You just no shame whatsoever. And even he said, "John, you can't do that. You can't do that. They'll arrest you." And I'm like, "Oh, right." So I've still got them. But I tell you what, you're not hiding very much wearing a mankini. I did try it on.
Little pieces of electrical tape over your nipples.
Yeah. When I did meet them off the plane, I said to Cal, "You have no idea how lucky you are." Yeah.
Have you seen the bloke I don't know where he is, but some bloke is suing their parents because they didn't give him permission to be born.
Oh, what a fucker.
Yeah, like what?
There's something that I have thought about on and off for a while. It's a bit of a sci-fi kind of geeky thing, but explore the rest of our neighbourhood. People will be born on en route to another place in space, and there wouldn't be much of a life for them. That's quite a sort of ethical quandary. Like you would call them generation ships.
Oh yeah.
People are born, live, and die on a ship.
How do you know it wouldn't be much of life? Maybe they'd have a great film collection to pick from.
Well, as long as they've got enough.
Lots of midget porn
to keep them going, I suppose.
I suppose
angry midget porn.
I suppose it's different. I said, except until they heard the rumors. Do you know what films are watching on Earth?
Yeah.
Was midget porn.
But yeah, I can imagine a few people complaining about that.
Yeah.
Only a little.
Oh dear.
That'd be quite freaky.
I've got the panel thinking.
I'm going to bed. Now the hell I'm going to dream about.
Hopefully it's not the contents of this conversation.
It will be.
A midget delivering you a big pepperoni pizza.
It will be.
Badgers.
You'll be in trouble tomorrow.
My God, he's deformed.
Pigs with lipstick on.
Can I go now, Alan? Please. Can I? Can I
Can
go
I
now?
leave? Please, can I leave?
Dead Norwegians in the bath.
Oh,
Yeah.
if you absolutely insist, Pip.
How long have I got to go?
It's
About 3 minutes.
two
Mankinian flip flops.
God, no.
2 minutes exactly. Less than 2
Okay,
minutes.
I'll put up with it. I'll put up with it. 2 minutes.
And you forgot the sombrero. And flak jacket.
And nipple tape.
Yes.
Honey badger. Honey
Don't say
badger.
honey badgers, do I say honey
I
badgers?
think I'd feel a bit overdressed if I put all that on.
What honey badger?
Well, like a honey badger for a loincloth.
That'd be painful.
Not for the badger.
You do know this is going out live, you twits.
I don't give a shit. I lost my shame decades ago.
How many we got listening, Alan?
We've still got 13
12, I
listening.
13.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Right up.
On the YouTube
I'm too
results page says 13.
I'm too old to have a sense of shame.
I expect 13 of out there have probably got all the videotapes.
Down to 12 now.
Oh, right.
Yeah, the badger comment chased one off.
Yeah, the one that's gone. It's probably just gone down the shop to get the rest of the tapes.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
I don't think Hannah Anderson was very impressed.
No.
No.
Run for the
Boys will
door.
be boys.
And boys will be girls. L-O-L-A Lola.
Yeah. Oh. That's it.
I thought about naming one of my daughters Lola just to fuck her life up.
Well, there we go, guys. We have broken the 6-hour mark, so we can now all go home. So, thank you very much for an entertaining 6 hours. I hope those out there in YouTube land have enjoyed themselves, even if it did get a little crazy.
Risque.
Well, the sales of Velcro have probably just gone up by 10 more.
Wait, lobster risque?
Right, I'm off.
Yeah.
Behave.
So I'm going to say it's a good night from me and a good night from that lot.
Lobsters pee out their eyes.